Well, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Glad you all can make it. Welcome to Lucas Oil Raceway Park, Brown's Oil Service, Bracket Race, Firecracker Performance Super Quick Shootout Series here this weekend. Got the call now going out to Pro ET. Pro ET, you'll go to the east side of the staging lanes 17 and 18. Glad you all can make it. It's great to be here. Season opener here. A lot of history here. JEG'S Super Quick Series. I think we're like 30 years into this series. Glad to have JEG'S on board, and of course, the good folks from Firecracker Performance for the Super Quick Shootout. Tip of the cap to our reigning Super Quick Series champion, Phil Oakley. He's here this weekend and brought along Warren Evans. And man, it's good to see Warren Evans and D3 TV here this weekend. It's going to start off right this morning with Pro ET. And once again, the call goes out to Pro ET, lanes 17, 18 on the east side. Ron Ruggles is here next to me. Oh, by the way, did I tell you who I am? Some of you guys from Division III recognize me. I'm Dennis Switzer. You see me out in staging lanes about every D3 race. Well, they invited me to come up here and give Ron Ruggles a hand out here to announce. And Ron, how's it going this morning?
Well, I'll tell you what, a beautiful day for drag racing. Winter is too long. I know some of them have got a head start. They went to various positions where they could race earlier in the year. But this is 34 years of the JEG'S Super Quick Series. And some of you veteran racers remember Dennis when he used to pick the microphone up with what is now the Camping World Drag Racing Series. Dennis has done national events. They lassoed him away, and he's been down the staging lanes and taking care of that. But it's good, Dennis, to have you back up on the microphone. You bring a lot to the announcing deck.
Yeah, I'm out of practice, Ron. It's been a while since I put a mic in my hand, but got a chance to walk around, see some good friends. See Nick and Mark Cryer. I haven't seen them since the old Route 66 Raceway days, and Dominic and Braden Bowden here. Got a chance to stop by and see Phil Oakley this morning, talk to him a little bit. Going to have a lot of stuff going on with Phil. We'll talk a little bit about him a little later on. We've got a lot of proud things to say about Phil Oakley and, of course, the good folks from Firecracker Performance. It's good to see they're back on board with us, as well as JEG'S for the weekend. A little doubleheader race this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. Right now, the call goes out to Pro ET. Pro ET, lanes 17 and 18, please, and thank you.
Hey, bracket cars, you get 2 time runs today. JEG'S Super Quick, they'll have 2 qualifiers, and they're going to be fighting for that money put up by Jerry and Jeremiah Hall with Firecracker Performance, the low qualifier award. And again, 34 years, Dennis. Where does the time go? Hey, they say life goes fast. All right, again, Dennis Switzer put the call out. Pro cars, the lanes 17 and 18, if you would, please. Indy Beach Properties, Pro ET cars. Indy Beach Properties, Pro ET cars. Need to the 17 and 18. All of our bracket classes, you will get 2 time runs. And JEG'S Super Quick, you will have 2 qualifiers. Our radio station is FM dial 87.9 if you want to lock that in. And again, we'll let you know when dragracer.tv live stream is up and running. And if you do need racing gas, the prepaid fuel pumps are down on the west side, just across from the Johnson Horsepower Garage scoreboard. And we'll take a peek down there. They keep selling alcohol out of the barn, and I believe Brown's Oil Service is on location down there selling alcohol out of the barn. Same location where the prepaid fuel pumps are. Again, the best way, Dennis, I can tell them to find it. Down on the scoreboard, you see Johnson Horsepower Garage sponsored scoreboard. We thank them for that. It's off to the left or off to the west. And if you remember seeing that Johnson Horsepower Garage sponsorship name somewhere else, just look on Bo Butner's Pro Stock Car. And again, we really appreciate DragRacer.tv, Warren Evans in the house. He's getting set up out there with his equipment, thanks to Phil Oakley. Oh my gosh, Oakley Motorsports supplying that high-performance winning engines to numerous motorsports fields, from tractor pullers to circle track racers and to drag racing race cars and street cars for over a decade. At Oakley Motorsports, they take pride in every engine that leaves the shop. Also, the support given to the customers is second to none at Oakley Motorsports. They take the time to make sure their customers reach their performance goals. And when you combine the services level provided from Oakley Motorsports with quality diamond pistons, you have a winning combination. So again, thanks Phil Oakley for making it possible for DragRacer.tv and Warren Evans to live stream our event this weekend. All right, again, Pro Cars, the lane 17 and 18. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Dennis, you want to go through the rotation, or I might as well go ahead and go through the rotation so they know what to expect today.
Yeah, sure thing, Ron. Well, I think most of you guys got an idea what's going on this weekend, so we're going to do the doubleheader with the JEG'S Super Quick Series and the Brown's Oil ET Series. Right now, we're going to get started right off with time runs. For the first class, it's going to be Pro ET, followed by Super Pro, Sportsman, Pro Bike, Junior Street, Junior Dragster, and then the JEG'S Super Quick Series qualifying session number 1. And we're set to do that about 11:30. If we can get our Pro ET cars to the staging lanes at this time, we can get our day started. Got a full day of racing. We all got to look at the weather for tomorrow. That might be a little sketchy. So we're going to get as much done as we can get today, and we'll take a look as we progress throughout the day. I talked to Keista Fritz a little bit this morning, our services coordinator for the National Hot Rod Association Division 3, and she's thinking that it's looking better and better all the time. The weather's coming up a little bit. The percentage of rain is dropping down. We'll see how that goes as we progress. We'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon as we wind things down here. But in the meantime, right now, we need Pro ET to the lanes. Lanes 17 and 18. Pro ET, this is your call.
All right, we do want to thank Indy Beach Properties for coming on board and sponsoring our Pro class this year. We appreciate them. As, again, we've got beautiful sunshine out there, and we are ready to send race cars down the track. Pro Cars, it's your time to shine. 2-time runs, 2 qualifiers for the JEG'S Super Quick. Trying to see who's going to win that Firecracker Performance Low Qualifier Award. We've got Perfect Light stickers that we're going to hand out this weekend, and you can come up the race control second floor to the announcer's deck, and if you cut a perfect light, whether it's time trials or elimination, have we got a deal for you? Come up the race control. Okay.
everybody. Looks like we're getting ready to go hot here in just a moment with Pro ET. First cars on the track. Putting water down in the water box as I speak. It's going to be Andy Rector. Rolling up on the left side of the racetrack. Comes out of Franklin, Indiana. Survivors there, 73 Pontiac Ventura, and he'll stage up alongside of Brad Moore. Man out of Fairland, Indiana, 68. Locked on the line. Man, I gotta tell you, after a long, cold winter, it sure is good to hear the burnouts coming to life. Smell the racing gas. It's a brand new season here. Thank Lucas Oil, Indianapolis Raceway Park. Just got a little bit of a chill, huh? So Pro ET coming in for the first time session of the day. We're going to get a chance to look at these guys as Andy Rector and Brad Moore. These guys down the track here this morning. A little bit of a reaction time advantage from Brad Moore as he makes his way down the Dodge SRT lane. Yellow Camaro making a big move on the top end of the track. He'll run 599 at 112 miles an hour alongside of Andy's 691 attempt. 99 miles an hour. 67, nope. Sans paint there on the JHC side. Tracy keeping out of Indy. 67 Deuce. Rolling in alongside of Walt Jones. And out of Portville, Indiana. 2017 Chevrolet Camaro. Good to see the sunshine come out this morning, man. I gotta tell you, it's fun back in IR. On the line, Rounds Oil Service. T-Series here. Points started up right now. Jones a little early on the tree. Runs it out to a 731 at 95 miles an hour alongside of Tracy 752 at 91 miles. Chevrolet Ford matchup here. The starting line is going to be Kent Easton. And Danny, in relation to Danny? He's out of Portville, Indiana. I got to think maybe not. 21 Shelby Mustang. Alongside Gage Brent. Rosedale, Indiana-based runner. 72 Nova. High, wide, and small block. 408 cubic inches. Chevrolet horsepower. Green lights prepared. Get down a little bit early. Run 661 to the stripe at 103 miles an hour. 671 comes up for Ken Eastep at 111 miles an hour. Chevrolet pickup truck rolling in. Jeff Stone, his 86 S10 truck out of Canby, Indiana. He'll stage up alongside of Wes Butler, Indy-based runner with a 91 Mustang. AHG side of the racetrack, horsepower drives, the new sponsor on the scoreboards. Red light foul for Wesley Butler, but first time session, throw that away. He's looking for an ET. It's going to be 760, 93 miles an hour when they print the slip down there. 625 and 127 comes up for Jeff Stone. Next pair in. It's going to be TJ Dobbs, local hero out of Indy with the 85 S10 pickup truck. High, wide, small block horsepower. Ron Dobbs, another Indy-based runner. 64 Nova, high wide, small block. It'll help with Beach Automotive, JCE cars and engines. First race of the season, Pro ET reaction time, not bad. Pro ET, no box racing at its finest. He'll run 639 at 105 miles an hour. TJ, 723 for an elapsed time, 92 miles an hour. Now it's going to bring up Dave Monday and Scott Stillings. Dave Monday out of Cloverdale, Indiana, the 67 Dodge Dart, alongside the Bradenton, Florida-based 98 Grand Am. Scott Stillings. Sides down here. Customized winter home. Look at the reaction time for Scott Stillings. Right out of the trailer, 0-4 reaction time. He'll run 563, 25 miles an hour, and Dave goes 607 at 100. Next pair up, Jeff Blanchard. Man comes out of Lowell, Indiana. 13 Mustang, 4 horsepower, Rolling in alongside of Joe Leeser. Sorry, Joe, I just put your name as Eliza. Out of Decatur, Illinois. 68 Firebird, Pontiac 400. Here on the JEG'S side of the racetrack. It's going to be Brad Paddock out of Crawfordsville, 95 GT, alongside of Justin Brent. Rosedale base 69, Chevrolet Nova, 15 small block. Cars in, three-stage is lit. Here comes the tree. Brad's got the show for himself. Brad's a little bit of bragging rights there at reaction time. 644, 105 miles an hour. Dustin just a little bit quicker in the Nova, 639, 106. Comes a guy that's been doing this for a long time. Going back to the old US 30 days. Maryville, Indiana, Sherrill, Gary, runner out of Westville, Indiana, John Morrison in the bitter line machine, 1970 GTX. He'll stage up alongside the Home Cars, 6 Mustang, Greg Hilliard. Plainfield. Block 4, 220 horsepower, 47 cubic inch Ford Blue Oval. And down to the stripe, no run, 686, 101 for the bitter line machine. Mustang Go 709, 95 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. We need Super Pro for the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, lanes 15 and 16. Super Pro, this is your call. Continue on here with the time session number 1 for Pro ET. Through these cars, Super Pro, you should be making your way to the lanes. Jim Harness here on the Dodge SRT side out of Kokomo. It's a 64 shift. Top end of the racetrack, 671, 102 from Jim Harness, 772, 91 miles an hour, Nova, JHC side. Next pair in, Keith Long, out of Highland, Indiana, 1970 Dodge Challenger. I've been doing this for a long time. I recognize his name from old Route 66 bracket racing days. He'll stage alongside of Austin Day, Indianapolis-based runner, 1979 Malibu here on the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. Keith Long and Austin Day. Austin with a killer reaction time, 007. Once again, no box racing at its finest. 007 is pretty solid. He'll run 651 at 105 miles an hour, and Keith Long takes it down to a 667 at 101. Next pair up, Chris Walker. Stellar looking 67 Chevrolet Camaro with a small block out of Paris, Illinois. Taking on the Ford Probe, not yet on file. I apologize. Thanks to Warren Evans, I've been corrected. It's Dodge Daytona, plain vanilla. Dodge Daytona, not yet on file. We'll find out more about him a little bit later on as the tech cards get turned in. Got to tell you, though, he's on his game on a tree, though. 001 reaction time. He's almost to the point of grabbing one of these perfect reaction time stickers from Ron Ruggles. Top end of the racetrack, 744, 91 miles an hour for Chris Walker. 642, 106 comes up on the Dodge SRT side for the plain vanilla Mopar. The grocery getter wagon of Larry Walker staging up on the left side of the racetrack, and he'll roll in alongside of Gary Arola. Crawfordsville-based 91 Z28 Camaro. Small block cars taking each other on. Larry Walker, Gary Arola. Sizing each other up now. 8th mile clock, 661, 104 for Larry. 661, 102 for Gary. Side by side, go box racing at its finest. Ray Boyer. Ray Boyer, the third out there on the left side of the racetrack out of Logansport, Indiana, the 79 Z28 Camaro. Boyer family racing entry. Staging up alongside of Jeff Castle, New Haven, Indiana-based 68 Camaro. 396 big block for power. Flash of yellow and green, wheels up, launch, side by side they'll go. And Jeff Castle, Larry Boyer. Boyer out in front, top end of the racetrack. Here comes Jeff trying to reel him in. 632, 108 for Ray. 689, 99 miles an hour for Jeff Castle. Next pair up, Kelly Pot Hall, 93 Cobra Mustang. Kelly, one of our runners in stock competition here. Division 3 races, alongside of Layla Dillman, Canby, Indiana-based 2011 Chevrolet Camaro. So Kelly goes 7:15, 95 miles an hour through the 4-speed alongside of Layla Dillman's 691 pass, 98 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Dave Scherbandi, one of my buddies from home, LaPorte, Indiana, his hometown, driving his wife's car, the 88 Firebird. Got his daughter out here running junior dragsters this weekend. And Scott Small. Scott Small in a Duster here on the Dodge SRT side. We'll see what Dave's got to show for himself here this weekend. His first race out of the season for him. Didn't change a whole lot over the wintertime there. I know it's a new torque converter in the car, new TCI torque converter in the car. We're going to see how that works. We're going to back him up and reset the tree. A little glitch here in the starting line. We'll get everything put back in order. Dave Scherbandi, Scott Small get a chance to restage the cars. Once again, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, your lanes are 15 and 16 out there on the east side of the staging lanes.
Quick reminder, Dennis, I know we all get hungry at the racetrack, but the concession stand is open east side right behind the tall grandstands close to the Parks Tower. They've got biscuits and gravy left. They're going to do lunch about 10:30, probably 11 o'clock, he said. It'd give them plenty of time to get lunch ready. And concession stand right behind the tall grandstand right next to the Parks Tower. Dennis, we all like to eat.
Yeah, take a look at me. You can tell I haven't missed a lot of them. So Dave Scherbandi took a shot at the tree. Not bad, missed it by a thou. That's about right where he wants to be. He'll run 699, 100 miles an hour. Scott Small with a 746, 94 miles an hour. Dan Gary, out of Oak Forest, Illinois, the 73 Duster. He's a guy that used to crew chief for one of my favorite old racers, Larry. Larry Bokel and his little Mustang, small block Chevrolet powered Mustang, and the late great Larry Bokel and Dan Gary used to run around together. Well, Dan's got his own car now, 73 Duster, staging up alongside of the 27 Roadster here on the Dodge SRT side, plain vanilla car. I don't know, you recognize that guy, Ron? I don't. We'll find out more about him, and we get stuff put into the computer here. But Right now, Dan Gary, this is the first look for me at his blue Duster here. 0.79 for reaction time. Nothing really to write home about, but hey, we're in time trial situation. Roadster goes red a little bit. Again, we're in a time trial, so it doesn't really matter at this point. 5:59, 121 miles an hour for the plain vanilla Roadster. And Dan Gary's going to stop the clocks at 6:51, 103 miles an hour. Next pair up, Jeff Russell, 66 Barracuda. Comes out of Brooksville, Indiana with a red Barracuda. He'll stage up alongside. Man with two first names, Patrick Thomas, making his way down the left side of the racetrack in his Dodge Charger. 006 reaction time. Pretty stellar bulb. Bottom bulb racing here. 681, 98 miles an hour, alongside of Jeff Russell's Barracuda with a 663 at 101. Next pair up, Lewis Weatherford, local hero out of Indianapolis. Big car, 67 Biscayne, alongside of Greg Dillman's 67 Chevy Deuce, car we've seen up and down this track a whole lot of times, the Dillman family. Yep, reigning track champion right here on the Dodge SRT out of Canby, Indiana, Greg Dillman. Pair of red lights to start out their day. Louis a little bit closer with a 002 red light. Greg Dillman right alongside with a 005. Greg a little bit quicker to the stripe. He'll run 6:37, 105 miles an hour, and it's a 6:45 elapsed time at 105 miles an hour for Louis Weatherford. That's going to bring up our next pair. Josh Rogers comes down out of Brazil, Indiana. Chevy S10 pickup truck, LS 400, an 8 cubic inch small block, alongside a, here's a fun guy, man, Frankie Valencia. Flamin' Frankie, the body man out of Frankfort, Illinois. Frankie's been a pretty good runner throughout the years. Been racing for as long as I've been doing this stuff. And that's a long time. He started out as a young man. Now his daughter's getting ready to climb into the car, I believe, pretty soon. Frankfort, Illinois, his hometown. It's body man up there. Beautiful car. It's one of those cars that the closer you get to it, the better it looks. Almost identical reaction times to make their way down to the 8th mile clocks. Josh goes 6:29 at 107 miles an hour. Frankie 6:17 at 114 miles an hour. Ron, I got to tell you, the 8th mile racing is all kind of news to me too. Things happen pretty fast when you're 8th mile racing.
That makes sense, Frank. Yes, it does.
Well, it's going to bring up our next pair, Joey Moore and Bray Brewer. Joey out on the JHC side of the racetrack, and Bray Brewer here, the S10 pickup truck. So Chevrolet Camaro staging up on the Johnson Horsepower garage lane. A couple of small blocks, getting ready to go to work. Workhorse of Chevrolet. Well, down at the finish line, Joey Moore is going to go 6:26 at 109 miles an hour. Bray Brewer stops the clocks at 7:04.98. Next pair up. Happen to notice the staging lanes and rolling on up into the water box here. It's going to be a bunch of GM cars. Chevrolet Monte Carlo rolling up on the left side of the racetrack alongside of Sean Feast. Sean, the Terre Haute-based runner, 73 Nova, here on the Dodge SRT side. Chevrolet Camaro Novas, Camaros Novas, Monte Carlos, pickup trucks, all kinds of GM-bodied cars coming down at you. Top end of the racetrack, 612 comes up for the JHC lane, 112 miles an hour. Sean Feast goes 607 at 112. Coming out of the water box now on the left side of the racetrack is Justin Dillman, local hero out of Indianapolis. 85 Chevrolet Camaro. Taking on the Nova here on the SRT side, that's going to be Mike Kobe. Interesting matchup here now on the starting line. Chad Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, in his 85 Monte Carlo staging up on the JHG side of the racetrack alongside of Wesley Wells. This is a hard charger here in this motorcycle. Track champion, Summit ET Finals champ, ex-pro stock motorcycle racer.
Yes, sir.
You guys got a lot of laps under his belt here on a motorcycle. Staging up alongside of Chad's door car, the 85 Monte Carlo. Stellar reaction time for Chad Eaton, 001 on the tree for his first time run of this day. Comes up with a 742, 91 miles an hour. Wesley goes 601 on the bike at 118 miles an hour. Coming up on the left side of the racetrack, Chevrolet Nova, Rick Covey alongside of Brad Davis's Chevrolet Camaro. Side by side they'll go. Covey a little bit better on reaction time with an 015, which is not bad for bottom bulb racing, I guess. They'll post up in a lapse time of 6:30 at 108 miles an hour. 6:73 comes up for Brad Davis. Cody Knott looks like he's going to stage up here on the Dodge SRT side. Quick little grooming on the starting line there. Josh Pickup coming to life there on the water box on the JHC side of the racetrack alongside of Cody Knott. A couple of S10 pickup trucks. Greencastle, Indiana, the home for Cody Knott. Josh staging up on the JHC side of the racetrack. He's getting a little bit of help for precision balancing. A whole other list of sponsors. Regular runner out here during the bracket series here at the famed Lucas Oil Raceway Park. A little early on the reaction time. He'll go 6:42, 105 miles an hour. Cody goes 6:66 at 101. Next pair up. Otai Mopar matchup. Brent Davis out on the left side of the racetrack. His little Chevy Deuce. James Gibbs staging up here on the SRT side with the Mopar. So Gibbs is going to go 681, 99 miles an hour. Brent Davis 667 for his lap time at 101. '27 Ford Roadster rolling up. Zach Gosnell. I think this is a license run, isn't it, Larry? I think we're doing some license runs before we get into Super Pro. Well, solo pass for Zach. 006 on a tree. Looks like it's going to be a full pull, so I'm going to go with just a time run. 5:49 for an elapsed time at 123 miles an hour. So Jason Long making a solo pass in his Mopar. He'll run 6:27 at 108 miles an hour.
All right, Cody Allenbaugh on the truck over there on the left side. Ivan Ray the third over here in the beautiful race car going down the Dodge SRT lane, leading the parade. He'll stay there out front. Ivan Ray the third, 562, 123. Cody Allenbaugh on the truck, 661 at 100 miles an hour. As we are moving on through, Joe Tillman, track champion. Sportsman class, Nathan Jones stepping in the left-hand side of the racetrack in his beautiful pickup truck. This is our pro class, and we do want to thank our Pro ET sponsor this year, Indy Beach Properties, as 8th Mile Pro's first-time trial session just about in the books. Super Pro, you should already be locked into your lanes, which is 15 and 16. License passes. If you're doing license passes, we'll put you in 17 and 18. Nathan Jones rolling down 613, 110 miles an hour, says the Johnson Horsepower Garage scoreboard. Joe Tillman, 751 at 92 miles an hour. And now we'll make the switch to Super Pro. The electronics button releasing race car drivers will start out with the typical chassis for the class. This is a couple of dragsters. This is Richard Farmer out of Greencastle, Indiana, with his dragster over there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. And I believe Kyle Darr will step into the Dodge SRT beams as a lot of the tech cards got turned in here just in the last few minutes. So we'll fly on the radar here with the drivers of last year that we remember. Kyle Darr moving his car over to the left. He feels like the launch pad's a little better over there on the left side of the groove where he started out. But Kyle doesn't want to be moving that steering wheel much more than that going down track, and away they go. Kyle Darr, 011, letting go of the button in the right lane. 486 for Kyle at 140 miles an hour. 576, 132 for Richard Farmer, as he'll collect his time slip from June down there at the end of the racetrack. Hey, let's check the weather. Everybody else has. All right, I do need my licensed cars, if you would please. Licensed cars to 17 and 18. Well, Dennis, we're at 69 degrees, humidity 57%, our uncorrected barometer 28.98, southwest wind, not much of a wind out there. Our water grain 63.5, density altitude 2,190 feet. So let's go racing. Logan Jameson and Jeremiah Hall. There's Jeremiah and Jerry. We want to thank them for providing the Firecracker Performance Program for the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Jeremiah Hall over there on the right side. Jerry Hall steps away from the car. Logan Jameson, the Racecraft Chassis Dragster, will line up. The jet black dragster on the left for Logan Jameson. How about Jeremiah letting go of the button with a 12 on the reaction time? 4:59, 148 for Jeremiah Hall. And I believe Logan Jameson also runs the JEG'S Super Quick Series. 455, 152, good numbers there for both drivers. Here comes our Super Pro track champion last year, Dennis, over there in the green machine. That's Tony Virgilio. And Roger Cheney will step into the lane on the right side with the S&W chassis dragster out of Decatur, Illinois. So as Dennis had mentioned, Roger also competing in the Lucas Oil Series in Super Comp class. So it looks like a few dragsters going to take over the racetrack, and then we're going to do a little mix and match of our competition. Roger Cheney down to the 8th mile, 459, 150 miles an hour. Tony Virgilio's green machine, 492 at 139 miles an hour. Jump in there, Dennis, anytime you want. You're good. Have Mike will travel. It's great to have you back on the microphone, Dennis.
Yeah, I'm a little rusty, but I'll get it. I'll pick up my, I'll get my pace here, and we'll get going along through the day. It's going to be a little bit for me to get used to having a mic in my hand again. Right now, we're going to take a look at Terry Miller, the man out of Danville, Illinois, out on the left side of the racetrack, and he'll stage in alongside of Colby Cheney, runner out of Decatur, Illinois. Undercover chassis dragster, typical big block Chevrolet combination.
All right, Colby a little on the snooze button there on the right side, 510, 133 miles an hour. Colby will speed that up, I know he will. How'd Terry do?
Oh, we'll roll a couple numbers out of the box there for Colby for round number 2 of time runs. But Terry Miller gets down through there with a 573 at 113 miles an hour. He needs to work on his reaction time a little bit more as he goes into competition. Right now we're time running, getting down through the track. We just got a little buzz over my earbuds here that we've got over 300 cars here today in competition. That's kind of neat for the first race of the season here at IRP.
Well, they're as antsy as we are to get back to it. Licensed cars need you to 17 and 18, and I'll see who this mystery car is, and you know who Megan is.
Sure do. Megan Miller comes out of Caitlin, Illinois. The Spitzer chassis dragster. Rodney and Mary Miller overseeing the operation there as she looks at the starting line there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage side of the racetrack. The little Chevy Deuce, not yet on file, staging up on the Dodge SRT side. Cool looking hot rod. Get a little bit more information on him as the day progresses. Ron's trying to pull him up on his program here.
Well, I'm going to say it's the Stewart Racing Team, and I'll leave it right there. But, hey, they got down track 573, 120 for the door car.
That's not bad. It's pretty impressive. Less than stellar reaction time for Megan Miller. She left over a second back here at the starting line. She'll run it out to 5:11 at 135 miles an hour.
Hey, motorcycles, you're on standby only. Motorcycles, you're on standby only. License passes, you can bring them up to 17 and 18. And I've got Ernest Boards out of Indianapolis, Indiana with his Chevrolet. Who you got on your side?
Well, it looks like it's going to be Nate Kelly and his dragster. Boss chassis dragster out of Manteno, Illinois. APD horsepower. Staging up here on the left side of the racetrack. Cool looking 65 Impala.
Well, Ernest's ride's going to last a little longer, going down to the 8th mile anyway, and Nate's already there. Ernest takes a 674, 99 miles an hour back to the pit area.
Yeah, Nate Kelly turns it off the top end of the track. He'll pick up an ET slip at 498, 138 miles an hour.
All right, I'll dig in, see who this is. You can go ahead with your side.
Well, Ron, looks like it's going to be Bailey Cromwell out of Evansville, Indiana. Undercover chassis dragster, black Chevrolet combination. Unknown, plain black dragster here on the Dodge SRT side. Ron's looking him up on his program here.
Hey, it's that big family we call not on file. It's a big family, but it gets smaller. All right, I got 462 for the mystery car 152. Bailey takes a nice number down there, 012 off the tree, 451, 151 down at the top end. All right, Terry Tyler in the marker yellow car. I need a car like that. I can find it at midnight when it's darker and dark outside. That's Brian Inman, 73 Red Nova. He'll flash the Johnson Horsepower Garage scoreboard with a 610, 112, and 549, 126 for Terry Tyler's yellow machine. Speaking of yellow, yellow's the color. They went nose to tail through the same paint booth. This is Zach Lewis, the youngster out of Knoxville, Illinois. First-gen Camaro. Bruce Litton Trailer Sales, Boland's Towing and Repair, Page Pro Products, Pure Power, propelling that car from race to race through sponsorship. Jacob Bach with the colorful 2003 Spitzer race car, runs the JEG'S Super Quick Series, does pretty well at it as the crew is, well, looks like our starter's giving him the cutthroat mode there on the right side for Jacob.
Well, look at who's leaning in there and turning some knobs there. None other than Phil Oakley. He's got one of those new Phil Oakley 632 Sniper motors there for horsepower. It's always good to be at the track when you've got your engine builder on hand to oversee things. He's having problems there for the first round. But Phil will get it figured out, and he'll be happy with the outcome.
Well, Zach Lewis takes the full run, 640 under power at 108 miles an hour. And Jacob, a few years ago during the JEG'S Super Quick Series right here, was #1 qualifier. So hopefully they will get things lined out and maybe fight for that money or that prize, let's say from Firecracker Performance, the Halls.
And I have no doubt, when you got a guy like Phil Oakley building motors for you and you're running those 632 Sniper motors with them 250 blowers on them, you got to think that's a #1 qualifier pick. Well, of course, you got Phil Oakley out here, and he's got one too, so it's going to get real interesting later on for the Super Quick Series qualifier.
Well, the defending JEG'S Super Quick Series, Phil Oakley, the only 3-time champion in the series, he had 7. The top 7 points earners last year had Oakley Motorsports Power, and 36 total customers competed in the series last year. So Phil Oakley's busy at that shop down there.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Phil this morning. He told me he's got over 20 here today, 20 customers here today. There's a few of them 632 Sniper motors that he's pumping out of a shop down there. So we're going to watch the quick cars there. I'm going to take a guess here and tell you, Ron, that I think that come qualifying, when the smoke clears at the end of the day in the Super Quick Series, you're going to see somebody with an Oakley Motorsports powered with one of those baby blowers on there qualifying #1 here this weekend.
Well, I don't know if I was kind of talking about Oakley Motorsports as the live stream. Warren Evans is here with the live stream. We want to thank Phil Oakley again for making that happen. And again, the support given to the customers is second to none. We're seeing it right out the window.
Absolutely. Well, here's a name you're probably familiar with. Backing up from the burnout on the left side of the racetrack out of Speedway, Indiana, is Amber Egan. They build their own chassis, and a name that's pretty much a staple here during the bracket series, I got to assume.
Yep.
Staging alongside of Austin Day, the Indianapolis-based 79 Malibu. High wind and small block 383 stroker motor for power. You'll take a look at the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack.
Well, a couple years ago, Amber took it all the way to the final and picked up a Wally in Super Pro, one of our events that we had here, King of the Track. So Amber knows how to find that winner's circle, and so do all these racers here. Amber making quick work of the 8th mile downer. How about that for a lap? 487, 140 for Amber Egan in the dragster Austin Days Malibu 724, a regular here at 93 miles an hour.
Yeah, I got to think that's going to set the pace for her for qualifying in the Super Quick Series. 487, that's going to put her somewhere in the field, I believe. Rick Hughes backing up out on the left side of the racetrack, comes out of Fishers, Indiana, with his rear engine Super Comp style dragster, and he'll stage up alongside of John Lee, a man out of Greenwood, Indiana.
Well, a couple of them, they prefer to not have that wing on there. You know, I always used to bump my head on the wing on my dragster. You would think after a couple times you would know it's there. But these two drivers, it's personal preference. They decide no wings for our cars. So again, license passes, I don't want you to miss your opportunity. If you're needing to get a license, 17 and 18 is the lanes you need to be in. Motorcycles, you're on standby only. Hey, we got Perfect Light stickers we haven't given any away yet, Dennis.
Haven't seen one. Rick Hughes got real close with the 008 on this lap. 5:56 for his elapsed time at 146 miles an hour. John Lee will stop the clocks at 5:73. 124 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up our next pair. Roger Baker, man out of Medora, Indiana, the 91 Mustang on the left side of the racetrack.
And Rob Stacy, how about that for a colorful dragster? That's an American chassis dragster out of New Carlisle, Ohio.
American chassis dragster with the red, white, and blue colors on it. You can't be beat.
Kind of noticing the stance between the rear slicks on the back of that car, a little wider than I'm used to seeing up there. Oh, that car just fell on its nose. I'm not sure if there's a trans brake problem in that dragster, but they are just about stopped. They're rolling still, but meanwhile, Roger takes it through.
Well, he'll get down through there under his own power. A little glitch off the starting line there. Roger Baker with a pretty stellar lap. 005 reaction time. Runs it through 6:55. Hey, here comes a kid I know. Watch grow up. Braden Bowden out there on the left side of the racetrack. The red, black, and white dragster comes down out of Illinois. His father, Dominic, out there overseeing that operation. Watched his dad. This is how long I've been doing this stuff. I watched his dad grow up as a little kid, young kid. Probably 16 years old, built his own Camaro. It was a beautiful car. Kid does body work. Dominic and Bowden out of Illinois, watching the kid come out of junior dragsters and rolling into the big cars this year. It's really neat to see second generation drag racers watching these kids grow up.
Well, I've got Steve Hedger Jr. out of Independence, Kentucky with the undercover chassis dragster, and make no bones about it, when you look at that car, that is a distinct color combination over there. You're a second generation driver, I guess.
Well, I don't know if we're giving out best appearing cars, but that Instant Karma combination, the Duster that they're running and the dragsters that they run, they're all just gorgeous paint jobs on these cars. They constantly have a shot at picking up a best engine and best appearing car just about anywhere they go.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dominic has won Super Pro class here a few years ago, so he's another one that knows where to go to get those pictures taken for being the last person standing at the end of the day.
Oh yeah. Dominic Bowden's been track champion, Route 66 Raceway, a good runner up there when Route 66 was racing. He was a staple up there. Made a lot of laps up and down that track. He's got a couple of win lights. He's got a good friend named Nick Cryer out here this weekend. Nick and Mark are here racing. I haven't seen them guys in a while. And whenever Dominic and Nick get together, they know how to find Dominic's way to the winner's circle, and that's for sure. Now BB, Dominic's young son, at the wheel. He started his first burnout of the season over there on the JEG'S side alongside of Steve Hedger Jr.
Well, Steve Hedger Jr. is a regular there up there at Edgewater in Super Pro class, does a great job turning on win lights up there, and Steve coming down this direction. And again, we welcome each and every one here to Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. We appreciate you supporting the facility and the JEG'S Super Quick Series. All right, again, license passes in 17 and 18. I don't want you to miss out on your opportunity. License passes if you need that, lane 17 and 18. Motorcycles, stand by. So again, we thank Millennium Trailers for returning as our motorcycle class sponsorship this year. 87.9 is the FM radio station, and do not forget, we got DragRacer.tv, Warren Evans in the house, and we want to thank Phil Oakley again for being a part of that.
Well, good side-by-side lap here with Braden Bowden and
Steve Hedge. So that Steve Hedger making a lap right next to him. How about that for a ride for Steve Long? 497, 138, kind of the canopy car.
actually I expected it to go a little bit quicker than that, but hey, not a bad pass out of the box, I guess. I seen that big blower on the car and I thought, boy, this thing's going to fly. I expected a little bit quicker than 497, however.
You never know what they've done over the winter to their power plant, so they're probably just trying to take it easy for a while, but it'll probably go faster and then before the weekend's over.
Hey, take a look at who's out there on the left side of the racetrack. Scott Stilling's out there, super stock modified car, NHRA legal super stock modified car, alongside of Nathan Prose. We were just talking about how gorgeous this car is. We know why now.
Oh,
Comes
yeah.
out of the collision shop. You know who it is.
Is it Honey Creek Collision? Warren probably says yes, sir.
Honey Creek Collision. Good friends with Warren Evans, Bob and Allison Prose. Now Nathan taking a shot at the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. He'll go 527 at 133 miles an hour. Stillings with a 564, 123 miles an hour in a super stock car.
Little story about Nathan Prose. He hops out of the junior dragster, hops in Dad's dragster. Number one qualifier at his first JEG'S Super Quick race. He'd ever been into that. So that was pretty impressive. Of course, he was stoked.
Okay, let's take a look now at Randy Inman, the name we're all familiar with here at IRP. Westfield, Indiana-based 80 Monza alongside of Michael Turner. Michael up right down the road at Avon, Indiana, the 84 Fiero Roadster that we see here constantly.
How many times do you say Fiero at the drag strip?
Exactly. Well, Randy Inman's going to get down through there first. He'll go 558, 124 miles an hour. Mike Turner, 595, 90 miles an hour. Looks like he shut it off a little bit early. Ken Simpson backing up from his long burnout there on the left side of the racetrack out of Cedar Springs, Michigan. American Chassis Dragster with a big block alongside of TJ Hobbs, who now starts his burnout procedure. Indianapolis, his hometown here for the guy in the 85 S10 pickup truck.
So Ken Simpson, a veteran of the JEG'S Super Quick Series, he's been a top 10 finisher over several years that he's ran his long career with the JEG'S Super Quick Series. And we were talking about this, 34 years the JEG'S Super Quick Series has been going down the racetracks across the Midwest. It's a great series.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, 34 years, because I was thinking it was 30. I know it's over 30 years now, and I'm glad you did your research and looked it up. I was about ready to call Jay Hollinger last night when I was on my way down here and say, hey, Jay, when did you start this thing? But I'm glad you did your homework and did this research on it.
1989 is the first year of it. Yep.
Jay didn't need to get a call from me anyway.
He was very passionate about the series, Jay was. All right, TJ Dobbs, 718, 93 miles an hour. Ken Simpson, a little quicker, 454, 150. He'll collect that time slip from June down here at the ET Shack. Oh, let's see who we can figure out. You know who's on the right side. Let's see who's on the left side.
So it looks like Jacob Bach's going to make a right laden single there. The Spitzer Chassis Dragster. More of that Phil Oakley horsepower. 632 cubic inch Oakley horsepowered car out of Eaton, Ohio.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jacob's got a colorful car, but Craig Allender is on the other side of the racetrack. So Craig will be up here in just a bit. Jacob's going solo. 016 up front, 471 down at the finish line, 152. And there comes Craig Allender in the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. Craig has run the JEG'S Super Quick Series, also runs Super Pro class. So we are able to give out our first perfect light sticker, and the winner is
Greg Hillier.
Greg Hillier, getting it done, showing the rest of you, hey, you can cut that tree down, burn it down, whatever you need to do. He's collected the first sticker, and guess what? If you do it again, we'll give you another one. All right. Okay. All right. But at least you got it started. All right, Greg, congratulations. All right, couple mystery cars here. I believe we'll just give 539 128 for Team 355 and 479 143 on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. We're still putting tech cards in, as Dennis Schweitzer alluded to how many cars were here.
So we're going to shut them off, go cold here on the starting line as we take a look at the top end down there. I think we found a little bit of moisture, our top end crew. So we, interest of safety, we're going to go cold here for a little bit.
All right, again, just a little cleanup down there in the deep end as the fluid is being taken care of down there, and we'll get back to it just as soon as we can. Just a reminder, concession stand right behind the tall grandstand next to the Parks Tower on the east side is they did have some breakfast items down there. They were going to flip on the lunch switch about 11 o'clock. Don't forget Brown's Oil Service, their fuel pumps, the prepaid credit debit card down there. They've got 4 different varieties of racing gas. We do want to thank Brown's Oil Service for being here and making the bracket series a little more interesting, as they are on board with our bracket series here, as this is our first weekend of collecting points for a long season here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. If you need racing alcohol, Brown's Oil Service has the barn open down there, and they are working at making sure your fuel jugs are filled up. And I believe they'll be down there probably till 1 o'clock this afternoon, unless I hear different. And again, that's easy to find on the west side, just across from the Johnson Horsepower Garage scoreboard on the west side of the facility.
So another racer coming out of the old Route 66 Raceway here on the Dodge SRT side, Nick Mastrada, Miller chassis dragster, makes his home in Piatone, Illinois. Big cubic inch dragster, the 655 cubic inch entry. He'll stage up along the door car, Dustin Smith. The 94 Illumina 496 big block inspired entry out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Greg and Dustin will be taking a look at the JHG side of the racetrack. Almost dead even out of the gate, almost identical reaction time. Dustin's going to stop the clocks at 5:63, 121 miles an hour. Nick a little bit quicker at 4:79, 148 miles an hour. So it looks like Nick's looking for to qualify the Super Quick Series here today. Brings up a door car and a dragster. Going to put Ron Ruggles to work here, trying to figure out who these guys are. They're not yet on file, so he dives into the computer and quickly looks up who we have here in the Camaro and the dragster. Ron, you want to tell me about him? Oh, Nicole Medicis in the dragster out there. Another runner out of Illinois. James Collin in the door slammer. He'll stop the clocks at 6:71, 100 miles an hour. Nicole goes 4:89 at 140 miles an hour to dragster. Next pair up, Tabitha Carmen. Hardingsburg, Kentucky-based runner, the S10 pickup truck. What a gorgeous vehicle. Alongside of Ken Carson's dragster, Lebanon, Ohio-based runner, Miller chassis car, another gorgeous car. Got some of that Phil Oakley horsepower, 632 cubic inch Oakley powered dragster. We'll look to see if Ken's got enough steam here to make his way towards the Super Quick Series qualifier later on today.
And this is where my brain goes sometimes, but car number 1040 was the last car that went down there. Reminds me of the tax form. April 15th today. You got till Monday, I think, to file your taxes, but I couldn't miss out on that. But mine are filed. Mine are done.
Thanks for reminding me. I just wrote my check last week. Didn't need to be reminded about that.
Yep. Ken
So
Carson.
I'm sure a lot of people were late getting their checks in the mail.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were a contributor this year, so we drug our feet doing ours. Not the run Kenan was looking for. Tabitha Carmen, 674-101. Ken Carson, a little bit of problem as he basically coasts across the stripe, 812, 61 miles an hour.
Well, it looks like Nick Cryer is going to make a solo pass, the man out of Manhattan, Illinois. And I'll tell you, Ron, it's been so long I've been doing this that back in the day I can remember I could just call Nick a young man. Nick, Mark Cryer, these are some cool cats. Come out of Manhattan, Illinois. Right now, Nick's behind the wheel of his undercover big block Chevrolet dragster. These guys, some of you might recognize Nick Cryer and Mark Cryer. They've got some really cool cars. One of them is a car they run on Drag Week, and it's an old, all-steel Divco milk truck. You guys have watched Drag Week and some of the stuff that they put out there on Warren Evans' site there, you'll see that the old Divco milk truck, well, that's these guys right here, Nick and Mark Cryer. Not only do they have the old cool milk truck in this dragster, but they also have a really cool car. They've got a car called New Big Thing, and it's a smart car with a big block 555 Chevrolet on it that jumps straight off the ground on the launch.
And we went bowling for blocks. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna, it's not on file, I'm gonna leave it right there, but the blocks didn't get out of the way.
So Nick makes a clean pass on down the JHC side. He'll run 494 at 138 miles an hour. Father Mark watching on. Got the whole crowd, Nick, Mark, Dominic, Braden, and Bowden, the whole crew out of Joliet. Good to see you guys.
All right, we're going to be down here for just a bit. We got to repair one of the foam blocks down there that got doinked out of the way, and we'll sit back here for a minute. All right, a little track inspection, foam block repair. We'll get back to it as soon as we can. All right, it sounds like we're getting ready to get back to it here. As again, licensed cars, hopefully you've made your way to 17 and 18. Don't want you to miss your opportunities. Hugh Goodale brought up the RFC Chapel service, 9 o'clock in the morning, third floor of the Parks Tower in one of the suites. You're more than welcome, non-denominational service. Cars are fired up. John Pollock's going to pull forward in the dragster over here on the right side. And there's John. And putting the gloves on down there out of Benton Harbor, that's Tyler Fisher on the Hayabusa as he's straddling that motorcycle. Backing her up there towards the water box. John Pollock's already cleaned the tires off and put a little heat in those. We're a little over 70 degrees right now. No clouds in the sky. A great day for drag racing.
Well, Ron, Hugh Goodale just left the tower. As you all know, Hugh is famous for being our Racers for Christ chaplain on our Division Lucas Oil races, Division 3 Lucas Oil races. He'd like for us to inform you one and all that you are welcome to attend the non-denominational chapel service tomorrow, 9 a.m. Tomorrow, depending on how things go here this afternoon, tomorrow at 9 a.m. here at Tower Suite, the third floor of the Parks Tower. Once again, chapel service at 9 a.m. here in the Parks Tower, third floor. Well, take a look at the track now. 67 Nova backing up from the burnout here on the Dodge SRT side. Be taking on a big block dragster. Both cars not yet on file. And we'll find out a little bit more about them as the day progresses. Right now we're in time trial mode and Super Pro competition. Great day for a bracket race here at IRP. Door car and a dragster sizing each other up here on the line. Ron's looking them up, but we'll find out more about them as the day progresses. Both cars are staged. Flash of yellow and green. It's game on. Ron Smith in a dragster making his way down the JHG side of the race. That goes a little bit red on the tree, but once again, time trial situation is not really going to matter. He'll stop the clocks with a lapse time of 5:25. 128 miles an hour.
That was Dan Richardson, that beautiful GM product, 6 flat 114, says the Dodge SRT scoreboard. Let's move on.
Oh, there's Bob Probst making his way down the track. Didn't get his tech card turned in. I said, why do I recognize that car? I just said hi to him this morning. It's Bob Probst from Honey Creek Collision making his way down the SRT side. He'll run 497 at 142 miles an hour, and the opponent in the dragster was
Sam Smith, 531, 130. The Proses are here in force. Allison, Bob. There's one more.
and Nate.
Yep. That's Andrew Harmless on the right side of regular here with a 70 Nova, and you've got...
Looks like Cody Wiggins with another fast-looking dragster. I see one of those 250 mini blowers on it. So looks like somebody's going to be trying to qualify for the Super Quick Series here today. We'll see what Mr. Wiggins has got to show for himself.
Well, I can't wait either.
108 short time. He'll run it out to 455, 154 miles an hour, so he does have a little bit of gain.
Yep, 703, 96 miles an hour. Andrew's doing his thing in his lane with his Nova.
Well, Greg Rice gets away with a 005 reaction time. Not bad right out of the box. He'll run 464 at 148 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. If you need a license class, we're using lanes 17 and 18 for license runs. Once again, if you need a license run, lane 17 and 18 at this time.
The mystery car is not a mystery. That's Ashley Cole wheeling that roadster down the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane, 529, 131 for Ashley Cole.
Of course, the Cole family very active in Lucas Oil Division III Racing Series. Ashley does a pretty good job with that Corvette Roadster. John Feast coming up now. Out there on the left side of the racetrack, a 73 Nova out of Terre Haute, Indiana.
And I've got Bill Kasner, another regular here. That, I believe, is a Duster looking at the tail lights on that purple machine over here on the tower side. Don't forget, if you're hungry for lunch, concession stand is serving lunch. Plenty of ice-cold soft drinks as well. Kasner, 577 in the Duster, 119 miles an hour. Sean Feast closes out his time slip, 606 off of the left lane, 112 miles an hour.
Well, it looks like Joe Leischer's back. He's double entered with the 68 Firebird. He's entered in Pro and Super Pro. The Pontiac 400 rolling up on the left side of the racetrack. Makes his home in Decatur, Illinois, alongside of the bar.
That's Dart Dave Sodders, and you'll be hearing him when we do our opening ceremony. He will be singing our national anthem. Dart Dave Sodders, 690 at 98 miles an hour.
Well, Joe goes 626, 110 miles an hour. I recognize one of the runners here, Allison Prose. Her 69 Camaro. Allison, Bob, and Bobby, and Nate, and the whole crew out of Honey Creek Collision out here this weekend. We'll be seeing them all season long as they compete in the NHRA North Central Lucas Oil Series.
Keep your eye on that left-hand lane. That Camaro driven by Larry Mays Sr. He likes to get the front end super stock style.
Well, he's loose and he's sideways down there, and he'll collect the wall.
He collects the wall.
So Larry Mays gets a little bit out of the groove on the left side of the racetrack. The car got loose, got out to about 500 feet of the track, 600 feet of the track, tagged the wall. Allison seen it going down, and she decided to lift. She'll slow down to a 705. 671 pass for him up against the wall. So we'll take a look at that. We'll be down for a little bit. Track's going to go cold. We're going to pick up some debris out there, and we'll be back in action here as we continue on. First round time session in Super Pro.
Well, unfortunately, a few pieces flying off the car. So, again, as Dennis mentioned, we will be down. They've got to take a look at that and get some pieces collected. And we'll sit back. And, again, motorcycle class, stand by. We will get to you. Motorcycles, Millennium Trailer Bike class, just stand by. We will get you up to the lanes here in just a bit. All right, looks like a little bit of an extensive cleanup. I noticed some of the drivers have stepped out of the cars. You're more than welcome to do that. It looks like our Zamboni machine's going to be going down. Evidently, some fluids down there on the racetrack. And we'll be back at it. We'll try to give you a heads up, but it's going to be just a little bit. So if you want to step out of your cars, you're more than welcome to do that. Don't forget, concession stand is serving lunch over here behind the tall grandstand. Behind, beside the Parks Tower, also Brown's Oil Service, the sponsor of our bracket series here. They are selling alcohol out of their building down there on the west side. I've seen a few racers make their way down there. I believe they're only going to be here till 1 o'clock until I hear otherwise from Brown's Oil Service. The prepay fuel pumps are 24/7, debit credit card down there in the same area on the west side of the facility. All right, just doing a little track grooming over there on the left-hand lane, just down about the 8th mile. It looks like our Zamboni has exited the racetrack, so we are getting closer to sending cars back down the racetrack. Brown's Oil Service selling alcohol out of the building down there till about 1 o'clock, unless I hear otherwise.
technology out there. You'll see my burnout, 4 different burnouts on the And then at the entrance where I go in, the very first house I go right, got these cars that are sitting in front of their driveway in front of their
Play in the grass. Should have brought a little blanket to lay out.
Normally we're not here that long. This is crazy. Oh, I missed this spot.
Take it off. Happy boy.
Just a ship, not to do the work.
Hi, Bubba.
Very much like Sherry, you can get it done. Why don't you? You gonna put any injectors or throttle on in there? Oh, they ain't gonna do that?
Flower.
Looks like the equipment is all put back in place. Looks like our start line crew is assembling back up there. And we are just about ready to send cars down the racetrack.
Well, all right, track prep complete. We're getting ready to get back in action. Cars coming back to life. Water boxes getting filled up with water. And we're ready to go with our next pair. It looks like it's going to be Doug Terrell and Cody Wiggins. The next set down the track. Doug Terrell there on the left side of the racetrack. His blue 93 notchback Mustang out of Spencer, Indiana. And he'll be taking on Cody Wiggins. Cody with the Get 'em El Camino here. Business and fun party in the back, as they say for El Caminos. He'll stage up on the Dodge SRT side. We are ready to go. Track's hot. Cars rolling in the water box. We continuing on here. For those of you just joining in, we're dead in the middle of time session number 1 of Super Pro.
Well, we welcome all of our viewers out there on dragracer.tv as Warren Evans in the house. I love it. The El Camino. Get 'em, it says on the back end of it. They're all getting them. 2 time runs. This is session 1. JEG'S super quick. They'll be here a little later on. A little bit of a delay here with the track cleanup. I'm sure we can't wait. What's the bump going to be? Who's going to be the number 1 qualifier? We'll find that out for the afternoon's over with.
And they're off. Doug Terrell and Cody Wiggins. On down to the finish line they'll go. Doug goes 697, 82 miles an hour, and it's a 632 at 107 for Cody Wiggins, and that's going to bring up our next pair. Long Smoky Burnouts. Corey Brenton out there on the left side of the racetrack, and notchback Mustang. A little Dodge Colt here on the Dodge SRT side. We're going to find out a little bit more about this gentleman. Ron Ruggles going into the program here. He's not entered on our CompuLink screen yet. Ron, what you got to say about this fellow with the Mopar?
Well, that's a Jason Dorsett at the wheel, and he does super stock style with that once in a while. Let's see, big engine, short wheelbase. That's a fun ride there. So Jason Dorsett. Yeah, there it is.
Well, Jason likes the traction prep. Done a good job. The Lucas Oil Raceway starting line crew and the track crew did a great job of bringing the track around, evidenced by the wheel stand there. He'll run 637 on a nice clean pass at 107 miles an hour. And it's a 6 flat pass for Corey Brenton at 112 miles an hour. Brian Harris backing up in the burnout, left side of the racetrack, the Diamond Chassis Dragster with a 540 big block. Hails from Indianapolis, Indiana. Staging up alongside of Tim Millwood, his Dodge Daytona. Cars run a super gas now. I see the SG insignia on the windshield. Here's a car that used to run, one of the weird guys who runs Super Comp with a door car. Tim Millwood. Gets down the track with this door slammer. First pass of the day for Tim, and first pass for Brian Harris. There goes your perfect reaction time sticker for you, Ron. Ron Ruggles will hand out a perfect reaction time. Millwood with a 002 alongside of Brian Harris's perfect triple donut. Brian goes 493 at 139 miles an hour. Millwood's door slammer stops the clocks with a lapse time of 681, 116 miles an hour. Another door car dragster matchup here. Austin Tewell up on the JEG'S side. Tool. I'm sorry, Austin. Didn't even butcher your name. The 87 Monte Carlo for Austin. Terre Haute, his hometown, alongside of Jason Bullard, the Cadoga, Indiana-based Sarmento chassis dragster out of Bullard's garage.
Well, we don't try to mess up the last names, but I'll tell you what, the hardest part about being an announcer is getting the names correct, and if we're not doing it right, you're more than welcome to come up and correct this second floor Parks Tower.
Go to a Wisconsin track where they don't have any vowels. It's all Polish names. All right. Austin goes 609 at 113 miles an hour. Jason Bullard goes 511 at $135. And that's going to bring up our next pair. The Ray Skillman Dragster out there on the left side of the racetrack taking on Joe Pickett's 27 Roadster. All block Chevrolet for inspiration. The Pickett Racing entry comes out of Indianapolis, a local hero here on the power side of the racetrack. So Wesley Wills stopped the clocks at 5:07, 136 miles an hour in the Ray Skillman Dragster. Joe Pickett will go 5:55 at 121 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair, Cody Knott. On the left side of the racetrack out of Greencastle, Indiana, his S10 Chevrolet pickup truck alongside of the Dragster here on the Dodge SRT lane. .009 reaction time for Cody Knott. That's a pretty good lap down the track at 666, 101. 459 comes up for the Dragster at 149 miles an hour. Josh Pickett's back with his 94 S10 pickup truck, a little 406 small block entry, double entered here. He's running Pro and Super Pro. Precision balancing vehicle there on the left side of the racetrack, taking on Michael Smith, Chevy Nova, here on the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the Millennium Trailers Pro Bike class to the staging lanes, please. Millennium Trailers Bike class beside lane 11. Please and thank you.
While we're at it, we'll just put Junior Street. If we have any of those, we'll put them on standby. That's Indy Beach Properties Junior Street. You're on standby. Get them ready.
Heads up in the pits. Once again, we need the Millennium Trailer Pro Bike class to the lanes, please. Millennium Trailer Pro Bike class to the side of lane 11.
Cruz Lee in the right lane, 6:15.112 as 7:02.99 miles an hour comes up for our orange Camaro. We'll get some names in. We're still putting tech cards in. Bear with us.
Well, Nick Eisenhower making his way down the left side of the racetrack, and he'll make the left turn off the top end of the track with a 450 elapsed time at 154 miles an hour. That brings up now Josh Rogers, his S10 pickup truck, left side of the racetrack. Tom Small, 68 Chevrolet Camaro, staging up on the Dodge SRT side. These guys got to show for themselves. Tom's one of our regular runners here at the Lucas Oil Division 3 races. Rogers getting away with a little bit better reaction time. He runs it out to a 6:28, 108 miles an hour, and it's a 552 lap at 126 miles an hour down the SRT side of the racetrack. Next pair up, Gage Brunton out of Rosedale, Indiana, 72 Nova, and he'll go alongside of Scott Deffenbaugh, his 67 Nova. Man, is doing pretty well in the JEG'S All-Star Points chase this season so far.
I'm going to hop in here for a minute, Dennis, if you don't mind. Cody Wiggins, when you get an opportunity, we need you to race control, second floor, the Parks Tower, please. Cody Wiggins, when you get an opportunity, come see us, second floor, Parks Tower, if you would, please. Dennis?
Well, they're just about dead even out of the crate. Gage goes 652, 104. Scott, 558, 124 miles an hour. Speaking of the Deffenbaughs, here's Double D rolling up here on the tower side of the racetrack, and his Chevrolet Nova, and he'll stage up alongside Dustin Brenton, Rosedale, Indiana-based runner, 69 Nova. Another high winding small block, 415 cubic inch entry.
Hey, we've got another sponsor on board for the TV production here. We want to thank Crew Chief Pro, the business owner, Don Higgins. We'll tell you a little bit more about what he does, Dennis, unless you want to share some things.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the staging lanes, please. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Lanes 13 and 14 for sportsman eliminator. Please report to staging at this time. Pro Bike, you should be on your way there as well. Brings up now Joey Moore out on the left side of the racetrack. Chevrolet Camaro. Alongside of Jack Gosnell's 11 Indiana base 27 Ford Roadster. So Joey Moore, Zach Gosnell dead even out of the gate, both of them with 005 reaction times. Zach gets there a little bit quicker with a 5:49 at 123 miles an hour. Joey goes 6:27, 108. Brian backing up from his long burnout here on the tower side of the racetrack is going to be Brian Casson, his rear engine dragster, alongside of Justin LaReche. Looks like about a 1967 Ford Falcon, if my memory serves me correctly. Once again, we need Sportsman Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman Eliminator to the lanes. Brian Casson gets away on a clean pass. He'll run 457, 155 miles an hour. Problems for the Ford. Door car's having a little problems on the starting line. We'll see what we're going to push him off and get him out of the way. So Cody Allenball staging up on the left side of the racetrack, the runner out of Terre Haute, Indiana, S10 pickup truck. Stage up alongside a Division 4 runner, Hunter Patton, transplant here to Indiana. So Hunter Patton here today to pick some pockets and celebrate birthday for Christy Ship. A little bit early on the tree, but hey, it's a time run. He'll find his way into the winner's circle sometime today, maybe. Cody gets away with an 0.24 reaction time. He'll run 660, 101 miles an hour in the door car. Hunter runs 451, 152 miles an hour. Nathan Jones starting the burnout procedure out on the left side of the racetrack in his S10 pickup trucks. Notice a lot of S10 pickup trucks and bracket racing out here today. Super Comp style dragster backing up from the burnout here on the tower side of the racetrack. Not yet on file, but we'll find out a little bit more about him as the day progresses on. Stellar reaction time for the Division I dragster with a 001 light. He'll run 458, 151 miles an hour. Nate Jones gets it on down the track at 612, 110. Justin Dillman, another one of the Dillman Racing family members here on the tower side of the racetrack out of Indy. Who's 85 Chevrolet Camaro taking on 27 Roadster. Still putting cars in. We got about, being told we got about 300 cars on the property here in competition today, so we're still putting in the entry cards, but we'll have information on all these guys when we go into the next round of time ones and qualifying. Just found out that's Dave Wallen making his way down the left side of the racetrack in the Roadster. Dave runs 649, 102 miles an hour. Justin 670, 101 for his effort. So the Ship family in here this weekend at the Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. Wouldn't be Lucas Oil Raceway Park if they weren't here. Randy, and Joey, and Christy all here this weekend. Christy celebrating her birthday. You see Christy, walk by, tell her happy birthday. Right now, we'll take a look at Joey Ship and the Ray Skillman entry here in the tower side of the racetrack, and he'll stage up alongside of Dominic Bowden. Dominic and Ann and Braden all come out of Illinois. Out here doing some bracket races down here at IRP. They run 41 and Byron, and used to run 66 all the time when they was there. Former track champion at 66. Pretty good old racers, one on each side. Of course, we all know Joey Ship and his capabilities. He'll find his way to the winner's circle this season, guaranteed. A little bit early on the reaction time for Joey. He goes 014 red, 021 green for Dominic. Again, it's his time trial situation. Dominic with a 454 pass, 154 miles an hour. He's got enough steam to qualify for the Super Quick Series. It's a 508 lap for Joey at 140 miles an hour. Greg Dillman coming up here on the tower side of the racetrack in his beautiful 67 Chevrolet Nova. Chris Sullivan in the right trailer is Super Comp style dragster. Get two different information from two good people here. Looks like it's going to be Chris behind the wheel of the dragster. On down the track, he'll go 452 at 154 miles an hour, and that ought to be enough steam to get him into the Super Quick Series. 635, the effort for Greg Dillman at 105 miles an hour. Next pair up. Mopar and a bow tie. Plymouth Duster out there, left side of the racetrack, taking on about the 1970 vintage Chevrolet SS Nova. Bottom of the scoreboard, you see the reaction times pop up. 004 for the left side, 009 for the right. Duster goes 629, 108 miles an hour. Nova stops the clocks with a lapse time of 692, 100 miles an hour. So Ray Boyer staging up on the left side of the racetrack. His 79 Z28 Camaro out of Logansport, Indiana. How about this guy? Doug Foley Jr. Division 2 runner out of North Carolina, staging up here in the Dodge SRT lane. There we go with another perfect reaction time. Ray Boyer, the third. Triple donuts on the tree, bottom of the scoreboard. You see 000, perfect reaction time. He'll run it out to a 634 to 108 miles an hour. And Doug Foley Jr. post up a 464 at 148 miles an hour. Chase Millwood backing up in the burnout here on the Dodge SRT side is 89 Dodge LeBaron. 500 cubic inch Mopar horsepower. Comes out of Columbus, Indiana, and he'll be staging in alongside of the Super Comp style dragster of Alley Crack. Alley licensed last year in JEG'S Super Quick Series. This will be the second year competition for this entry. Pretty good old reaction time. Alley showing how to get down the track, runs 450 with an O at 152 miles an hour. 6'11", 119 miles an hour. That's a pretty impressive pass for somebody that's 2 years into the sport here in the JEG'S Super Quick Series.
Well, I'll tell you,
450 flat.
Dennis, maybe you can do it again when we really get into the JEG'S Super Quick, but that is a great lap.
Oh, yeah. I want to see it on the dial. 6'11", 119 for Chase Millwood as he gets his LeBaron on down the track on the tower side of the racetracks. James Gibbs rolling up on the left side of the racetrack in his Mopar alongside of Randy Ship. Chevrolet Corvette Super Street entry. Randy's out here for our Lucas Oil Division 3 race every weekend. Never know what car he's going to be in. Today he's got the Corvette out. And there's Christy walking back. Happy birthday, Christy. Getting a hug from Warren Evans. .012 reaction time for the Gibbs entry. Randy's a little bit early on the reaction time. He'll run it out to a 650, 118 miles an hour, and it's a 683 at 99 miles an hour for Gibbs. Put a period on time session number 1, Super Pro category. Looks like we're getting ready to pick things up a little bit quicker as Phil Oakley rolls up. So Phil Oakley taking a look at the racetrack here. Oakley Motorsports top dragster entry running out here in the JEG'S Super Quick Series. One of our great proud sponsors of the Oakley Motorsports top dragster, top sportsman field out here in the Lucas Oil Division 3 races. And right now the reigning champion in the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Phil Oakley. That 632 sniper motor coming to life out there on the left side of the racetrack. We'll see what Phil's got to show. I'm looking at a 450 or quicker. 105 short time for Phil. He'll shut it up. 451, 155 miles an hour, and that's about where he's wanting to be, right there. Well, sportsman category rolling up here. Ron Ruggles, I'll turn the microphone over here. These are going to be guys that I tend to think that are your bracket racers, the guys that you're very familiar with. So you can lead us on through the sportsman field. How about that?
That sounds great. Dennis, great job as always. Glad you're in the house. We get to do this quite a bit this year, I hope. All right, again, hopefully my motorcycles are beside lane 11, and we do want to thank Millennium Trailers for being back on board this year with our Super Pro bike class. Hopefully you're all assembled beside lane 11. My sportsman cars, hopefully you've made your way up to 13 and 14. And if I have any junior street cars, you need to be in 15 and 16. And junior street this year sponsored by Indy Beach Properties for 2023. Junior dragsters, stand by. Junior dragsters, stand by, if you would. So again, our perfect light stickers are available up here. Brian Harris, you put 3 zeros on the time slip, as well as Ray Boyer. If you can come up to Race Control, second floor of the Parks Tower, we'll give you your perfect light stickers. Those are available for all of our racers, whether it's time trials or eliminations. And our license pass getting underway as we shuffle some cars through the system. So again, we do want to thank not only Phil Oakley at Oakley Motorsports for making it possible for our DragRacer.tv live stream this weekend, but also Don Higgins with Crew Chief Pro also coming on board, helping to make the live stream possible as well here. So some license runs getting taken care of here as we await the arrival of our sportsman racers. And again, junior dragsters this year, sponsored by Deary Automotive. You're on standby. Junior dragsters, get them ready. Deary Automotive, junior dragsters, stand by, please. And once we get through the juniors, we will have the first of 2 qualifying sessions for the JEG'S Super Quick Series. This is their second stop on tour for 2023. All right, listen up in the pit area. Cody Wiggins. Cody Wiggins, if you would please come to Race Control, second floor of the Parks Tower. Cody Wiggins, if you could come to Race Control, second floor of the Parks Tower, that'd be appreciated. And I believe the final licensed car to be run this session, and our Millennium Trailers motorcycles at the ready line. Hey, don't forget, over there at our concession stand, they've got the burgers, steak burgers, chicken tender fry combo, pork tenderloin sandwiches, cheese fries, hot dogs, pretzels, nachos, french fries, candy, and assorted chips, bottled water, Gatorade. And if you need bags of ice racers, you can go to the concession stand right behind the tall grandstand, just to the north of Parks Tower. And if you get hungry or thirsty, make sure you stop by the concession stand. And again, racers, if you need bags of ice, they sell those at the concession stand as well. All right, junior dragsters, we are ready for you. Junior minors, you can start loading in lane 12. Junior majors to lane 11. And again, Deary Automotive on board again this year for 2023 as the junior dragster sponsor. So junior minors, start bringing them up to lane 12. Junior majors to lane 11. JEG'S Super Quick, stand by as Jimmy Conyers Jr. out of Terre Haute, Indiana on the Ninja on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane down to the quarter mile, 10:17 at 142 miles an hour. Robert Arthur riding the Road King from the state of Wisconsin, 10:07 at 129 miles an hour. Robert Mallory out of Murfreesboro, Indiana, the Sportster, the V-Twin Sportster over there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane on the west side. Robert Mallory riding that bike to a 1067 at 123 miles an hour on his Sportster, and our mystery rider 1522 at 87 miles an hour, team 3088, as tech cards continue to pour in and Carolyn continues to feed them into the system. Wesley Wells, multi-time track champion here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park in the left lane in the Suzuki. Wesley, the very versatile driver. He'll take this one in the bike class with two wheels. He'll be in a dragster and he'll put four tires underneath of him. A very versatile driver, has ran pro stock motorcycle a few years ago. Wesley Wells in the left lane. Donnie Emerson on the Kawasaki out of Indianapolis, Indiana, will ride down the right side. Junior minors to lane 12, junior majors to lane 11. Wesley Wells, 877 at 151 miles an hour. Donnie Emerson a little quicker, 843 on the ET at 155 miles an hour. Rob Wetnight, your 1972 Chevy Nova entry. Rob, we just need you to the second floor of the Parks Tower and race control, if you would, please. So one of our motorcycle riders on a license pass. And it looks like our sportsman class, sponsored by Allgaier Performance Parts. For all of your racing and safety equipment needs, Allgaier Performance Parts, located on the northwest area of the racing facility. They're less than 5 minutes from here. And if you get an opportunity, make sure you check out Allgaier Performance Parts, their racing equipment shop not far from the racetrack. 924, 146 miles an hour, and sportsman at the ready line. So again, junior minors need you to lane 12, junior majors to lane 11. You are running right after sportsman. JEG'S Super Quick, stand by for Q1. JEG'S Super Quick, stand by for Q1. You will follow the junior dragsters after their time run opportunity. So Jeffrey Ramey with the 2015 Bright Orange Ram out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And Caden Fields out of the junior dragster ranks with the black pickup truck with the green flames decorating the side of his racing machine will occupy the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. This is Sportsman, time trial number 1. These bracket classes will be able to have 2 time runs today. And this does start out the Browns Oil Service points season for our Summit racing part of our program. Working their way to a track. Team representative at the Division III ET Finals here in the middle of September. And Jeff Ramey with a 002 foot braking out of that Dodge Ram. And 1689 at 62 miles an hour for Jeff Ramey. 1250, 107 miles an hour is Caden Fields' numbers. Jim Barrett, the 2008 Dodge RT out of Indianapolis, Indiana, pulling into the right side of the beams. And out of the Wisman Racing Stable, our Challenger. And a 1369 for the Challenger, 98 miles an hour. Jim Barrett's Dodge RT, 1502 at 95 miles an hour. Here comes Chad Eaton doing double duty this weekend. Chad, a former track champion right here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park in that same 85 Silver Monte Carlo. Chris Walker, first gen Camaro, it's a beauty. We'll be running alongside. So Chad Eaton operating out of the left lane. Chris Walker, 005, doing the foot brake part of his job at the starting line in that 67 Camaro. Chad Eaton on the red side. 1168, 114 miles an hour for Chad Eaton. Also runs down at Terre Haute, down at the drag strip down there. Chris Walker, 1182 at 110 miles an hour. Here's Brandy Eaton, the other half of the Chad Eaton racing team. Brandy out of Paris, Illinois. 99 Camaro. Angelo Taylor, the 84 Horizon. It has over 300,000 miles on the odometer of that race car. Angelo has a lot of fun with the Matchbox. Angelo, a decorated racer. Well, there's not too much he hasn't done. And he's got a lot of trophies at home to keep the dust off of in his spare time when he's not driving race cars of various manufacturers. Nice, clean, and green. Angelo's 016 leaving the starting line. Brandy Eaton will stay out front through the quarter of a mile in that 99 Camaro, and Brandy runs 14:08 at 99 miles an hour. Angelo in the Matchbox, 16:37 at 80 miles per hour. Adam Sobiek's 88 Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Adam looks to the right. There's Dave Kopcheska's 94 Camaro. Dave, I did the best I can with your name. Dave's got a fast Camaro. He's just about to the finish line with a 1093 time slip at 122 miles an hour, and Adam follows across with the Dakota truck, 1340 at 101 miles an hour. Hey, my weekend's not complete, Dennis, unless I have a dragon wagon on the property, and there's Jeff Jennings' 81 Town & Country Chrysler out of Indianapolis. Left side, Steve Knightley's 81 Camaro. Hey, don't forget, juniors, we do need you because we will be running out of sportsman cars here momentarily. Junior minors, you should already be in lane 12. Junior majors, you should be in lane 11. JEG'S super quick, this is your standby call. JEG'S super quick, that was a short standby call. Will says bring them to lane 15 and 16. JEG'S super quick, Q1. Go ahead and bring them up to lane 15 and 16. How about Jeff Jennings? 20:01, 68 miles an hour in the wagon. And Steve leading the horsepower band down there with a Camaro, 1248, 109 miles an hour. Autumn Moore with that blue 79 Camaro parked on the right side. And Dennis Cherry, he's got a color of a car that everybody likes to see at the bottom of the tree when you leave. That's a 2011 Challenger. Dennis Cherry with that Challenger. We'll see the finish line first. 1167, 115 miles an hour. Autumn Moore 79 blue Camaro, 1277 at 105 miles per hour. Dave Brumley. That is a Dodge Super Bee. And yes, it's got a Hemi. Bree Brewer, 2008 Mustang out of Lebanon, Indiana. And it's got a Ford under the hood. That makes sense. Ford Mustang, Ford motor. Dodge Super Bee with a Hemi. Life is good. So it looks like we've got a little bit of activity going on down there at the deep end. All right, we're clear now. Just had to wait for a race car to sneak off the track down there. I know they have fun going down the racetrack, but you got to give it up for the next pair. There's Dave and Bree. Brumley's Hemi. Putting that Super Bee across the finish line first, 1278, 98 miles an hour. Bree Brewer's Mustang, 1572 at 86 miles an hour. And here comes Travis Booth out of that Booth racing team out of Trafalgar, Indiana, 86 Mustang, and Tom Schimmel's Challenger. All right, Travis Booth, 1275, 103 miles an hour with the Mustang. Tom Schimmel, 1456 at 95 miles an hour. How about Gabby Brewer's 96 red Camaro in the right lane? Jerry Gray with the 70 Dart, got that black vinyl top to go with it. That was customary in the 70s on a lot of the production cars. And Jerry swings a 1550, 86 mile an hour run down there. Gabby Brewer's Camaro, 1594 at 86 miles an hour. Hopefully my junior minors are in 12. Majors, you should be in 11. JEG'S super quick, we're ready for you. Second call to lane 15 and 16 for Q1. Trent Hirsch, 75 Omega. Dave Russell, 74 Duster. All right, Dave Russell, 1243, 106, 1214, ET 109 for Trent's Omega. How about a 74 Grand Am? This is one of the larger body styles of the Grand Am. Troy in the Dodge SRT lane. He looks to the left. Coy Benge. That's a 1967 Belvedere out of Stilesville, Indiana. And Dennis, I love drag racing, but the car show is just extra bonus when we come to the drag races. So Troy, another one of them versatile drivers, as Dennis shares. Troy runs Comp Eliminator and in stock. All right.
Heads up, baby. You're in stock on.
How about that? We like heads up, don't we? How about that? Side by side down there. Who's going to sneak the bumper across first? Well, it was Coy. Yep. Coy gets the bragging rights. 1180, 113, 1249, 106 for Troy Galbraith in the Grand Am. Daner Maurer, 22 Challenger out of Pittsboro, Indiana. We know somebody famous that lives out of Pittsboro. Jeff Stillebauer, Waldron, Indiana, 99 Explorer. Hey, I love sportsman class. Run what you brung. As long as you pass tech, have all the equipment you need. If you ever wanted to go down the racetrack, this is the class to jump into, Dennis.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is where you want to be if you're the novice racer. Folks out here in the stands, you want to get out here and bring your car out and go drag racing, sportsman category for you. But I got to tell you, the highlight of the day so far for me, doesn't sound like a lot to most people out there, but a pair of end-stock automatics on the line for a heads-up race with Troy Galbraith running down side by side. That's pretty cool. You know, during Lucas Oil events, which is coming up, 2 weeks, I think, our NHRA North Central Division
Yes, sir.
Lucas Oil race right here at the famed IRP. We're going to run everything from stock eliminator. The one thing we're not running this race is alcohol. As you know, the alcohol cars will be back with Cletus and cars the week after. But when it comes to North Central Division, Lucas Oil Racing, stock eliminator is one of the coolest classes when you talk about a car show. And we just saw evidence of that with here comes one up the staging like ground, the Mopar, the in-stock automatic Mopar coming up the fire-up lane there. And Troy Galbraith will follow here in a minute as soon as he picks up his ET slip. When you put two class eliminator cars in the same category and it's heads up, throw all the dial-ins out the window, they're running for the money, and that's really cool racing right there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been involved in that, and, you know, you would think it would be somebody bringing up some great birthday cake or something would get the tower excited, but you take a heads-up stock eliminator race, the tower just goes crazy.
Oh, yeah. You'll see a lot of it here, especially here at the U.S. Nationals. Class racing is king here at the U.S. Nationals for stock, super stock, as well as sports nationals over in National Trail Raceway. We run class eliminations out there. And, man, I got to tell you, it's just really, really, really cool. And here comes Troy Galbraith back up the fire-up lane with his end-stock automatic Pontiac. And some of the stuff you'll see at the Lucas Oil races, everything from stock eliminator, super street, super gas, super comp. And, of course, the fast cars like we're going to see out here this afternoon. We're getting our super quick cars lined up out in staging lanes. A lot of our guys like Phil Oakley, who just rolled up there. We'll see our top dragster guys out here as well. So if you're fans of NHRA Lucas Oil Racing, don't forget, a couple of weeks we got it coming your way here at the famed Indianapolis Raceway.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and I think they're going to do some testing on Thursday to get acclimated to the racetrack. So, hey, that's your invitation.
Praying for some good weather. Well, we continue on round one time session here. Sportsman category, Bob Bird making his way down left side of the racetrack, a local runner out of Avon, Indiana. The Chevrolet Blazer taking on the Wrangler out of Speedway. Corey Ashenfelter making his way down the right side of the racetrack. Bob Bird's going to get there first. He'll run 12:02 at 111 miles an hour, and it's a 15:99 pass for the man in the Wrangler at 85 miles an hour.
How about this classic look on the right side? Bubba Mahiran, 67 Galaxy 500. You know that's a heavy car, but it's been in the winner's circle here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that's not an old cop car out there on the left side of the racetrack. Holden English out of Metcalf, Illinois, and the Grand Marquis. I had one of those cars, the most boring car you ever drove, but man, it's reliable. And you know, somebody else used to run one of those cars. It was Dr. Dirt over at St. Louis, who used to go to the airport and rent one and go race Street Eliminator with it.
Yep. I imagine those rode pretty good down the highway.
Oh, well, great. I mean, it was rode too good. It was like being in a parade float.
In other words, you'd go to sleep driving that down the highway.
Well, how about Bubba Murrin taking a shot at the tree off the foot brake? 005 red, 023 reaction time for Holden. I got to tell you, this is bottom bulb racing. This is foot brake racing, and that's pretty good reaction times. 16:08 comes up for Holden English on the left side of the racetrack at 86 miles an hour, and Bubba Murrin's going to run it out to a 13:03, 102 miles an hour. A couple of Mustangs rolling up here for your Mustang bragging rights. Check this out. Kim Deffenbaugh and her 18 Mustang, the Coyote car, alongside of Joe Tillman. He's starting his burnout here on the tower side of the racetrack here in this 016 Mustang. Local hero out of Brownsburg. So Joe Tillman and Kim Deffenbaugh. Scott watching on out there. This is going to be fun to watch.
So Tillman, our sportsman track champion of our Browns Oil Service ET Bracket Series last year, trying to defend his title. That's hard to do. Okay, Tillman, 1171, 116 miles an hour, stuck the bumper first out there in his white Mustang. Kim Deffenbaugh steps through 1180, 120 miles an hour with the 18 Mustang. How about Daisy Pickett, 67 Camaro right side, Mike Wallen, the Malibu, sneaking up over there on the Johnson horsepower garage lane. All right, again, final call, junior minors. If you're not 12, you need to be. Final call, junior majors, lane 11. JEG'S Super Quick, lane 15 and 16, Q1. All right, 009, Daisy Pickett out of the 67 Camaro right side. Good, as Dennis mentioned, foot braking at its finest there. Mike Wallen, not too bad either.
Well, Ronnie, when you talk about foot braking and racers that do it, there are not too many better in the business than this gentleman right here, young Joey Shipp. Ray Skillman, Chevrolet Nova. Car runs stock automatic. I believe J-stock is Joey's indicator. He took the numbers off the side of the car, or the letters off the side of the car. So we're not sure what Joey's going to do this year. But I'm going to say it's probably going to fall into J automatic category. Let's see what he can do right here now at bracket racing mode. Goes a little bit red, hikes the front tires just a little bit there. Stuffs it into high gear, and he'll stop the clocks in elapsed time at 11:27, 116 miles an hour.
The versatile driver in Super Gas, you'll find him, and already this year at the Baby Gators in Gainesville was runner-up in Super Gas.
Well, Ronnie, we can put a period on round one, time session, the sportsman category. Looks like we're going to get in and run some junior dragsters here. This is, once again, your bracket program out here. I'm pretty sure this is a field that you're more familiar with than I am. So I'm going to let you ramble on here about junior dragsters. I'll sit back and get an education from you.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dennis. This is a lot of the future of the sport of drag racing. And, Dennis, it's just very common anymore. A lot of these successful racers, from sportsmen all the way up to the touring professionals, they went through this junior dragster program, and it's not uncommon. They bring it, and they're ready when they get to the bigger cars.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, you can walk around the staging lanes, and I'll talk to guys my age that are out here racing, been doing it forever. And I got to tell you, man, they've gotten to really regret these junior dragster kids, because they roll up and they'll spank them every time, because they're just sharp as a whip and know every inch of the racetrack. You learn it sitting on your butt going down the track. You figure your way out to the finish stripe, especially when you're running eighth-mile races. These kids that come out of junior dragsters, they're running eighth mile. They know where their finish line is.
Well, here's what I get a kick out of, and I get to talk to the parents occasionally. You know, these kids age out eventually. And I said, hey, watch out. You're going to lose your ride, Dad. You're going to lose your ride, Mom, because the kids are going to want the keys to your car. All right, Kinley Dar, working through the license process. And Dennis, you got to start somewhere. Now, when we were growing up as kids, it was go-karts, mini bikes, dirt bikes. If we would have had this opportunity, oh, who knows? Who knows? But these kids do have these opportunities. All right. And the Dar family, I believe that's Kyle out there. He drives a dragster in the Super Pro class, getting the next generation started, 1473, 45 miles an hour. It's not how fast you go, it's getting acclimated to having a car next to you eventually, having competition, maybe learning to work on the race car. And it's something families can do together. All right, this is, I believe we're going to start out with our majors here. And again, Deary Automotive on board again for the junior dragster class. Luke May Small and Jaden Nance will start us out. A couple of half-scale chassis dragsters. John Nance, the tuner for Jaden over here on the right side of the racetrack out of Pendleton, Indiana. And Luke May Small out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Luke May, a regular here, has won some races here, was in a couple finals last year with a win and a runner-up, is Luke May Small in the Johnson Horsepower Garage Lane. They do run 8th mile, and as the kids get older, they get to go faster.
She told
Our 2022 Junior Minor Track Champion here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park, Jaden Nance, starts down the Dodge SRT lane. And Jaden, 784, 79 miles an hour, and Luke May Small, 799 at 81 miles an hour. So Jaden Nance back to defend his Junior Minor Track Championship, but guess what? He's moved up into the majors, so he's going to have to maybe cut some new territory in the major side of things, and the competition is definitely there. All right, again, a couple of our mystery cars in our junior dragster ranks. We'll just sit back and let them collect that first time slip, Dennis, as the Knapp family, Englishtown, New Jersey. You were just talking about that when junior started, basically sending these down the track as an exhibition. I believe that's what happened in 1990.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to interject here into the conversation was, we look at the junior dragsters and we're seeing young kids getting these little cars and go down the track. And I was just standing there thinking, boy, back in the 90s when the Knapp family out of Englishtown come up with this idea of this junior dragsters, I'm really quite sure that they thought, hey, we get these little dragsters for these little kids so they can have fun, get them started on the path of drag racing, get some interest in the sport. All they got to do is pull the rope, get it running, let the kids hit the throttle and go. And I know for a fact that they had no idea what the tuning nightmare would be on these junior dragsters. And these fathers and mothers that are crew chief in these junior dragsters, when you first get into this class, you're going to get an education on tuning these cars. And I really wasn't cognizant of all the tuning ins and outs of these junior dragsters. And I got my buddy out here, Dave Shabandi, who's got his daughter out here running. And he struggled. It's hard. I mean, you got to make a friend. Make a friend that's got a junior dragster if you're going to tune these things,
Yep. Well, this is Tony Virgilio, a second-generation racer. Tony runs in Super Pro, our Super Pro track champion last year. On the left side, Grady Wiggins out of Alvaton, Kentucky on the right side. Grady runs with a series called the Midwest Junior Super Series, and that travels around the Midwest, and he was the junior sportsman, picked up a win over there in Sykeston, Missouri at Jeffers Motorsports Park. So they do travel around like the bigger cars, too. Tony Virgilio picking up his first win last year, and was that an exciting day. We see it right in front of the tower in the winner's circle.
Well, right now, Tony's going to go 788, 82 miles an hour. Grady stops the clock a little bit quicker at 782, 83 miles an hour. Hey, here's somebody, one of my junior people that I happen to know. That's Ava Valencia. Her father, Frankie, crew chief on the car. Both of them out of Frankfort, Illinois. And she'll stage up alongside of Sam Arthur. Arthur comes out of Martinsville, Indiana. Half-scale chassis dragster. Tim, the owner on the car. A couple of wins back in 21 and a win in 22. Bracket runner-up at IRP here on his birthday.
Yeah.
Big day for Sam Arthur. Tatum Sims and Pettigrew, the associates, the sponsor on the car. Ava and her dad here on the Dodge SRT side. Frankie's out here in bracket competition this weekend, just doing a warm-up. He runs up in the northern tracks there, 41 and Byron and Cordova, those tracks like that. Route 66 when they're racing. Pretty good old racer there. Now we're watching his daughter step into the seat. This is kind of cool. Here comes the tree. Away they go. Sam Arthur, a little bit better reaction time. Shows that he's got a little bit of prowess on the starting line there with an 0:55 reaction time. Runs it out to an 8:01, 82 miles an hour, and Ava goes 795, 81 miles an hour.
Well, you'd mentioned Sam Arthur, runner-up on his birthday. This is dog-eat-dog when you're racing. I don't care if it's your birthday or not. I remember who blew out his birthday candles that day, but I'm not going to mention any names. Shanna Douglas, Douglas Racing Team, Greenfield, Indiana, and how about Shelby Hall? They got some few cars here they'll be putting down the racetrack this weekend. I don't know how Rusty keeps up with the Yellow Mustang and the Junior, and he likes to race too, but sometimes he has to park his car and work on the rest of them. We had that Stars and Stripes challenge here in Shelby Hall, picking up a win in the 890 Index class, and that will be back this year. It's on our schedule.
Well, Shelby's no stranger to the winner's circle here at IRP's. A win at the bracket in 22, another index race, majors in 22. Won the Stars and Stripes Challenge, as you were saying, Ron. Runner-up at a couple of bracket races here last year as well. So she knows her way to the racetracks. Very, very, very capable runner here.
Well, I know the Stars and Stripes Challenge, Terry Vance from the Vance and Hines motorcycle group was very instrumental in getting the Stars and Stripes Challenge race going here last year, and they'll be back again this year. 8 flat for Shelby Hall at 81 miles an hour out of the left side of the racetrack. Shanna Douglas 784 at 82 miles an hour. Let's bring up a couple more. JEG'S super quick. Hopefully you've found your way to lane 15 and 16. It's Q1. Eli Wiggins, Mia Rybarski. Mia over there on the left side was our Indiana State Championship winner, sponsored by a corrugated supply company, Renegade Race Fuels, Red Oaks Landscaping, Sights on Solutions, Advertising Concepts. Mia out knocking on doors, obtaining sponsorship. Rick Rybarski has parked his dragster for a while, and he's very involved as crew chief for Mia Rybarski's junior dragster over there on the left side. Eli Wiggins, a decorated racer. Trevor and Jamie Wiggins, the crew chief for Eli's ride out of Alvaton, Kentucky, over there on the right side of the racetrack. Eli was a runner-up at the Eastern Conference Finals for the age 13 group last year there at Bristol Dragway. And that is a prestigious race for the junior dragster racers, the conference finals. And Eli puts a 13 reaction time out there, 787 in the right lane, 83 miles an hour. 796 also at 83 miles an hour is Rick and Mia Rybarski's half-scale junior dragster race car. Levi Rooksbury out of Brazil, Indiana, in the right lane. Van Swearingen's Avon, Indiana-based half-scale team. Aaron Swearingen, the crew chief for Van, over there on the left side. Kenny Rooksbury is the crew chief for Levi. He's guiding him up there to the pre-stage area. Levi picking up a win here in the minor class at Lucas Oil Raceway last year during one of our Brown's Oil Service bracket races. They were pretty stoked about that day. Van Swearingen, he's ready to go. Ooh, Van was really aggressive on the trees. 005 on the red side, but hey, it's part of drag racing. 889, 74 miles an hour for Van. Levi Rooksbury turns an 867, 75 mile an hour pass out of that half-scale race car. I believe we're going to switch gears here. This is our minors. This is our younger group, as part of our Deary Automotive Junior Dragster sponsored classes. This is Landon Rooksbury. This is why Kenny's had to park his race car. He's got two siblings running the majors and minors. All right, Jamison Quinn will be up out of Noblesville, Indiana. That's a little town northeast of Indianapolis in that Mike Boz chassis. Tony Quinn is the crew chief for Jamison over there on the left side. And
So Jamison Quinn making his way down the left side of the racetrack. He'll get there first at 8:79, 74 miles an hour, and alongside of Landon Rooksbury at 9:83, 68 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair. Junior dragsters, Emma Burge out of Lebanon, Indiana. Former runner-up here at the famed Indianapolis Raceway Park, and staging up alongside of Wyatt Ray, Martinsville, Indiana-based motivational chassis dragster. Wyatt here on the tower side. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need pro to the staging lanes, please. Pro stage to the staging lanes, lanes 17 and 18.
Hey, buddy. I just talked to Jerry. I said, I seen your car, but I didn't see you guys. I said, I went by your
Now comes Nick Barnett out of Brazil, Indiana. His boss chassis dragster, Bob and Jewel Smith, the owners on the car, out there on the left side of the racetrack, and brings up Riley Sherbandi. Father Dave overseeing that operation, comes out of my hometown, Port, Indiana. It's one of Dean McElvain's creation of 2016 McElvain chassis dragster. It's a really nice little piece there with a Blossom motor in it. So Riley Sherbandi, Nick Barnett. A little bit better reaction time for Riley. She makes her way down the Dodge side of the racetrack, runs 896, 73 miles an hour. Nick's goes through at 1197, 53 miles an hour. Looks like Dave Sherbandi finally figured out tune-up on that little alcohol motor, and it took him a little bit to figure it out. When I was talking to you about tuning these things, it's not as easy as you would think. It's not pulling a rope and letting the bricks of Stratton go.
Yep. Well, here's a big key challenge for them very light race cars. It's the headwinds. And if they're not sustained headwinds, they pull their hair out trying to dial them cars. They're so light, and the headwind really affects them. I got Tucker Paulson, Fillmore, Indiana, on the right side. Asher Murphy out of Franklin, Indiana. They're next. So 5 horsepower, that's their base block, and within the confines of the rules, I guess anything goes. That's pretty much the way I look at it. And boy, have they come a long way since 1990 when they first were introduced, as you were talking earlier.
Yeah, it's pretty much kind of top sportsman, top dragster-esque in junior dragster racing if you want to, but don't go too fast. You're going to get your hand slapped,
Yep.
for your age group. So,
Yep.
other than that, pretty much anything goes. I don't think we've allowed Nitro to run yet.
They can start at 5 years old, but not in competition. They must go down the racetrack on their own to kind of get them acclimated. And then when you're 6 years old, you can start going into competition with people next door trying to turn on wind lights.
So we take a look now at Asher Murphy and Tucker Paulson. Asher out left side of the racetrack, Franklin, Indiana, hometown. Hardin's chassis dragster, mom and dad overseeing that operation. And Tucker Paulson here at the tower side of the racetrack, comes out of Fillmore, Indiana. 23 Assassin chassis. And that's a new chassis for me. Is that something you're familiar with? The Assassin chassis for junior dragsters?
Well, I can tell you one thing. It just sounds so cool when you're like, hey, I've got an Assassin chassis and you're in trouble.
Yeah, if I'm a little kid, that's pretty cool stuff. Okay, it's a 905, 74 miles an hour for Tucker. It's a 1213, 53 miles an hour for Asher. That's going to bring up our next pair. Looks like it's going to be Wyatt Morgan and Dylan Douglas. Wyatt out there in the JHG side of the racetrack. Mooresville, Indiana, the hometown. They got a motivational chassis dragster. It's something we're familiar with, or at least I am.
Yep.
And get some help from Wayne Duerstock. Dylan Douglas here on the tower side of the racetrack comes from Greenfield. He's staging up here. Beautiful paint jobs on some of these cars. And both cars side by side out here, we look at them now, they got gorgeous paint jobs. It looks like Todd's Extreme Paint kind of jobs,
Yeah. Well, Dylan Douglas pulled it into the winner's circle here a couple years ago. Probably like to do it again today, but we got some pretty tough competition and the youngsters here journeying down the racetrack. It's all about getting the numbers and the information, and then you got to pull your hair out trying to figure out how to dial it when it counts. .865, 76 miles an hour for Dylan Douglas over there on the right side. Wyatt Morgan and the motivational chassis, 1406, 44 miles an hour. Motivational chassis has been around for quite a while. One of the, I would say, companies that's been around since about the inception of junior dragsters. And Kanan Morgan. Wayne Duerstock, driver here in our bracket program, is part of the crew down there with Misty Duerstock. Kanan Morgan raising Kane over there in the Johnson Horsepower Garage Lane. We'll go solo, and that'll wrap us up. Dennis, it's about JEG'S Super Quick Q1 time, and boy, are we going to turn up the noise and put some good numbers down there.
Yeah, I ain't going to lie, man. I'm pretty excited about this. I've been looking forward to this first round of qualifying. Actually, all week this week. I just got back from my home down in Florida this weekend and got the yard work done, and all I can think about was getting down here to Indy and starting the race season. This isn't a typical race for me. As you know, Ron, I'm typically here with Lucas Oil Division 3 guys. I'm part of the North Central certification team, but I got really excited about this. I got excited about hearing some high horsepower cars and smelling some racing gas and seeing a lot of my old friends and for the start of the season. And so I'm really excited about the Super Quick Series getting kicked off with the first round of qualifying coming at us.
Well, you talk about getting exciting, and these winters are long. So Alan Reinhardt goes over to the Middle East, and they were over to a nice facility over there, and he stepped outside the suites so we could hear the race cars going down the track in the middle of the wintertime, and it's like, oh, thank you for that.
Well, I got a little out in front of it this year. I was fortunate enough to spend my winter down around Bradenton, so I went out to the Bradenton track this winter, and I managed to make it out to the Baby Gators, went to the Gator Nationals, and again saw a bunch of friends from Division 3 down there. And so now we're back home in our own division. It's time to start the race season, and what better way to kick it off is first round of qualifying in the Super Quick Series.
We're going to do a little rubbing on the racetrack, so stand by. We will get to Q1. They'll have 2 sessions. Pro cars, your final time run session, we go ahead and call you up to 17 and 18 if you're not already there. But this gets exciting. We'll have 2 sessions to see who's going to take care and stand down here and earn that Firecracker Performance Low Qualifier Award. They already got started down there at Worldwide Technology. Mother Nature chopped one day away from them, but I think Jay Oakley was the last person standing when all the dust settled down there.
Yeah, you are correct. As I talked to Phil this morning, Jay picked up the win down there, and the one good day they did get in. So guess who's leading the points right now? We got some fast door cars on the real estate today. A couple of cars come in to do some testing. I've seen the Stott Mustang sitting out there, and I talked to Mark and Deidre with their Mustang. They're getting ready. They're top sportsman Division III folks. They're going to probably do some testing here. I know Mark's testing some new tires. Not sure what Stott's testing, but we'll find out a little bit more about them. It's going to be fun here. We're going to get quick with the dragsters, and we're going to have some top sportsman cars here testing as well. So that'll be pretty cool.
Well, looks like Brown's Oil Service, they've got the alcohol barn closed up down there. I believe they are scheduled back here in the morning about 9 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, they'll be here till 1. So, but the prepay pumps are still available down there for your racing gasoline needs. Brought to you by Brown's Oil Service. They do sponsor our bracket series, presented by Comfort Suites out of Brownsburg. If you have not been to the Comfort Suites, they are right in the middle of remodeling over there, but we were able to stay there a weekend ago, and you'll have to go by sometime if you're in the area and you need a hotel. Brown's Oil Service sponsoring our bracket program, and Comfort Suites, the presenting sponsor, and Comfort Suites over there in Brownsburg. You'll have to go take a look at the new remodeling project over there if you need a hotel for the weekend or some other activities that brings you to the Brownsburg area. Step into Brownsburg's Comfort Suites and check out the remodeling over there. You will be surprised in a pleasant way. When it comes to bulk fuel and oil delivery service, Brown's Oil Service is the leader in the industry for the Indianapolis area. They specialize in job site fueling, fleet fueling, home heating oil, on-site storage for a wide range of petroleum products. And again, they'll be back here again 9 o'clock in the morning with the alcohol fuel barn open. Just a reminder, RFC Chapel service, 9 o'clock in the morning, 3rd floor of the Parks Tower in one of the suites. You're more than welcome. All are invited. Hugh Goodale, I'm pretty sure we'll be conducting that service in the morning. The Firecracker Performance program, as part of the JEG'S Super Quick Series, they are responsible for awarding the prizes there for the low qualifier in the JEG'S Super Quick Series, but they do have a point structure. Points are collected through the racing season of the JEG'S Super Quick Series, and then right here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park in the middle of the fall, we will have our 8-car Firecracker Performance shootout based on the points that are earned through the racing season. And it's always a great race within a race during the final race. And usually the JEG'S Super Quick champion goes down to the final race, as it did last year when Phil Oakley was our JEG'S Super Quick winner, champion for 2022. All right, here they come. 450 is the max they can run to be the number one qualifier. If you run quicker than that, you're cycled to the bottom of the ladder. So let's get started, Dennis. Take it away.
Okay, Ron, here's a pair to draw to. It's Greg Gaskin and Christy Gaskin. Greg over on the left side of the racetrack. Couple of racers out of Indianapolis. Greg hails from Indianapolis. Little help from Lisa, overseeing that operation. Christy Gaskin here out of Cicero, Indiana. Her racecraft chassis dragster, 565 big block Chevrolet. Family bragging rights on the line here. First round of qualifying in the Super Quick. Going to beat Greg and Lisa Gaskin watching over here on the tower side of the racetrack.
Well, I'll just add a little bit to the color here as Greg Gaskin has been #1 qualifier right here at Lucas Oil Raceway about 3 years ago, ran 4,500. So very capable of doing that. And I am going to go out on a limb and I'd say we're going to see a 4,500 in this group.
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen it. 4,500 dead on during qualifying in the Super Pro class and bracket category. We're going to see 4,500s. We're going to see somebody go a little bit quicker. As you talked about earlier, they're going to go to the bottom of the list. Right now, 3 years, there's a lot of difference. 3 years he was #1 qualifier. There's a lot of technology out there and a lot of baby blowers out there now. So we'll see. A little bit quick off the tree. That's okay. It's a qualified pass. Goes 007 red. 456. Good enough. Put him in a program at 153 miles an hour. And there's your 5 flat at 136. Chris D. Gaskin. So Ken Carson coming up here on the tower's left side of the racetrack. Out of Lebanon, Ohio. Miller chassis dragster. He's got one of those 632 Phil Oakley sniper motors in there with a baby blower, I believe. Yes, I can see blower restraints on it. Ken Carson, a 54-year-old truck driver, staging up alongside of this dragster here on the SRT side. Flash of yellow and green, it's game on. Problems for Carson, he'll sit still. Looks like the car's just not wanting to leave the starting line. He'll idle her on down. It's Dodge SRT side goes 456, 153 miles an hour. So Ken Carson apparently rolled the beam and he'll idle her on down and we'll shut it off early, roll off the left side of the racetrack, and that'll set up the stage for the next pair of competitors here as we continue on to qualifying. First round qualifying session right here. JEG'S Super Quick Series here at IRP. Race number 2 for JEG'S Super Quick Series as the points start to accumulate for the 2023 season already. Logan Jameson and Tony Royer getting set and ready to go. Burnouts are complete. Logan's on the left side of the racetrack out of Boonville, Indiana. Racecraft chassis dragster, naturally aspirated 565 cubic inch entry. 20-year-old drag racer taking on Tony Royer. Man out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Spitzer chassis dragster with 598 big block, another naturally aspirated entry. Retired refrigerator technician, 67-year-old Tony Royer. Taking a look down the Dodge SRT side by side they'll go at the stripe. It's a pair of 453s. Actually a pair of 453s with a 9. That's pretty good side by side racing. 153 and 152 miles an hour. Logan Jameson will get the nod just via the mile an hour. This brings up Scott Carman and Chris Carrico. Scott Carman backing up with the burnout out of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Nelson chassis dragster. Taking on Chris Carrico, the Fort Wayne, Indiana-based runner. Another big cubic inch motored car, 632 cubic inch entry here in the Dodge SRT lane. Right now in qualifying, Logan Jameson, #1 with that 453, and Tony Royer right alongside with the 453 with a 9 mile an hour made the difference. 1 and 2 is Logan and Tony. Let's see how Scott Carman, Chris Carrico match up.
Carrico #4 in the points chase when the season was over last year would like to step on up the ladder. Scott Carman's been doing this for a while in the series.
Well, top end of the racetrack, it says Scott Carman's going to get down through there first. 456 at 149 miles an hour, but right alongside with a 457 comes Chris Carrico at 151 miles an hour. Bob Pros, Nick Eisenhower. Here's a pair to draw to. These are a couple of guys that matched up more than 1 or 2 times here in competition at the Lucas Oil races. Top category right now. They're qualifying for, of course, the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Bob Pros, the body man, body shop owner out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Miller Chassis Dragster, 632. Nick Eisenhower here in the tower side of the racetrack, comes out of Brownsburg. American Chassis Dragster, big block, 648 cubic inch entry. Father Roy overseeing that operation and doing the tuning on it. These kids have got a lot of wins under their belt, so this is a pretty good pair to draw to. It's going to be fun to watch.
Nick Eisenhower, our Super Comp Division III champion last year.
Oh yeah, it's Nick or it's Devin. One of those guys are going to win something somewhere when they show up at the racetrack, no doubt about it.
6th out too quick.
A little bit too quick for Nick. 49 with a 4 for Nick Eisenhower. Puts him down the bottom of the ladder, but 009 reaction time, so it tells you Nick's got some game. He's just going to have to slow it down just a little bit. Bob Pros goes through 452. Nice and solid pass for Bob Pros at 154 miles an hour. That'll put Bob into about the number 1 spot right now. We still got a lot of cars to get down the track, but right now Bob Pros moves right up in the number 1 qualifying position. Well, and you saw Nick go down the track, or should be looking at Devin Eisenhower. I got Nick coming up on my screen, but I'm pretty sure that's Devin behind the wheel of the American Chassis Dragster out there left side of the racetrack. And Roger Cheney, Gator, Illinois-based runner. He'll run 458, 151 miles an hour. It's a 450 pass for Nick Eisenhower. That's going to put him right up to the number 1 qualifying spot at $155. So it's Nick and Bob and Logan. I'm sorry, Devin. We're going to fix that. That was Devin Eisenhower. And Devin Eisenhower right now in the number 1 spot for qualifying here. Greg Rice and Tiffany Rosenbach. Backing up from the burnout, the left side of the racetrack, Greg Rice out of Maryland Heights, Maryland. 55-year-old service rider. One of the rare Ford entries. Billet 615 block. Greg and Marcia, all the way out of Maryland. Division 5 cars. Tiffany Busenbar. So Maryland Heights, Missouri. Thanks Warren Evans for being on point here. Division 5 car comes out of Missouri. Tiffany Busenbar, Center Point, Indiana base runner. 09 Racecraft Chassis Dragster, 540 big block. Here we go. High gear charge now down towards the finish line. Another one, Greg Rice, 6th out too quick, runs 494 with a 4, 149 miles an hour, and that's going to put him down at the bottom of the ladder. 453 for Tiffany, 153 miles an hour. That moves her up to the top of the ladder, puts her in number 3 qualifying position. So it's Nick and Bob Pros, Devin and Bob Pros and Tiffany Busenbar.
So if we take the standing sheet and just turn it upside down, they're number 1 qualifier then. But we don't do that. 450, that's the max you can go for number 1.
So the burnout's complete for Rick Hughes and Jonathan Wagner. Rick Hughes out the left side of the racetrack, comes out of Fishers, Indiana. Pure chassis dragster with a 615 cubic inch big block Chevrolet, taking on Jonathan Wagner. Racecraft chassis car, Phil Oakley, 632 horsepower, out of Chandler, Indiana. No numbers are going to come up for Jonathan Wagner. He left before the tree was operated, so it's going to be Rick Hughes motoring on to 459, 152, good enough. Jonathan Wagner knows he rolled the beam. He shut it off on an 8-second pass.
So Devin still sits at the top of the hill.
So we're talking about the magic number of being 450 from number 1 to number 11 qualifier are all 450 something. Rick Hughes down to number 11 with a 459, all the way up to the top with Devin Eisenhower at 450 with a 9.
Well, it was nice of Devin to leave 9 thou in there to slip around it.
Got to have some wiggle room.
Yep.
Steve Hedger Jr. now. JEG'S side of the racetrack, undercover chassis dragster, another one of the rare Ford entries. Billet block 632 Ford, comes out of Independence, Kentucky. Taking on Jeremiah Hall. Evansville, Indiana-based runner Jerry Hall. Of course, the good folks from Firecracker Performance that are putting up the Firecracker Performance Top Qualifier Awards here today. So it's pretty cool stuff here with Jeremiah Hall and Jerry Hall. We're very, very proud to have them back on board again to support our JEG'S Super Quick Series.
Well, Jeremiah Hall, a 4-time shootout winner, putting up the money, and Jeremiah 450 with a 1 goes to the top of the hill, leaving 1 thou left for somebody else.
Absolutely. Puts him up number 1. Tough break for Steve Hedger. He car rocked back out of the beams apparently. He's going to idle out and down. He'll try to come back around the next round of qualifying. Good pass. Great showing for Jeremiah Hall. Always like to see our sponsors do well.
You bet. Oh, there's the man.
Absolutely. Megan Miller out there backing up to the burnout, left side of the racetrack, comes out of Catlin, Illinois. Rodney and Mary Miller, the owners, crew chief Rodney Miller. Of course, none other than our very own Phil Oakley, Flip, as we like to call him. Flip out of Kentucky-based runner, Miller chassis dragster, of course, Oakley horsepower. Phil Oakley, the reigning champion here, the JEG'S Super Quick Series for 2022. Looking to do the same here today. Also, proud father Jay Oakley, who won last weekend out of Gateway. Man, it puts a lot of horsepower down a track. Phil's got probably 27 or so customers here with Oakley horsepower behind him. This is one of those 632 sniper motors that Phil's been putting out of his shop down there. Proud sponsor of the Top Sportsman Series here at Division 3 as well.
Well, Phil Oakley earned the 31 on the side of that car. It went down to the last race, and this series usually does. The last race ends right here, and it usually the points is settled here.
So Megan Miller, Phil Oakley. So it's going to be Nick Nostrada and one of the Peeblers. 459 for Nick Nostrada, good enough at 151 miles an hour. Peebler runs just a little bit too quick. Low ET of the day so far with a 424, 161 miles an hour, but it doesn't do much for his qualifying as he goes to the bottom of the ladder a little bit quicker than the 450.
Well, no surprise the Peeblers can make some power, but that was Al in the seat over there on the right side.
Bears recognition, Al and Blake have both been champions here at Lucas Oil Series and Top Dragster. They're out here running a super quick series, and I guarantee you, I'm thinking if I'm one of the Peeblers, it's more important for me to get a figure out my car and see some good 60-foot times. And if I can win a super quick race, heck, why not? Here comes Blake Peebler right now, former champion here at Division 3, and he'll take on Bob Sargent out there on the left side of the racetrack. Bob comes out of Indianapolis, real estate broker with a Spitzer chassis car. And of course, Blake Peebler, only Illinois-based runner, American chassis dragster. The car makes a lot of steam. He and Julian and the crew. Look at the reaction time for Blake. He's on his game.
Whoa!
001 ball for Blake Peebler. He'll run a little bit too quick though. 402. A lot faster than 450. That'll put him on the bottom of the qualifying heat. 183 miles an hour. That car is making.
I'll tell you what, the
451 for Bob Sargent.
Yep.
That puts him in pretty good form at 158 miles an hour. With the 451, let's see where that puts Bob Sargent goes into number 3. Jeremiah Hall qualified number 1, 450 with a 1. Devin Eisenhower qualified number 2 with a 450. 451 is number 3 spot for Bob Sargent, who just went down the track.
well, Bob was our number 1 qualifier last year, so he'll have another opportunity to maybe get there. All right, Scott Tuttle. This is a new look Scott Tuttle in the turquoise dragster. Go look at the engine power plant on that. It's Einstein's engineering creation.
Well, I like it right now. I'm seeing a cubic inches on a little small block Chevy, a little 327 cubic inch Chevy, and I like that. Braden Bowden is kind of impressive here, stepping up. Dominic and Ann and Braden behind the wheel here. The kid just basically just got out of junior dragster. Now he's qualifying, trying to qualify at least for the Super Quick Series. Not too bad, 458,
Nope.
151 miles an hour
Nice.
for Double B. Cheryl Chassis dragster out of Manuka, Illinois. And I've got to tell you, if I'm Ann Bowden and Dominic Bowden, I got chill bumps right now. I'm pretty proud of that kid coming out of junior dragster and qualifying.
Well, Scott,
JEG'S Super Quick Series.
well, Scott Tuttle still working the bugs out. He just got that car out this year, and he's got some work to do yet. But one thing about racers, they persevere.
Well, that's going to bring up Mike Bagley, backing up from the burnout, out on the left side of the racetrack. Indianapolis base runner. Todd Hill, the crew chief on the car.
That's Bailey Crowell stepping into the JEG'S Super Quick dragster over here on the right side of the racetrack, trying to find his way on the standing list.
So a couple of interesting combinations here. If you look at Mike Bagley's car, it's got one of those superchargers on there. Looks like a Roots type supercharger. And the car here on the Dodge SRT side, Bailey's got a naturally aspirated entry, and they're getting along just fine right down the top end of the
Yep.
track. Look at Bailey. He runs 450, 152 miles an hour. Runs 450 with a 9. That'll put him down to about number 3 at a 445, a little bit too quick for Mike Bagley at 159 miles an hour.
So Bailey's getting his feet wet in the JEG'S Super Quick Series this year, and I'd say he's doing pretty well. Number 3. Yep.
Well, here now comes the lovely and talented Allison Pros. Allison out of the Team Pros, Bobby and Bob Pros, crew out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Honey Creek Collision Center entry, the 20 Miller chassis car, the 632, taking on Tony Atchison. Tony Atchison Sr. comes out of Greenville, Illinois. Atchison's son racing entry here on the tower side of the racetrack. Flash of yellow and green, and it's game on. Better reaction time for Tony with a 006. He'll stop the clocks a little bit quicker at 452, 150 miles an hour. Allison goes 455, 153. That'll put her in the program. She's going to move down.
Right here.
Moves Allison in the number 10 spot. That's going to put her in the program for right now. And here comes Nate. Nate Pros. Another half of the Pros racing entry here in the Super Quick Series. Nathan from Terre Haute, Indiana. Miller chassis car. Another one of those Phil Oakley Sniper motors. 632 entry. Alongside a Jason Bach. Jason out of Eaton, Ohio. Spitzer chassis dragster, brand new entry, brand new Phil Oakley horsepower. So a couple of Oakley 632s on the line. Should be a quick lap. This will be a pretty good pair going down. Let's watch.
Jacob Bach, our winner of our performance shootout here a few years ago at Lucas Oil. Oh, baby, Nathan earned himself a sticker.
Perfect reaction time for Nathan Pros. He'll run 461 at 149 miles an hour. Jacob Bach goes up the top of the ladder with a 450 with a 5 to boot, 156 miles an hour. Going to put Jacob Bach right in number 2 spot for qualifying right now, right behind Jeremiah Hall. Well, here comes a long, tall gentleman out on the left side of the racetrack. That's Ken Story. Thunderstruck dragster out of Seabury, Kentucky. Guy makes his living as a welder. Ken and Shannon, crew out of Seabury, Kentucky, and taking on Ryan Wallace from Edinburgh, Indiana. The 22 Diamond chassis dragster. Another one of those 632 cubic inch inspired dragsters.
Ken Story, 2008 JEG'S Super Quick champion. He's not tired of this series. He's going to say, hey, let's do it this year. Let's make a championship in our house.
He makes his appearance in the Division III top dragster field as well. Real nice guy. You walk up, talk to him, real smooth gentleman. Very nice to everybody he comes in contact with. Right now, he'll run a 457, 152 miles an hour to put him up in the top 10. 462 to 150 miles an hour for Ryan Wallace. He's got some work to do. Here comes J.O., fresh off a win out of Gateway, St. Louis last weekend. Philpott, Ohio-based runner, of course, 632, Bill Oakley-inspired horsepower. Alongside of Brian Castle, worthy chassis dragster. Brian makes his home in Evansville, Indiana. Another big cubic inch car.
So Jay Oakley, 2019 JEG'S Super Quick champion, won that race before we got to the final. Usually it goes down to the last race of the year. Jay Oakley had it sewed up well before the final.
Well, we sat here last year and watched it go to the final race with Phil Oakley last year.
Yeah, that's usually the way it goes. Love this series. Did.
455 for Jay Oakley, 151 miles an hour, put him in the program. 492, 156, Brian Casson. That may not be enough. Let's see where we're at with the 496. And that'll put him in number 24 spot for Brian Casson. I'm sure he's got a little bit more steam. So Chris Sullivan backing up for the burnout on the left side of the racetrack. He comes out of Auburn, Illinois with his racecraft chassis dragster. Another one of those Oakley 632s. Inspiration. He'll take on Ken Simpson. Simpson, the runner out of Cedar Springs, Michigan, here on the tower side of the racetrack.
Ken Simpson, another veteran of the series here with the JEG'S Super Quick. Whoa, baby.
There we go, Chris Sullivan. Good lap for him, 450 with a 9 at 156 miles an hour. Ken Simpson runs it on out to a 455, 151 miles an hour. Chris Sullivan moves into the number 5 spot. The other guy we was talking about earlier on, Hunter Patton. Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. 19 Miller chassis car. 615 cubic inch Chevrolet horsepower. Hunter, Christy Ship, taking a look at this entry. Christy's birthday here today, by the way, happy birthday. And Jake Smith. Jake Smith out of Terre Haute, Indiana, stationed up here on the tower side of the racetrack. Naturally aspirated. Oh, I'm seeing some blower restraints on that car. Couldn't say it's got a puffer as well.
All right, just a reminder, if you're not already there, Pro Cars, your final time run session. You need to be in 17 and 18 if you're not already there. Not too many JEG'S Super Quick competitors left. The 450s, boy, they're knotted up, several of them up there. But, hey, there's room for a 4,500 out there.
Pretty stellar reaction time for Hunter Patton. That'll give you a round or two. He'll run 452 at 152 miles an hour, and a 452 flat for Jake Smith, 153 miles an hour. Jake Smith goes to number 7. Hunter Smith goes down to number 10. That just goes to show you, Ron, how close the qualifying is here today.
This is a great series, and we both have a first love of this series.
Right now, with a few cars left in Super Quick Series, we've got 5 cars with a 450 and something. Pretty good round of qualifying.
Absolutely.
It's
And
going to be tight come competition time.
Oh, we're not done yet. We get to do this again one more time, Q2.
Well, let's take a look now at Darren Douglas out of Greenfield, Indiana, the biomed technician. One of those rare 632 cubic inch Ford billet blocks, alongside of Anthony Smith, runner out of Avon. Big block Chevrolet for inspiration, 598 cubic inches. Brand new American chassis car.
How about a 006 to an 011 as they head down track? There it is.
I got to tell you, Anthony's got to be happy with that new car, the way it works with the 006 reaction time. A little bit quick. He's 5.2 quick, runs 4:45 at 156 miles an hour. Darren Douglas with a pretty good lap, though. He'll run 4:57 at 150 miles an hour, and that'll put him into the puts him up in the top 10 anyway. Here comes now Joe Swanson. Rolling into the water box now. It's left side of the racetrack. Alongside of Dominic Bowden. Joe Swanson, the runner from, how do you say that?
Trafalgar.
Trafalgar. I always said Trafalgar, but it's Trafalgar.
Trafalgar.
Afton Swanson, Joe Swanson, taking a look at the race course here on the left side of the racetrack, and I'll stage up alongside of Dominic Bowden. Dominic and Ann and their Cheryl Chassis dragster comes out of Manuka, Illinois. Gets a little help from Nick, Mark Cryer, and the crew around there. Double B stepping up in the qualifying session here this weekend, trying to get into the program in a JEG'S Super Quick Series, as well as Dominic. And I think Dominic's going to have enough steam. Joe Swanson, you probably know Joe better than I do.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joe can, if he turns the knobs the right way, I think sometimes it's just a matter of slowing that extra horsepower down you got. So we'll see. Dominic always listened to the live stream up there at Byron Dragway, and Bowden's always went lots of rounds.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like I said, I was telling you earlier, I watched Dominic come up as a little kid and young man building his own car. He had a door slammer Camaro that he built by himself. His mainstream business line is body shop. Owns a body shop up there around the
How about 006, 007, Dennis?
Side by side, Joe Swanson with the 007. Dominic a little bit quicker off the line with a 006. Dominic will run 448. He's too quick at 154 miles an hour. He can slow that down. It's going to put him down to bottom, but he'll get in the show next round. 457 is good enough for Joe Swanson.
Yep.
Puts him in the qualifying field at 153 miles an hour. Take a look at Allie Crack. Just went down, ran 450 with an 8. That'll move her up the top half of the field. As soon as he comes in, she's number 3 qualifier right now. So Jeremiah Hall holding on to that number 1 qualifying position so far with just a couple of more cars left. One more car left. Jacob Bach, number 2. Allie Crack, number 3. Devin Eisenhower, number 4. On down to Chris Sullivan, number 6 with 450 with a 9. 6 cars running into 450s. So, one of the last dragsters in the Super Quick Series to qualify. Here's on the starting line here, the Dodge SRT side. Let's see what he's got to show for himself here. 007 reaction time. I'd like that. 455, 154 miles an hour, and that'll put him in the program. Look at the long, smoky burnout. Mark McDonald. Doing some shakedown passing his Top Sportsman Mustang. In Little Deidre here, testing the tires. This car's been running on sticky Mickeys for a long time, and he decided, well, I think I'm overpowering these Mickeys a little bit. Let's try some Hoosiers. Ergo, the long, smoky burnout. So let's see what he's going to do here. Doing some testing, early season testing. One of our regulars in the Division 3 Top Sportsman field. Guy, a couple years ago, done really well in the JEG'S All-Star up at Route 66 Raceway. Very proud moment for all of Division 3 as Mark McDonald won the event, come back and won the JEG'S All-Stars. Right now, Deidre, Mark McDonald taking a look at the tower side of the racetrack, and we're going to see how well these Hoosiers stick, see if this car will plant. Well, a 60-foot time tells the story. It's a 1:01 60-foot time. Runs it out to a 6:88, 153 miles an hour. Well, this has potential to be a pretty quick lap here. Dylan Stott rolling in. Big cubic inch Ford billet motor, aluminum billet motor here, taking a shot at the Dodge SRT side. So Dylan Stott coming all the way out of North Carolina to make a couple laps on the track here. Runs it out to the 8th mile clocks, runs 4:28 at 160 miles an hour, had a 1:10 short time. Alrighty then. Early on, we had a little bit of a glitch on a tree, so Phil Oakley's back to do a rerun here. We didn't get any incrementals for Philip. Hoping to see Philip go to number 1 right here, right now. To Philip Oakley. Oakley chassis, Oakley dragster. Stellar to time for Flip. He'll go 009 on a tree. Runs a 451 at 150 miles an hour. Look for him to repeat. That's going to put Phil in the number 8 spot. We got one more car to get down the track, and it'll be part of that rerun with Phil Oakley. But we're going to go into a little license pass and then into Pro ET. So number 1 qualifier so far today in the JEG'S Super Quick Series, Jeremiah Ha. Number 1 with a 450 with a 1. Jacob Bach, number 2. Ali Crack, number 3. Devin Eisenhower, 4. Chris Sullivan, number 6. Number 7's Bob Sargent. Phil Oakley just fell into the number 8 qualifying position. Number 9's Jake Smith. Number 10, Bob Pros. And those are your top 10 qualifiers in this Super Quick Series so far today. License run here for the Mopar. And we're going to continue on into round number 2 qualifying session or time trial session for the Pro ET class. Ron Ruggles, how's it going? You're back in the tower. Ron Ruggles, I'm sorry.
All right, again, to finish up our super quick for the first session, we had a clock malfunction, and we are giving them their opportunity. And we'll be rolling right back into our pro class for their final time run before they go into elimination. Megan Miller will step through in the Monkey Business car out of Catlin, Illinois. Rod and Mary Miller tuned race car. So the blown 355 cubic inch small block, Megan Miller working their way back to the starting line area. And this will take care of our session one of our super quick. Very competitive session. A lot of tight numbers thrown out there. There's just a little bit of wiggle room left to take over the number one qualifying spot, the Firecracker Performance. Prize that will be awarded after the second session a little later on today. Big supercharger cam out there, island long. Nice 009 out of the gate, down at the top end, 8th mile, 459, 951 miles an hour. And that will put them in the program unofficially, the bump spot, unofficially. So we'll see them back here in just a bit for their final qualifying session. Meanwhile, we bring up the Indy Beach Properties Pro PT class, part of the Browns Oil Service Bracket program here at Lucas Oil. Kent Estep and Walt Jones will start out their final time trial session for the Pro class. Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by if you would, please. 2017 ZL1 Camaro for Walt Jones and the Shelby Kent. Ken Estep pulls out ahead down there as he will hold it off to the Johnson Horsepower Garage finish line. 671, 113 miles an hour. Walt Jones's Camaro, 721, right at 100 miles an hour. Austin Day, 79 Malibu, a regular here with the Browns Oil Service Bracket program. And Jeff Stone out of Canby, Indiana, the 86 S10 pickup truck. A little bit of mopping going on right in front of Austin Day's ride, and starters say bring them. Looking to store your trailer, boat, or motor home, contact Jody and Susan Beach at Indy Beach Properties for all of your recreational storage needs in the area. New sponsors of our Pro class this year, the Indy Beach Properties Company. Welcome them aboard. Man, Austin Day with a Malibu pulls through 654 at 105 miles an hour as Jeff Stone looks at a 647, 104 mile an hour run out of the S10. Again, we welcome our viewers out there on the live stream, dragracer.tv. Live streaming, thanks for the support by Oakley Motorsports and Crew Chief Pro. Don Higgins' Crew Chief Pro company, synonymous with drag racing, a lot of customers in the sport. Andy Rector, Joe Tillman. Joe, our sportsman, track champion in his 2016 white Mustang. 752, 92 miles an hour for Joe Tillman. Andy Rector in the Ventura, 705 at 99 miles an hour. And the smoke clears. We'll bring up Brad Moore, 68 Camaro, and Larry Walker, the Good Times Racing, the long roof wagon. Nice and steady. Larry Walker, 003, just ambushes the Christmas tree with the wagon. Runs 655 at 105 miles an hour. Brad Moore, first gen Camaro, 598, 113 miles an hour. And TJ Dobbs, a regular here with the 85 S10, and Tracy Teppen, 67 Nova, moves in. Drivers trying to find that consistency on their 2 runs to put a dial on the car here the next time we see them. 724 for TJ Dobbs, 92 miles an hour. 750 at 91 miles an hour as the 67 Nova vanishes down to the north side of the property. And here comes Wes Butler and John Borsix. The Bitter Lime 70 GTX out of Westville, Indiana, the Plymouth. It's Mopar or no par for John Wes Butler, 91 Mustang out of Indianapolis. How about a perfect light for Wes Butler? $764. $764 Wes Butler, 93 miles an hour in the Stang. John Borsix GTX 618 at 110 miles an hour. Randy Dobbs, 64 Nova, best appearing at the ET Finals a few years ago. And Chris Walker, 67 Camaro. Another perfect light. Randy Dobbs taking care of business in the 64 Nova, 637 at 105 miles an hour to Chris Walker's 742 at 91 miles an hour. So Randy Dobbs earns himself a perfect light sticker. As the list continues to grow. So again, Brian Harris, Ray Boyer, Nathan Prose, and Randy Dobbs. If you want to make your way up to race control second floor, we've got your perfect light stickers available for you as Brent Davis and Bree Brewer move in. Brent Davis in the corn-fed 64 Outer Blue Nova 2. Bree Brewer in the S10. Side by side we go. Brent Davis, 666 at 101 miles an hour, 697 for Bree Brewer in the S10 at 99 miles an hour. Here's Ray Boyer, one of our perfect light racers earlier in the session. Logansport, Indiana native with a 79 Z28. The dad's toy, Rick Covey's 71 Nova, parked next door. Wheels up launch for Boyer, settling in for the 8th mile run for Ray Boyer Z28, 632 at 108 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Rick Covey, 626 at 109 miles an hour. 2 evenly matched cars on the heads-up start during our time runs. And Wesley Wells on the Hayabusa and Jeff Blanchard's white Mustang. Working their way to the pre-staged area. Wesley out front, stays there on the Hayabusa. Wesley Wells, 602, 118 to Jeff Blanchard's 674, 99 miles an hour with that Mustang. Keith Long, the purple Challenger out of Highland, Indiana, looks to the left. There's Ben Harold's bright orange 72 Camaro stepping into the beams on the Johnson horsepower garage lane. This is Pro final time trial session. And Keith Long in the Challenger runs a 666 at 102 miles an hour, 706, 99 miles an hour for Ben Harold's orange Camaro, and Brad Davis with the 79 Z28, same year, same style as Ray Boyer's ride. And John Armanoff, the Daytona out of Indianapolis, Indiana, will step in. So again, if you have cut a perfect light, make your way to the Parks Tower, second floor, race control. We've got a prize for you. So Brad knocking out the top bulb with the Z28. 683, 101 miles an hour of John Armanoff's Daytona, 644 at 106 miles an hour. Here's Greg Hillier, our first perfect light of the day with the 66 Mustang. He'll back it into the water box and refire the tires as Scott Small's already pulled up with the Duster over there on the Dodge SRT lane. Scott Small, that's the third perfect light this session for the pro class. And Warren, looks easy, doesn't it? Scott Small earns himself a perfect light sticker. He just got to come up to race control, second floor of the Parks Tower, and we'll put that in his hand for his efforts on the perfect light. So Scott Small, 713, 95 miles an hour after going trip zip. Greg Hillier, 702, 95 miles an hour. Maybe Greg told Scott how to cut a perfect light because Greg did it first session and Scott did it right beside Greg. Jim Harness, Louis Weatherford, 67 Biscayne on the right side, 64 Chevy Deuce out of Kokomo. Small block for Jim Harness. And Weatherford's Biscayne, 647 at 105 miles an hour, 102 mile an hour run for Jim Harness and Chevy 2, the 668 ET. All right, Super Pro needs you to lane 15 and 16 for your final time run session. Do not miss it. Super Pro, first call back to lanes 15 and 16 for your final time run. Dart Dave Sodders out of New Haven, Indiana, the 72 Dart. Dave having some problems down there with that 72 Dart as he sat there well after the green light was illuminated at the bottom of the tree, and Dart Dave takes it on down 701 at 98 miles an hour on a solo pass. All right, Super Pro to 15 and 16. Super Pro to 15 and 16, if you would, please. Wes Butler coming up, grabbing his perfect light sticker up here on race control. Looks like a license run heading down track, 624 to 109 miles an hour. Dustin Brenton out of Rosedale, 69 Nova, left side. Joe Pickett, a regular here in the 27 Roadster for Pickett Racing, small block Chevrolet. Two pretty good lights as Joe Pickett wastes no time finding the finish line. 5:57 in the Roadster to 122 miles an hour. Dustin Brenton follows across second, 69 Nova, 6:34 at 107 miles an hour. Here comes Josh Pickett and Scott Stillings. I guess Scott got tired of Bradenton, Florida, so he comes up here to cool off a little bit in the Midwest. Grand Am. Josh Pickett's S10 out of Indianapolis, Indiana. All right, Josh Pickett, 636, 107. Scott Stillings, 564 to 123 miles an hour. All right, we'll send these two. Don Gary and Jeff Castle will step in. I'm going to do a little switcheroo up here. Don Gary's Duster, 608, 112. Jeff Castle, 687 at 100 miles an hour. Oh, okay. Well, Warren Evans is going to step in. Warren, tell us about how all this happened.
Well, I lost a bet. That's how this happened. God hates me. That's probably not true. Well, maybe. I'm not sure. Here's Gage Brenton, Rosedale, Indiana, left side, the Nova, alongside Joel Leischer out of Decatur, Illinois, the 68 Firebird. It says Freebird there on the tech card, but it's a Firebird. Joel, one of the hitters off the bottom. About a 626 at 110 miles an hour right side for Joel Leischer. Left side, Gage Brenton, 653.3 at 104 miles an hour. Two more coming at you right now. That's Chad Eaton. That would be Joel's son-in-law over here on the right. Sean Feast on the left out of Terre Haute in the 73 Nova, big tired machine. Over there on the Johnson's horsepower garage side of the track. Eaton in the Dodge SRT lane. See a lot of Dodge livery around the property as they are the title sponsors for the U.S. Nationals. Eaton 007 on the tree, letting go. And a 739 at 92 miles an hour for Chad Eaton. Sean Feast 603 at 113. So yeah, Drag Racer TV's been around since 2015. Actually, 2014 is when it's got its start right here at Lucas Oil Raceway at the time. It might have been Indianapolis Raceway Park back that far in 2014. I don't recall. But a little pilot project has turned into a full-time operation, traveling the United States, doing races all over the place. Nathan Jones in the S10 picks up the front wheels, heads down track alongside Brad Paddock's 95 Mustang GT. Nathan Jones, 610 at 110. A little late off the starting line. He'll have to tighten that up. Brad Paddock, 646 at 105 for the Blue Oval machine. Camaro coming up next on the left side. The blue Camaro, Joey Moore, right side. The Firebird, no information in the computer just yet, but we got quite a lot of tech cards. We're hammering them in there right now to get them ready for round number one. The F-body machine on the right. Alongside Camaro. It says 78 Camaro. I'm pretty sure that's not the 78 Camaro. 009 on the tree for Joey Moore. 626 at the top end of 109. The Firebird 701 at 100 miles per hour. So yeah, Drag Racer TV gets to run all over the country, not only putting on our own broadcasts on the Drag Racer TV channel, but also doing work for others. Worked with Bang Shift last weekend to do the Spring Fling Million. I've had the opportunity to do Money Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos for the good folks at Flow. A whole bunch of NHRA divisional events this year. So pretty full schedule, 36 weeks this year. Live online drag racing broadcast. Mike Toole, 610 at 113 for the Monte Carlo left side. Mike Covey, 6:35 at 1:06 in the Nova over here on the right. Two more coming up next. The Mopar right side, Jason Wisman. Out of Plainfield, Indiana, the 73 Challenger. That is the yellow car on the right. Little white S10 left side, Cody Allenbaugh. Out of Terre Haute, 96 S10. Bracket racers love those S10s. They say they can see for miles and miles, all the way around. Allenbaugh saw the tree pretty well. He was 10 on the tree, 662 at the top end at 101 miles an hour. Jason Wisman, 880, speed of 78. Little street roadster comes up now, left side of the track, the JHG lane. That's Zach Gosnell, Lebanon, Indiana, 27, T-Bucket, left-hand steer machine. Right side, the third-gen Camaro of Gary Arola, Crawfordsville, Indiana, the 91 Z28. Got the old stabilizer wing on the back there. Let's go 21 on the red side. Gosnell is 16 green. Top end of the track, 5:48 at 124 miles an hour for Gosnell. That's pretty quick for the pro category. Gary Arola, 660 at 102. Justin Dillman lines up now. Another of the third generation Camaro contingent alongside Kelly Pothall. Kelly now living in Campy, Indiana, the 93 Cobra. Kelly, a transplant from our Division 4 friends down in the south central part of the United States. Kelly now racing here. Justin Dillman, 676 at 101. Kelly Pothall, 716 at 95 miles per hour. Coming up next, the Mopar over on the left. Not in the computer. Patrick Thomas, left side. The Rolodex over here that is Ron Ruggles. Pops up that name for me. Josh Rogers on the right from Brazil, Indiana, another of the S10s. Wheels up start there for the Mopar. The S10 alongside. Finish line says the S10 gets there first right side. Josh Rogers, 627 at 108 miles an hour. Patrick Thomas, 684 at 98. How about the little flamed Chevy 2 over there on the left side? Greg Dillman. Greg and Dana and Layla. I forgot the other one. There's another one in there somewhere. FYI, Dana is an angel. Aha. And Layla Dillman over on the right. Hey, there's the daughter right there. Father left, Greg Dillman, 633 at 106. Daughter Layla, right side, 691 at 98. Frank Valencia. How about the Flame Firebird out of Frankfurt? Flame Firebird, Frankfurt. Cody Knott, Greencastle, Indiana. Red S10 on the right-hand side. Pay attention in the pit area. If you've not made your way to the lanes yet, Super Pro, you have been called. Super Pro, we can take you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Firebird off and running. S10 alongside. Firebird's going to get there first. Left side, Frank Valencia, 617 at 111. For Cody Knott, 665 at 101.91 miles per hour. Troy Galbraith driving Logan's Stalker over there on the left out of Warsaw, Indiana. Right side, here's car 315L. No info in the computer yet. So as Evan Bader would say, Joe the Beats. I don't know what that means, but anybody that's not in the computer, he calls them Joe for beats. Galbraith better reacted to green. Right side, the little shoebox Chevy gets there first with a 625 at 110. 785 left side for Galbraith. 85 miles an hour. Once again, Super Pro. Super Pro, consider this your final call. Super Pro, final call to the lanes. Super Pro, final call to the lanes. Jeff Russell out of Brookville, Indiana, the Barracuda, alongside James Gibbs, 66 Dodge Dart. Both these cars rolled off the Plymouth assembly line at the same time. Hard to believe. James Gibbs, 007 on the tree, 683 at 99 miles an hour for Gibbs. Jeff Russell, left lane, 664 at 102 miles per hour. Joey Ship will pull up now, right side of the track. Ship out of Indianapolis. Stock Eliminator NHRA legal car on the right, alongside Dave Mundy from Cloverdale. 67 Dart. What a difference between the 66 Dart and the 67 Dart. Totally different body lines and styling cues between the two. You just saw the 66. Here's the 67, the black machine. They both pull out of the beams a little too quick. 606 left side for Dave Mundy at 112. Right side, Joey Ship, 704 at 94 miles per hour. Coming up now for the Get Up Garage. This could be Cody Wiggins. And on the right side, that definitely is Travis Booth in the Crusher. Just so you know, Travis, Ellis is torqued at you. Because Ellis is on a tractor working today and you're goofing off. Just so you know. Travis out of Trafalgar, Indiana. Had to move 2 states away to get off the farm, didn't you? And Cody Wiggins, the El Camino. Final pair in Pro. I assume it's the final pair in Pro, or we're going to have some pretty quick dragsters in the Pro category. Booth, 002 on the reaction timer. The Crusher crushes the tree. 633 for Wiggins at 107, 805 at 83 miles an hour for our final pair of Pro cars down the track. Travis Booth, 805 at 83. And with that, we're going into Super Pro time trial number 2. I'm going to get out of the way, let the real announcers take it away.
All right, here we go. Time session number 2 in Super Pro. Jeremiah Hall staging up on the left side of the racetrack out of Evansville, Indiana. 17 American chassis dragster. He and Jerry Hall heads up the Firecracker Performance Super Quick Shootout. Alongside of Logan Jamison, Boonville, Indiana base runner, racecraft chassis dragster with a big block Chevrolet. Getting set and ready to go. Final time session of the day. Jeremiah with a 003 reaction time alongside of Logan's 008. Jeremiah's going to get down there just a little bit quicker with a 452 at 152 miles an hour to a 453, 154 for Logan. Pretty good lap, pretty good qualifying pass if you were qualifying for the Super Quick Series. Right now it's a time session for Super Pro bracket race. Jason Bullard here on the Dodge SRT side of Cadoga, Indiana. Sarmento chassis dragster alongside of Double D. Mr. Dallenbach staging up with his Chevrolet Nova. So Dalton Deffenbaugh. Scott, Kim, the crew out of Lebanon, Indiana, taking a look at the JHG side of the racetrack. Pretty good reaction time for Dalton. He runs it on out to a 575 at 120 miles an hour. Jason, 514, 135 for his effort. Next pair up is going to be John Paul. Final look before we put a dial on the car. We'll stage up alongside of Buddy Ray. Gorgeous 67 Deuce out of Martinsville, Indiana. Ivan Buddy Ray here at the tower side. Couple of red light fouls on the starting line. John Pollock left like yesterday. Runs it out to 510, 140 miles an hour, and Buddy Ray goes 557 at 124. And decide what the dial-in is going to be for round number one. Randy Ship's rolling up on the JHC side out of Whiteland, Indiana, his 60 Corvette. Staging up alongside of Dan Richardson. Galveston, Indiana-based 66 Chevy 2. That is really, really, really a cool Corvette for Randy Ship. He runs it Division 3. It's a super street. Does pretty good with it. It's cool to see him out here bracket racing the car. Right down the road from Whiteland, Indiana. Randy goes 649, 118 miles an hour. It's a 6-flat run for Dan Richardson at 113. Stellar reaction time for Ship here on the left side of the racetrack with a 003. He'll run 693, 100 miles an hour. The Nova goes 592. Shuts her off early to 92 miles an hour. Going to bring up Bob Stacy here at the dragster here on the tower side out of New Carlisle, Ohio. American chassis entry. He'll run alongside of Scott Deffenbaugh. Deffenbaugh on the 66 Nova, Lebanon, Indiana. Here's a guy. It's looking pretty good for the JEG'S All-Star Series this year so far. I think, my memory serves me well, he's probably about number 2, JEG'S All-Star points in Division 3. Right behind top pros. Scott Deffenbaugh runs it on out to a 560, 124 miles an hour. Bob Stacy stops the clocks at 515, 133 miles an hour. The interesting season for Scott Deffenbaugh is pretty cool looking so far, being number 2 in the JEG'S All-Stars Division 3. Supposed to be in a Division 3 representative. Kyle Darr here now, rolling up. Getting the stage up alongside of Rick Hughes, who's Indiana-based Big Block Chevrolet dragster. Dead even off the starting line for the last time session of the day for these two gentlemen with an 016 reaction time a pair. Kyle runs 487, 140 miles an hour. Rick Hughes will stop the clocks at 490. 490 with a 6 at 149 miles an hour. Well, right now, none of the Foley Jr. Dude runner alongside of TJ Dobbs, local hero out of Indianapolis with an 85 S10 pickup truck. Well, TJ Dobbs just took Doug Foley to school with a 00 on reaction time to Doug's 008. Either one is really great. 466 comes up for Doug Foley to 147 miles an hour. TJ Dobbs picks up an ET slip that says 720, 93 miles an hour. Brings up Derek Brock out of Rowan, Indiana. 75 Pontiac Firebird. Well, the dragster's going to get down through there first. He'll run 458 at 150 miles an hour. Derek Brock goes 631, 108 in his door slammer. Next one up, Craig Allender. Greg Allender out of Poland, Indiana. 03 racecraft chassis dragster, racking up from the burnout left side of the racetrack, and he'll stage up alongside of Amber Egan. Local hero, she comes out of Speedway, Indiana. Egan chassis dragster, home built car. Top end of the track, Craig goes 479, 143 miles an hour. Amber with a 486, 140. Next pair up, Terry Tyler, left side of the racetrack, Yellow Wolves Cutlass, alongside of Ray Boyer. Boyer comes out of Logansport, Indiana. 79 Z28, he calls Dad's Toy. A little bit of a red light foul for Ray Boyer, but it's a time run. Doesn't really matter at this point. 011 reaction time. Terry Tyler, he'll go green at 548, 127 miles an hour. Ray Boyer stops the clocks at 634, 108. Continue on here. Time session number 2, Brown's Oil ET Series Super Pro time session. Brings up now Ernest Boers, Indianapolis base runner. Big Chevrolet Impala taking on James Callan. Here in the Dodge SRT side, 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Perfect reaction time for James Callan. He picks up a sticker. Announced to Ron, 000 ball for James. He'll run 6 sticks, 101. Ernest Boards goes 674, 99 miles an hour. So that's Greg Rice out there backing up from the burnout. Supercomp style dragster. Austin Day now starting his burnout procedure in his 79 Malibu. High wind and small block 383 stroker motor car. Comes out of Indianapolis with that entry. Side by side off the gate, 006 and a 005. Austin Day a little bit quicker on reaction time, but down at the stripe, Greg Rice will get down through there first in the dragster. 463 for his elapsed time at 148 miles an hour. Austin Day, 721, 93 miles an hour. Next pair up, Tabitha Carmen and Brian Inman. Tabitha Carmen out of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Instead pickup truck. One block Chevrolet for power. Brian Inman from Cicero, Indiana. 73 Nova. 400 cubic inch dark block small block. And it's a 674, 101 for Tabitha Carmen, 608, 112 for Brian Inman. Great day for racing out here at the Browns Oil Service Bracket Series, season opener, the JEG'S All-Star, or I'm sorry, the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Tony Virgilio out of Cloverdale, Indiana. His 20 Miller chassis dragster, the green dragster, left side of the racetrack. Staging up alongside of Terry Miller out of Danville, Illinois. Stellar reaction time for Terry Miller. He'll go 007, runs 550, 123 miles an hour alongside of Tony's 493, 139. Continue on here now. We'll take a look at Wrestling Wells, Greenwood, Indiana based. Ray Skillman sponsored. Cop style dragster. He'll stage up alongside of Corey Benton's notchback Mustang. Corey spins pretty hard up the starting line. Wesley Wells with a pretty good clean pass. He'll run 5:08 at 136 miles an hour. 10:28 is best for Corey Benton at 73 miles an hour. So Roger Baker, out of Medora, Indiana, his 91 Mustang staging up on the left side of the racetrack alongside of Dustin Smith. Dustin's Terre Haute, Indiana-based 94 Chevrolet Lumina, long smoky burnout. Greg and Dustin, control 96 Chevrolet Dodge SRT lane right now. Dustin Smith showing that he's got a little bit of game for first round of eliminations with a 005 reaction time. Runs it out to a 562, 122 miles an hour. Roger Baker's going to go 653 at 104. Richard Farmer now out of Greencastle, Indiana. Rear engine dragster on the left side of the racetrack, and he'll stage in alongside of Jason Dorsett. Not much cold. Don't see his host left anymore. Indianapolis-based short wheelbase runner. Dodge Colt plants pretty well here in the starting line. Wheelie bars are set up kind of high. Let's see how high he hikes those front wheels on this pass. Yeah, it looked pretty cute. So it's 489 for the dragster at 139 miles an hour. Little Dodge Colt gets down through there with a 638. Elapsed time at 107 miles an hour. Michael Turner back on the tower side of the racetrack with his 84 Fiero Roadster. Not a lot of those in competition. Drag racer out of Avon, Indiana, alongside of Bob Pros. Bob Pros, Chevrolet Camaro Roadster. I think all the Pros cars got a little bit new paint jobs, paint schemes on them. They're all gorgeous this year. Just got a chance to walk through the pits, talk to them, dressed them up a little bit. Looked really, really good. Honey Creek collision paint jobs on these cars. Fantastic. Alice's car right behind. Got some new sparkle poly in the paint. Some new paint laid down on it. Looks good. Pros, 004 action time. And here's a man. He's currently number 1 in JEG'S All-Star points for the JEG'S All-Star competition as representative this year. Still got a lot of racing left to do as they head to Dallas for that competition. But right now, Bob Pro's looking pretty good in number 1 position. He runs a 494 to 142 miles an hour. Michael Turner goes 523, 131 miles an hour. That brings up Allison Pros. Lovely and talented young lady. Does a little bit of body work on her own. 69 Camaro, 615 Big Block. Honey Creek Collision. Entry out of Terre Haute alongside of Tyler Fisher. Tyler comes out of Benton Harbor, Michigan. 1 Hayabusa. Allison goes 580, 120 miles an hour, a little bit quicker. Then comes along Tyler Fisher with a 591. Cole Medisa's backing up for her burnout out of Palmetto, Florida. Cheryl Chassis Dragster, gotta go find out where she's at. That's my winter home in Palmetto. Solo pass for Nicole Medici. She'll run 490 to 140 miles an hour. Continuing on with last time trial session for the Super Pro category here. Take a look at Brian Casson, Jordan Boshi. Brian Casson here on the JHG side of the racetrack, left side of the racetrack, blue dragster. Puffer motor, so that'll be a pretty good lap for him. And Jordan Boshi, Washington, Indiana based, 34 Roadster. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Any licensed runs? You need a license run? Lanes 17 and 18 at this time. License runs 17 and 18. Thank you. So Brian Casson picks it up a little bit, 459 at 154 miles an hour. He's on the outside looking in right now with the JEG'S Super Quick Series, so we know he's got a little bit more steam. Our qualifying session number 2. Right now he's on the outside looking in. He's currently number 35, I believe, in qualifying. Jordan Boshi out of Washington, Indiana, 34 Roadster. That car runs 537 at 128 miles an hour. Brings up now Nate Kelly out of Manteno, Illinois. Boss Chassis Dragster, APD horsepower, alongside of Connor Millwood. We thought that was Tim Millwood's car all the time, no Super Connor. Nashville, Indiana-based runner, 93 Daytona. Taking a look at the Dodge SRT side. He runs 651, 121 miles an hour. Nate Kelly a little bit quicker with a 498 lap at 139 miles an hour. Tom Small patiently waiting to start his burnout procedure here in the water box as Hunter Patton backs up from the burnout of Floyd's Knob, Indiana. 19 Miller Chassis Dragster. Christy Ship looking on. Tom Small now completes his burnout. The man out of Indianapolis. Beautiful red 68 Camaro. Last time session before we figure out a dial in on these cars. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. License runs, lanes 17 and 18. Sportsmen, lanes 13 and 14, please, at this time. License runs and sportsmen to the staging lanes. So, Tommy Small, Hunter Platten, careful to stage. Both cars staged, flashy yellow and green, game on, here we go. 016 reaction time for Hunter, 027 for Tom Small. Of course, the dragster's going to get down through there first on a time run. He'll run 4:53 at 152 miles an hour. Tommy goes 5:51 at 1:26. Next pair up, Zach Lewis and Doug Terrell. Classic Chevrolet Ford matchup here. Zach Lewis out of Knoxville, Illinois. 68 Camaro, high wine 434 small block Chevrolet. Him and Mike Lewis. Get a little help from Bruce Litton Trailer Sales, Boland's Towing and Repair, Page Pro Products. Doug Terrell, the notchback Mustang, 93 box body car out of Spencer, Indiana, staging up here in the Dodge SRT. Zach showing off now with a 002 reaction time. He runs it out to a 6:43 at 108 miles an hour. Doug Terrell right alongside with 699, 84 miles an hour. He'll shut it off a little bit early. So here comes now Nick Estrada out of Piatone, Illinois with his Miller chassis car. I think Nick qualified pretty good in the Super Quick Series. Let me see. Well, he's at least he's in the show currently. Session number 1, he was 31 qualified. Ran a best at 4:59. Megan Miller alongside of him. Lady out of Catlin, Illinois, her Spitzer chassis car. Rodney, Mary Miller, and the crew. They're on the bump spot right now, number 32 qualifier. Right now it's a time session for Super Pro category, but she's going to try and go a little bit quicker. She ran 4:59 in qualifying for the Super Quick Series. So let's see what they do now. The car's pretty evenly matched. Nick was qualified number 31, and she's qualified number 32. Let's see what they can do now. Megan took a shot at chopping down a tree, slows down to a 5:07, 135 in bracket mode. And it's a 4:58 for Nick Estrada. Runs just a little bit quicker than his qualifying pass for the top sportsman. 4:58 with a 150 miles an hour, about a thou quicker. Well, backing up at the burnout, left side of the racetrack, Super Cop style dragster, the top dragster with a blower on it. Jake Smith, alongside of Andrew Harmless. Neva, Indiana-based 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, staging up here on the Dodge SRT lane. Dragster door car matchup here. Man, what a great field of Super Pro cars for Brown's Oil Service Bracket Series race season opener. Beautiful weather, great race cars, good family and friends. Can't beat it. So glad to be back at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Look at the reaction time for Andrew Harmless, 001 in the door car. Jake Smith took a shot at the tree, missed it by 2, but it's good enough. He'll run 4:51 at 154 miles an hour. Look at that, man. Good pass from Jake Smith. Good qualifying run if he were qualifying. Once again, it's time session for Super Pro. 7:03, 96 miles an hour for Andrew Harmless. A couple of dragsters coming up. Colby Cheney out of Decatur, Illinois. 02 undercover chassis with big block Chevrolet inspiration. Taking on a dragster out in a JHG side, not yet on file. Well, it's going to be a 5:13 lap for Colby Cheney at 133 miles an hour. Left side goes. 4:55, 153 miles an hour. Some more information as the cards get into. So So here comes now Austin Toole. This Terre Haute, Indiana-based runner, the 87 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Floor slammer staging up alongside of Roger Cheney's S&W chassis, big block Chevrolet dragster. Comes down out of Decatur, Illinois. Stages up here on the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. Look at the reaction time at the bottom of the scoreboard for Roger Cheney. 000, perfect reaction time. Another You Are Perfect reaction time sticker being handed out. Runs 460 with an O, 151 miles an hour. And I'm going to tell you, first round eliminations, I think I'm going to dial the car 460. 611 for Austin Toole, 113 miles an hour. And that's a pretty good lap for him. And it's going to be our next pair rolling in. It's going to be Mark Long out of Brownsburg, Indiana with his 1970 Duster. Scott Stillings rolling up. Super Stock A modified entry here on the tower side. So it's 565, 130, 123, I'm sorry, for Scott Stillings. Mark Long's going to take it on down to a 629 at 109. That's fair. A couple of Novas rolling in, Rick Covey and Mike Smith. Rick Covey left side of the racetrack out of Bedford, Indiana. 1971 Chevrolet Nova. Mike Smith here on the tower side. You guys trying to figure out a dial. This is the last time session of the day for Super Pro as we go into eliminations. Browns Oil Service season open. Both cars set and ready. Here comes the tree and away they go. 001 reaction time for Rick Covey. At the stripe. Mike Smith's going to get down through there first. He'll run 568 at 121 miles an hour. Rick Covey stops and clocks at 627, 109. Let's pair up. So Dustin Breton staging up out of Rosedale, Indiana. His gorgeous 69 Nova alongside of Nathan's Pros 21 Miller Roadster. Beautiful car. There's brand new paint on that car. Honey Creek Collision. Nathan's going to go 5'11", 136 alongside of Dustin Breton at 6'36", 107. Here comes now Gage Breton. Left side of the racetrack out of Rosedale, Indiana. Black 72 Nova. He'll stage up alongside of Randy Inman. Randy, the runner out of Westville, Indiana. 80 Chevrolet Monza. Randy Inman gets down through there first. He'll run 560 at 124 miles an hour. Craig Brenton, Gage Brenton goes 655, 103. Backing up from the burnout there on the Dodge SRT side, it's none other than Brandon Bowden, Double B. Man sitting on the wall watching him back up. I'm sure Dominic's out here walking around and probably strapped in the car, ready to go. So Braden, young man out of Minooka, Illinois, 16 Cheryl chassis dragster, 8DD for horsepower on the car, alongside of Sean Feast. Sean comes up out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 73 Nova. Silver Nova taking it over to JHG side. Perfect reaction time for Sean Feast, 000 on the bottom of the scoreboard. He runs a 6:03, 113. Brighton gets down there a little bit quicker with a 461 at 150 miles an hour. Last call for license passes. License passes, lanes 17 and 18. If you need to complete your licensing procedure, you would like to see you in lanes 17 and 18 at this time. Sportsman Eliminator, this is your call as well. Sportsman to the lanes, please. Sportsman, lanes 13 and 14. Thank you. Brings up now Brian Harris and Kevin Ridabino. Kevin Redimbo, don't mean to butcher your name, Kevin. Delphi, Indiana-based runner, 75 Vega. Ryan's dragster comes out of Indianapolis. It's a 1921 Diamond chassis car, 540 big block. Runs it all the way out through the stripe. He'll go 492 to 139 miles an hour. That's a 609 pass for Kevin, 113 in a door car. Josh Pickett now. 94 S10 pickup truck, the Pickett Racing entry. Indianapolis taking on Bill Kastner. Kokomo, Indiana-based 71 Plum Crazy Duster. 100 cubic inch Mopar entry. Stellar 006 reaction time for Bill Kastner's Duster. He'll run 577, 119 miles an hour. Josh Pickett gets down to the 8th mile stripe at 639, 106. A couple of roadsters coming in. 27 roadster for David Wallen. Left side of the racetrack out of Fillmore, Indiana. Joe Pickett here at Tower side. Indianapolis-based runner also. 27 Ford Roadster, a little small block entry, 406 cubic inches for the Pickett Racing entry. Man, look at the little small block making a big move down the track. He'll run 556 at 121 miles an hour. Dave Wallen goes 650, 102. Side-by-side burnouts. Recognize one car, Dominic Bowden backing up from the burnout, the left side of the racetrack. Dominic and all the kids come down out of Manuka, Illinois. Brown's Oil Service Super Pro, first bracket race of the season, just a little warm up. Dominic probably head back north, take a shot at everybody up at Byron this season for bragging rights and track championship again. Looks like it's going to be Joe Swanson staging up alongside of Dominic Bowden. On and off the throttle goes Joe Swanson. Dominic on a good clean pass, runs a 452, 153 miles an hour. Pretty stellar pass for Dominic. Great reaction time for Swanson as he runs 533 at 130 miles an hour on and off the throttle. Next pair up, Matt Means backing up for the burnout. Drag. So Matt Means, the drag coverage, FTI sponsored entry. Stage up alongside of Joel Leischer. Decatur, Illinois, base 68 Firebird Pontiac 400. Problems for the dragster. I think it's going to be a solo pass for Joel. Yep, solo pass for Joel. Let's watch him go now as he makes his way down to Dodge SRT lane. A little bit early on a tree, but it's a time run. 627, 110 miles an hour for his effort. So Matt Means got his little situation squared away. Got the burnout complete, at least, hopefully. Going to be a good, clean pass down the left side of the racetrack. Man, out of Indianapolis. FTI Performance. A little help from FTI, gives them sponsorship. Well, I like it. Looks pretty good. 117 short time. He'll run it to 527, 129 miles an hour. Just going to bring up now Joey Moore, the S10 pickup truck. Waiting to start his burnout procedure as Ashley Cole comes out of the water box in her 63 Corvette Roadster. Ashley out of Avon, Indiana. Steve Schmidt horsepower. Should be taking a look at the racing surface on the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. Joey Moore looks like he's having a little bit of problem here. Well, they're giving it a thumbs up sign. He'll start his burnout procedure now. A little touch up on the track. Joey's side of the racetrack. So here he comes out of the water box now. And Ashley Cole patiently waiting to pre-stage her car. So Nathan Jones will be staging up alongside of Ashley Cole, the Wheatland, Indiana-based S10 pickup truck. Ashley goes in pre-stages. Nathan comes in pre-stages. Courtesy stage situation. And away we go. Look at Ashley showing off with the 002 reaction time. Runs it on out to a 5:36, 129 miles an hour. Nate goes 6:13, 110. Next pair up. Long burnout for Anthony Smith. 23 American Chassis Dragster. Brand new entry for Anthony. Comes out of Avon, Indiana. Now Joey Moore going to work. The burnout process is Chevrolet Camaro out there to the left side of the racetrack. So it's a door carted dragster. Noise you hear is a little 23T altered with a canopy on it. Warming up here out in front of the tower, getting ready to start his burnout procedure. So the tree's set and ready for Joey Moore and Anthony Smith. Here comes the yellow and game on. Both cars green. 001 reaction time for Anthony. Anthony gets there first with a 4:48, 156 miles an hour. Joey Moore goes 6:27 at 1:08. And that's Steve Long making the noise. A 23T Alter with a big blower on it. Running on alcohol, and it sounds like maybe just a little hint of nitro in the car. Steve Long going to make a solo pass. This is a pretty cool looking entry. I think this is a pretty new piece here. I haven't seen it before. Have you seen it, Long? Steve Long out of Greenfield, Indiana. Canopy 23T Alter. He's got to show for himself. Got down the track earlier. I expected a sub 450 pass there for this car. Wasn't quite what I thought it was going to be, but it sounds like he stepped it up a little bit. I'm warming it up in the pits a little bit ago. I took a look at it. I think this car got hopped up a little bit. We ought to see if he'll go below 450. Let's take a look. Well, he squared up the tires a little bit off the launch. Puts her into high gear. 502 at 136 miles an hour. The car spun just a little bit there. I think he's shortened up to 60-foot time so we can get it flat. Well, here's a pair to draw to. Well, here's a pair to draw to. Greg Dillman and Joey Ship. Dillman out in his 67 Nova. Joey Ship here in his 91 Cutlass. .004 reaction time. Greg Dillman knows his way around the starting line. Joey Ship gets it down to the stripe first with a 509 at 104 miles an hour. Greg Dillman goes 638 at 105. Continuing on here at Super Pro. Got to be about the Pro program. We got some license runs and sportsmen in the lanes. Right now we're taking a look at Josh Rogers. 27 Ford Roadster out there to the left side of the racetrack, and he'll be staging up alongside of Nick Eisenhower. Nick out of Brownsburg, Indiana. 2015 American Chassis Dragster. Some of that Phil Oakley horsepower for inspiration. As Nick takes a look at the starting line here on the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. So Josh Rogers, Nick Eisenhower, getting set and ready to go. Nick's off the line first with a 009. He'll get down there 451, 154 miles an hour for Nick. 548, 123 miles an hour for Zach. Pretty stellar reaction time for Nick Eisenhower. Not bad for Zach. So here comes Josh Rogers now, backing up from the burnout, the S10 pickup truck. Left side of the racetrack. He'll stage in alongside of Ty Davis. Mooresville, Indiana-based runner. Little 32 Bantam Ultra. Josh Rogers a little bit early with a 005 red light. This is 028 reaction time for Ty Davis. The Bantam gets down through there first. He runs a 486, 141 miles an hour. It's going to be Josh Rogers making a lap of 627, 108 miles an hour. Next pair up. Cody Allenbaugh out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Backing up his S10 pickup truck from the burnout. Taking a look over to the other side of the lane, and it's going to be Jay Oakley, winner from last JEG'S Super Quick Series race. Over at Gateway, well, we still call it Gateway. St. Louis picked up the win in the JEG'S Super Quick Series, the shortened race. Going to repeat here this weekend with 2011 American Chassis Dragster. One of those 632 Phil Oakley sniper motors for power. Give the nod for reaction time to the pickup truck, but Jay Oakley's going to get down through there first with a 451 at 152 miles an hour. Cody stops the clocks at 657 at 101. Dragster to door car. Man, we got a lot of S10 trucks out here this weekend, man. I've never been in a race. I think I've seen so many S10 pickup trucks. Cody Wiggins backing up for the burnout out of Kelvin, Kentucky, the 07 Race Tech Chassis Dragster, and Cody Knott, Greencastle, Indiana-based S10 pickup truck.
Well, Dennis, you called it well. You've got so much great vision outside of the glass of an S10 truck. Why not? That's so important down here at the finish line area. I'm going to be calling it that, but yeah, the S10s are very popular here for the bracket series.
Yeah, that's just unique. I got a good friend back home that's got one. It's a street truck. One totally little small block. He does a little grudge racing. That's wink out on the streets there around LaPorte, Indiana. So a lot of guys still like those things. They're really popular down here in Indianapolis. I can see. Cody Wigg is now getting down through there first. The dragster with a 454 at 155 miles an hour. It's a 651 lap for Cody Knott at 102. Next pair up, Justin Dillman, Indianapolis-based 85 Chevrolet Camaro. Gorgeous little 65 Chevy Nova for Bob Baker. He's going to run 624, 110 miles an hour down the Dodge SRT lane. Justin Dillman stops the clocks at 669. 101 miles an hour.
All righty, motorcycles need you beside lane 11. Millennium Trailers motorcycle class need you beside lane 11 for your final time run. As we'll clean up some of our license passes here as we continue on with our activities here. Again, dragracer.tv, the live streaming going on. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves out there watching the live stream. We do want to thank Oakley Motorsports. Also, Crew Chief Pro Don Higgins, also part of making this possible here with the live streaming. Crew Chief Pro software, drag racing software, weather station, professional weather stations, time slip simulator, part of the products put out by Don Higgins and the Crew Chief Pro gang. And the Crew Chief Pro, the 7.970 drag racing software, that is the new version for 2023. Make sure you check that out with Crew Chief Pro. Also, attention sportsmen, NHRA sportsman racers, Crew Chief Pro is now an official NHRA contingency sponsor also as well. So we do want to thank Don Higgins with Crew Chief Pro. Also Phil Oakley, Oakley Motorsports, a very big part of allowing us to have dragracer.tv and Warren Evans in the house this weekend. So a few more licensed cars to get through the system. Millennium Trailers motorcycles, you can, if you're not already on your way, we need you up beside lane 11 for your final time trial. Junior Street, stand by. Junior Dragsters, we will also need you to stand by and get those cars ready. We'll be calling you very shortly. JEG'S Super Quick, they'll have their final qualifying session here in just a bit. Jeremiah Hall sitting on top of the heap there. And he only left about 1,000ths there to take over the number one qualifying spot as Jeremiah Hall sits the top of the hill, 450 with a 1. And the top 5, Jacob Bach, number 2, 450 with a 5. Allie Crack, number 3, 450 with an 8. And a couple, how about 3 450s with a 9, starting out with Devin Eisenhower, Bailey Crowell, and Chris Sullivan. All right, Tom Schimmel, Adam Sobiek, as we'll put their finish line marker down to the quarter mile. We'll call this Sportsman class, and Allgaier Performance Parts sponsoring the class this year in our Brown's Oil Service bracket program. The foot breakers, as we call them, Adam Sobiek in the Johnson Horsepower Garage Lane puts a 1325 with that Dakota at 102 miles an hour. Tom Schimmel, 1457 at 95 miles an hour. And Jeff Jennings, the Town and Country wagon, Chrysler under the hood out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And that's Caden Fields in the black truck with the green flames down the side of it. Caden, a decorated junior dragster racer, stepping into the sportsman class with an 018 bulb as he heads down track on the Dodge SRT lane. We'll see the numbers here together. 12:42 for Caden Fields at 108 miles an hour. Jeff Jennings in the wagon still working their way down track. 1967 at 70 miles an hour for the wagon. All right, Kim Deffenbaugh will step in with a Mustang for Deffy Racing. Dave Brumley in the orange Super Bee next door. Kim Deffenbaugh, the Pink Ladies track champion down at Wabash Valley, won the championship by 2 points. And Kim Deffenbaugh runs 1183 at 120 miles an hour. Dave Brumley's Super Bee, 1263 at 111 miles an hour. Dennis Cherry, the 2011 Green Challenger out of Indianapolis, Indiana, and Jerry Gray with his red 70 Dart, 360 under the hood. And Jerry says Mopar or no car, as Jerry has ran that car for years here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. Dennis just missing the tree by 9th thou as Jerry Gray falls back, and Dennis Cherry's Challenger very quickly eats up the racetrack on the Dodge SRT side. 1178 at 114 miles an hour for Dennis Cherry. Jerry Gray, 1528, a regular here in the sportsman class at 87 miles an hour. Joe Tillman, fresh off of that championship run in 2022 right here at Lucas Oil Raceway with the Browns Oil Service Program. Mike Wallens, 80 Malibu out of Fillmore, Indiana, rolls forward. Don't forget, concession stand has plenty of good eats, plenty of soft drinks, and if you do need bags of ice, they can take care of that as well. Hey, Ray, Dad's Toys got him a Perfect Light sticker to put on in his trailer or in his pocket or on the car or whatever. All right, former track champion right here at Lucas Oil Raceway, Ray Boyer, the Dad's Toy. Mike Wall in 1174, 113 miles an hour. Joe Tillman, our defending champion, 1169, 117 miles an hour. And here comes Jim Barrett's white Dodge RT. Dave Kopecheskala. Dave, I do the best I can. 94 Camaro, that's easier for me to say. Brownsburg, Indiana, that's easy. Dave is just running down there and hiding away from Jim Barrett. Dave runs 1102 at 122 miles an hour with his fourth generation Camaro, and Jim Barrett arrives 1512 at 96 miles an hour. Here comes Coy Benge and Trent Hirsch. The red Omega out of North Vernon, Indiana. Buick 350 under the hood for Trent. Coy Benge is 67 Belvedere. Coy is a regular here, competing in our bracket program, and is back for more for 2023. Nice wheels up launch for Trent. Coy's 005 over there on the left side is seat. All right, motorcycles, need you beside lane 11. We're ready for you. Junior minors to lane 12, junior majors to lane 11, please, if you would. JEG'S super quick, stand by. As Coy Benge, 1183, 113 miles an hour. Trent rolls through there with the Omega, 1223 at 108 miles an hour. So again, motorcycles, need you beside lane 11. We got about half of you present. Junior minors to lane 12, junior majors to lane 11. Let's roll. JEG'S super quick, final qualifying session, stand by. Daner Maurer, 2022 Challenger out of Pittsboro, Indiana. Brandy Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, with the Camaro. And Daner lights up. Johnson Horsepower Garage scoreboard, 1227, 111 miles an hour, 1378, 101 miles an hour for Brandy's Camaro. And the 99 Explorer out of Waldron, Indiana, meet Jeff Stillebauer. And Gabby Brewer's red 96 Camaro out of Lebanon, Indiana, V6. Hey racers, if you've cut a perfect light today and you haven't picked up your perfect light sticker, make your way up to race control, second floor of the Parks Tower, and we'll make sure that you can take that back to your racing pit area. We've had several perfect light stickers collected already, as Jeff and Gabby have a reaction time that starts with a 1. No stickers for them yet, but the day is young for both of these racers. And the Explorer will cross second. 18 flat at 74 miles an hour for Stillebauer, and Gabby Brewer 1602 in the Camaro at 85 miles an hour. So junior minors, you should be in lane 12. Junior majors, you should be in lane 11. That is your lane assignments. Junior minors, you should all be in lane 12. Junior majors should be in lane 11. Bubba Mahiran, but in the winner's circle here. 67 Galaxy 500, the powder blue Galaxy. Ron Bird's 2005 Black Blazer. How about a 003 for Ron? He's in race mode. The driver is. And Bird, 1208, 110 miles an hour. Bubba Mahiran, 7th Al behind on the reaction time, 13:15 at 101 miles an hour. Bubba. Here's Travis Booth. You're liable to see Travis racing Lucas Oil races, U.S. Nationals, bracket racing, the multi-talented driver out of Trafalgar, Indiana, 86 Mustang. Calls it the Crusher, right? Yep, and boy, can he crush them. Bree Brewer's 2008 Mustang riding alongside. Couple Mustangs. So Travis, 1277, 103 miles an hour. Bree Brewer's Mustang, a little slower, 1566 at 86 miles an hour. And here comes a couple of Camaros. First gen, Daisy Pickett, right side. Third gen, Steve Nicely out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Looks like the GM cars are dominating the opportunities to go down the racetrack for just a bit. Daisy Pickett almost earned that perfect light sticker. 001 clean and green for Daisy in the Camaro. Pickett, 1239, 108 miles an hour, 1262, 108. Matching Daisy's mile per hour, Steve in the Camaro. And Holden English out of Metcalf, Illinois, and Autumn Moores, 79 blue Camaro. Their last opportunity for the time slip collecting, as they will have the job of picking a dial out. We'll see them first round or too much longer. 009 Holden foot brake and leaving on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. Bracket cars, first round buybacks only. Keep that in mind. And Holden English, 1608 to Autumn Moore's 1386. Holden English, 85 miles an hour, and just missing 100 miles an hour on the other side. Here's Corey Aschenfelter out of Speedway, Indiana. That's a 2022 Jeep Wrangler. Right side, Chris Walker. Beautiful first-gen Camaro out of Paris, Illinois. Chris Walker, 67 Camaro, 1178, 110 miles an hour. And Corey in the Wrangler, 1594 at 84 miles an hour. Here comes Angelo Taylor in the Matchbox, the Horizon. Tyler Dillman pulls up over here on the Dodge SRT side to get that final time slip taken care of. All right, final call, junior minors. You should all be in lane 12 by now. Final call for the junior majors. You should all be in lane 11 as well. JEG'S super quick, get them ready. So Tyler Dillman, 1877 in the right lane, 76 miles an hour, 1646, 79 miles an hour for Angelo Taylor's Horizon. Here's Chad Eaton and Jeff Ramey. Chad Eaton, he's had that car forever. 85 Monte Carlo, knows that car like the back of his hand. He's had some pretty good success here down at Terre Haute, Coles County. Jeff Ramey, the Ram, 2015 Dodge Ram. That is a show-stopping car as Dennis was checking through the binoculars, getting a close look at Chad Eaton's ride. 85 Monte Carlo, clean, ready for a car show. Cruising car. Chad's welded that down the drag strip all over the Midwest. He'll be here for the ET bracket finals. He usually qualifies. Knocking the top bulb out. How about Chad? 005, that Monte Carlo's on the fly down the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. Jeff Ramey will get there eventually. Chad Eaton, 1165, 114 miles an hour, 1491, 91 miles an hour for Jeff Ramey. All right, that takes care of that for the sportsman class. Motorcycle class, Millennium Trailers coming up. Dennis, you want to step in and, hey, you don't have to have 4 tires underneath of you to have fun at the drag strip. Just ask these riders.
Oh, yeah. Pro bike class, man. This is cool. Cool Eliminator. Wesley Wells will be, and Robert Alther will be the first pair out. Want to talk about cool bikes, man. How about the Harley Davidson Road King? Wauwatosa, Wisconsin-based runner Robert Alther coming up here in the Dodge SRT side, the orange and black Harley Davidson, alongside of Wesley Wells. One tough competitor out of Greenwood, Indiana, on board a 2000 Suzuki TL 1000cc entry. Go back into the water box, warm things up. You'll hear the Harley here, the Road King here on the tower side of the racetrack, come to life. The big twin 117 cubic inch entry. And Wesley Wells completing his burnout there at the left side of the racetrack. Wes Wells, of course, a lot of rich family racing heritage. Ship family. Of course, he's got his couple of laps down the track in the pro category. Right now, he's taking a look at the starting line there on the GHG side of the racetrack. Robert Alther, long way from home, Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, his hometown. Careful to stage. Both bikes are in. Here comes the tree. Away they go. A little bit quicker on reaction time is Wesley as he gets down through there first. He'll run 8:73, 151 miles an hour down the quarter mile, and Robert Alther goes 9:66 at 136 miles an hour. That's going to bring up our next, looks like a Robert Malloy Robert Mallory out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Another Harley Davidson. It's a Sportster here to Tower side. Harley Davidson on the JHG side is Melody Alther of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 23 Street Glide. Pretty stellar reaction time for Bob Mallory, but I got to tell you, it's Kind of neat to see Melody out there making a pass on that big 23 street glide. She'll go a little bit slower at 15 flat, 86 miles an hour as Bob Mallory goes 10:45, 128 miles an hour. Continue on here at the Pro Bike category. Take a look now at Donnie Emerson there on the left side of the racetrack. The 1000 Kawasaki pushes the bike back into the water box here out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Jim Conyers. Jim Conyers Jr. out of Terre Haute, Indiana, the 2011 Ninja 1000cc Kawasaki. He'll be staging up here in the Dodge SRT lane. So just a few more bikes left to get their time runs in for the second time session here today. The Browns Oil Racket Series, the Millennium Trailer Super Pro Bike Series. Donnie Emerson and Jimmy Conyers. Looks like Donnie's going to get down to their first left side of the racetrack. Goes 8:37, 152 miles an hour. Jimmy Conyers stops the clock's 10:32, 143 miles an hour. Looks like it's going to be the last bike down the track for time session number 2. Before we go into the juniors, take a look now at Tyler Fisher. Man down out of Benton Harbor, Michigan. It's 2001 Hayabusa. Man named Tyler Fisher, I got to think it's one of the boys from the old Fisher Body Shop racing entry. Tyler Fisher from Benton Harbor, Michigan. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. JEG'S Super Quick cars to the staging lanes, please. JEG'S Super Quick cars, 15 and 16, and this is your call. So Tyler goes 9:26 at 145 miles an hour. One more call for Super Quick cars. We need Super Quick lanes 15 and 16, please. Super Quick to the staging lanes, please, and thank you. So it's junior dragster time. We're going to last time session of the day for the junior dragsters. We got a license run here. Get through junior dragsters, and I'll give you a rundown on the run order for the rest of the day here. Things haven't really changed. We're going to run out the junior dragsters. JEG'S Super Quick qualifying session number 2. Then we're going right into round number 1. Pro ET, followed by Super Pro, Sportsman, Pro Bike, Junior Street, Junior Dragster, and JEG'S Super Quick Series. Round number 1 coming up here pretty quick. Bracket racers, be advised there'll be first round buybacks here today. Right now we're going to take a look at the last time shot for the junior dragster category. Junior dragster so junior dragster's minors up right now. Kanan Morgan, Mooresville, Indiana based runner with a 2017 Boss Chassis dragster. A couple of runner-ups and wins there at IRP in 22 last year. Pretty solid competitor. alongside of Van Swearingen. Van comes out of Avon, Indiana here in the Dodge SRT side. Brand new half-scale dragster. Owner Aaron Swearingen, 6'6" Apparel, the sponsor on the car, as they stage up here on the tower side of the racetrack. Kanan Morgan, Van Swearingen. Last shot down the track before they determine the dial for round number 1. Junior dragster minors. Here we go. So it's Kanan Morgan and Van Swearingen. Top end of the racetrack. It's going to be Kanan Morgan getting down through their first 887 at 73 miles an hour. Van Swearingen, 892, 74 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up the next pair of junior dragsters. Wyatt Ray and Wyatt Morgan. How about that? Wyatt Ray, the left side of the racetrack, comes out of Martinsville, Indiana. Motivational chassis dragster. Alongside of the man from Mooresville, young man out of Mooresville, Indiana, Wyatt Morgan. Another motivational chassis dragster. Wyatt Duerstock overseeing that operation. There in the white t-shirt, watching him roll in here, finding the starting line for him. So we're Wyatt Ray. It's going to be a 12-13, 55 miles an hour. Wyatt Morgan here on the tower side. He goes 14-15, 44. Next pair of junior dragsters on the line, a pair. Tucker Paulson out of Fillmore, Indiana. 23 Assassin chassis dragster. We talked about that earlier. What a cool name to have for a manufacturer of junior dragster chassis. Brian Paulson, the crew chief for Tucker. And he's going to be looking over here at the Dodge SRT side at Emma Burge. Emma comes down out of Lebanon, former runner-up here at bracket program, Brown's Oil Bracket Series here at IRP. Emma knows her way to the winner's circle here. She's just got to pull it through to fruition here at the first season opener race. IRP will see how she can do. So Tucker Paulson and Emma Burge. Let's watch. Here comes the light. Little red light foul for Tucker Paulson. Perfect, almost perfect reaction time for Emma Burge. 001 reaction time. I'd be happy about that. So it's a 9:02, 73 miles an hour for Tucker as he gets down through their first 11:21, the lap for Emma Burge, 57 miles an hour. Trying to figure out a dial on his little junior dragsters. Nick Barnett and Levi Rooksbury coming up next. Levi getting pushed around the water box there. Comes out of Brazil, Indiana. 05 Boss Chassis Dragster. Bob and Jewel Smith, the operations manager on this racing operations, along the half-scale dragster, Indiana, Levi. Well, I'm hearing it's going to be a left lane single for Nick Barnett as Levi's entry has lost fire. I'm trying to get it started back up. We're going to send Nick Barnett on down the track here. Well, looks like he's got fire in the pipes. So Levi Rooksbury is going to be able to go up and stage. Dad's on point, getting him in there, rushing him. Come on, get him staged. Light him up. Doing a great job there, Dad. Great job by Nick Barnett for his composure and being very patient, giving Levi a chance to compete. Here comes flash yellow and green. Feel the power, hear the thunder. As Levi Rooksbury and Nick Barnett come to life. Levi out in front. He's going to get down through there first. He'll run a 9:04 at 72 miles an hour. Nick Barnett with a 12:01 pass, 53 miles an hour. It's going to bring up our next pair as we continue on here. Landon Rooksbury here in the Dodge SRT side in the Flame Dragster. Comes out of Brazil, Indiana. He'll roll in on the Dodge SRT side. He'll stage alongside a lovely and talented young lady, Riley Scherbandi. Girl out of LaPorte, Indiana, 16 McVane chassis. Talked to her dad a little bit earlier. There's crew chief Dave Scherbandi out there, pulling the tire wraps off the slicks. Said he's nut and bolted that car this season. He's gone all the way through it. Bearings, wheel bearings, you name it. There was a bolt to it. They put new ones in it. Pretty happy with the first pass because they haven't had the car down the track this year, and the car performed pretty well first round time session. We'll see if it's got the consistency that Riley's going to need to get a few win lights this year. Landon Rooksbury patiently waiting here on the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. As I said, he comes down out of Brazil, Indiana, he and his father. Dad's one hard-working crew chief trying to keep two cars alive. But I got to give it to him for composure. Something come off the car for Riley Scherbandi's car. She'll run 889, 74 miles an hour. Landon with a 1006, 68 miles an hour. Well, as we continue on and wind down the final session of Junior Dragster category, we'll take a look now at Asher Murphy. She comes out of Franklin, Indiana, Hardin's Chassis Dragster, mom and dad, crew chief and assistant crew chief on the car. Jamison Quinn here on the Dodge SRT side. 2000 Boss Chassis Dragster, that's the green car you see here on the Dodge SRT side. Hails from Noblesville, Indiana. Jameson, Tony, crew chief, looking on. Setting the RPMs on the car just before he gets set and ready to go. He walks away, and time to stage the cars and let the kids go to work and do their job. So Asher Murphy, left side of the racetrack. Jameson Quinn here on the right side. Set, ready to go. Here comes the tree. And away they go. It's an 891 pass for Jameson, 72 miles an hour. Asher Murphy goes 12:19 at 52. It's going to be a single pass for Dylan Douglas as he puts himself in the back of the pack of the minor junior dragster category. Young man out of Greenfield, Indiana. So Dylan Douglas making his way down to Dodge SRT lane on a solo pass. Time session and the final time session, the junior minor category. He'll run 870, 73 miles an hour. The junior majors rolling up here. Juniors are clearing, getting set and ready to go into last time session, number 2 for the majors. Looks like Sam Arthur and Caden Richardson is going to be the first ones down the track in the junior majors. Sam Arthur comes out of Martinsville, Indiana, 2017 half-scale chassis dragster. Tim Arthur, the crew chief and father on the car. Sam's got a couple of wins under his belt with a win here in Lucas Oil back in 21, runner-up 21 and 22. Tateman Sims and Pedigo, the sponsors on the car, and he'll be staging up alongside of Caden Richardson, Galveston, Indiana-based 2016 half-scale chassis dragster. He's got a couple of wins here at IRP and a couple of runner-ups. A couple of tough competitors facing each other here at time session number 2.
Hey, just to give you a little update on things here, we'll get through our junior major final time run, our final qualifier for the JEG'S Super Quick, and then we will have our opening ceremony. So be prepared for that, and then we'll go into round 1 of Pro Class.
Thank you, Ron. So as I announced earlier, our first pair of junior dragster majors in the final time session of junior dragster. It's time to determine the dial. Whole 24 reaction time for Caden Richardson here at the Dodge SRT side of the racetrack. Looks like he's going to get down through there first. He runs a 790, 82 miles an hour, and it's a 794 pass for Sam Arthur, 83 miles an hour. Next pair up, it's going to be Luke May Small, left side of the racetrack, out of Indianapolis, Indiana, the 2016 half-scale chassis dragster, alongside of Shelby Hall, Canby, Indiana-based runner Rusty Hall, the crew chief on the car here on the tower side of the racetrack. Luke out there left side of the racetrack. He's got a win here at IRP in the junior category. A couple of runner-ups. Same way with Shelby Hall. Both racers know their way to the winner's circle. Kelly Hall won the Stars and Stripes Challenge as well. A couple of runner-ups here at IRP, a win or two there, here and there. So it'll be a pretty good matchup. If he's in eliminations, let's see how they do during the time trial session. Luke May Small and Shelby Hall. Here we go. Shelby Hall gets down through there first, right side of the racetrack with an 802 at 81 miles an hour, and then it's a 805 pass for Luke, 80 miles an hour. Next pair up. Tony Virgilio, Cloverdale, Indiana based runner, Hardin's Chassis, junior dragster. Tony and Tara, the crew chiefs, co-crew chiefs on the car. And Grady Wiggins, Kentucky based 2018 half scale chassis dragster. Healy horsepower. A little help from Trevor and Jamie Wiggins. Trevor making the final adjustments for Grady Wiggins. Tony looking over. He's happy. They're going to walk away and let the kids do their job. Down at the stripe, it's going to be a 788 pass for Grady Wiggins at 82 miles an hour. Tony goes 795 at 81. Let's pair up. Oh, looks like Frank Valencia girl Ava out there on the starting line here on the Dodge SRT side. Ava comes out of Frankfort, Illinois. Well, it's going to be Jaden Nace out of Pendleton, Indiana, the 22 half-scale chassis dragster. Blossom horse-powered entry over there on the JHG side. Man, it seems like it's got a lot of torque. Watch how fast this car launches. I was kind of impressed with it. Ava Valencia here on the Dodge SRT side. Claimant Frank father looking on. Jaden left 145 back here at the stripe, but I got to tell you, he's going to catch her top end. It's an 809 lap for Jaden. 77 miles an hour. Ava goes 8 flat, 81 miles an hour with a not too bad 046 reaction time. Frankie, I think you ought to be happy with that. Maya Rabarski out in the JHG lane. That comes out of Tinley Park. 2019 half-scale chassis dragster. So Mia Rabarski goes 798, 82 miles an hour. Dodge SRT lane runs it down to a 787 at 82 miles an hour. Brings up now Eli Wiggins. Wiggins, get me some dragster over on the left side of the racetrack out of Alvaton, Kentucky. The 014 half scale Healy powered car. Alongside of Shannon Douglas, Greenfield, Indiana based runner. So last pair of major dragsters on the line as we finish up time sessions. Junior dragsters. Going to be Eli Wiggins again and Shannon Douglas. Taking a look at the 8th mile track here this afternoon. It's time to determine a dial. Next time we see these guys out to put a dial in at the cars, we're going into eliminations. We got qualifying coming up for the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Qualifying session number 2 in the final round. Last and final qualifying session for the JEG'S Super Quick Series coming on up. We're getting ready to go hot, quick and fast cars. We'll do a little bit of track prep, getting ready, qualifying final in the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Meanwhile, down at the top end of the track, Eli Wiggins goes 785, 82 miles an hour. Shannon Douglas stops the clocks with an elapsed time of 8:02.77, and that puts a wrap on time session for the junior dragsters. Quick touch up on the starting line, quick look at the 8th mile, and we will get back in action here with the JEG'S Super Quick qualifying session.
All right, thank you, Dennis. I want to share some information out here while we've got a little bit of a quiet time. The bracket classes, first round buybacks, you take care of that at the base of the Parks Tower. There's a blue awning on the back side, the east side, and that's where you take care of your buybacks. All right. And also the first round potential buys for our pro class this first round of eliminations. The Indy Beach Properties Pro Class, first round eligible buy will be Wes Butler, car 3512. Super Pro, first round eligible buy James Callan, car 1040. Sportsman, first round eligible buy will be Daisy Pickett, car 3503. Motorcycle, first round eligible buy is Tyler Fisher, bike 3021. Junior Minors, Emma Burge, you'll be my first round potential buy. Majors, we're working on that. My potential buys, listen up. When we call your class potential buys, we'll pull you under the bridge off to the side so we can get a handle on where you're at so we don't lose track of our potential buys. All right, a little track prep in anticipation of our JEG'S Super Quick Series. Hey, listen up, racers. Just as a reminder, weather forecast for tomorrow is ugly. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And we will cancel our activities for tomorrow. If you did buy a 2-day pass for this weekend, you may go down to the first floor of the Parks Tower at your leisure, and they will give you a comp for your card that you paid for tomorrow to be used at a later date. But the JEG'S Super Quick race date for Sunday, obviously we won't be able to do that. They are looking for another option to run that. We're not going to drop that. They want to try to find a place to put that and run that Sunday portion of our JEG'S Super Quick later on in the racing schedule. So again, I'm sure racers are well aware. You've all got weather apps on your phones and what have you. You can see that tomorrow is just not going to happen because of the weather. So again, we will try to get our activities and our racing done today, get that in the books. Tomorrow is a no-go. And again, if you did pay for Saturday and Sunday, you may go down to the first floor of the Parks Tower, and you can go in there and get your comp and use that card for another bracket race somewhere along the 2023 racing season. So we do want to get this information out there. And again, the JEG'S Super Quick race for Sunday, they are looking for another date They want to make sure that that race gets done sometime in 2023. And you'll just have to stay tuned to the Division III Facebook page for further information on finding a place to run and a date for our Sunday JEG'S Super Quick race. With that said, JEG'S Super Quick race cars are working their way towards their final qualifying session. And again, Oakley Motorsports and Don Higgins with Crew Chief Pro being a big part of having Warren Evans here with NHRA.TV and our live stream. So again, while it is quiet, my potential buys, when we do call your classes up, our potential buys will park under the crossover bridge off to the side when we call your class. And again, my pro potential buy first round is Wes Butler's car 3512 when we call you. Super Pro, my first round potential buy is James Callan, car 1040. Sportsman, first round potential buy is Daisy Pickett, car 3503. Motorcycle potential buy, bike 3021 Tyler Fisher, junior minor. Potential first round eligible buy is Emma Burge, car 354. And Eli Wiggins, junior major, you're my first round potential buy, junior car number 3996. JEG'S Super Quick up here for the final qualifying session. Can somebody go 4,500? Jeremiah Hall sits atop of the heap, 450 with a 1. He left about a thou out there on the table. Can somebody grab a thou and take over the number 1 spot at 4,500? We'll find out. Christy Gaskin and Allie Crack will start us out. So again, JEG'S Super Quick. We'll get their final qualifier in the books. We'll have a opening ceremony, and then we'll get right into pro round number 1. So sit tight. Here we go. 8th mile racing at its finest. 34 years of the JEG'S Super Quick Series here in the Midwest. Final qualifying session, race number 2. Christy Gastigan over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. On the outside looking in, ran a 5 flat, only good for the 36 spot. We take the 32 qualified cars into the ladder. Allie Crack safely in the number 3 spot, 450 with an 8 in that Mike Spitzer built Oakley powered race car. So the unofficial bump spot, 459 with a 9, held by Megan Miller as we get started. And I'm sure Megan Miller is in line behind the rest of them. Here we go. 004, Christy Gaskin looking to get in. 499.2 at 136 miles an hour for Christy Gaskin. Allie Crack 451. So Christy Gaskin, as we recycle through, so Christy, 36 on the board. Not going to happen. Tony Royer will back up and line it up on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. Safely in the number 15 spot. Ran a 453 earlier as Devin Eisenhower sits in the top 5 in the number 4 spot, 450 with a 9. Roy Eisenhower looks on behind the racing machine of Devin Eisenhower. .008 Royer runs it down through there. Royer 454 drops off 100. Devin Eisenhower 451 with a 7 drops off about 100. And they will remain in the number 4 spot for Devin, number 15 for Tony Royer. So next pair up in the number 11 spot over there in the left-hand side of the racetrack is Tony Atchison Sr. out of Greenville, Illinois. The Atchison Racing Team. Again, sitting in the number 11 spot, 452 with a 6. Nick Eisenhower in the number 40 spot. Nick's got to slow that race car down. He went 6th thou too quick. 450 is the maximum you can run. You run faster than that, you're cycled to the bottom. So Nick's got to put the power away just a little bit to get into the program. And away we go. Roy Eisenhower looks on. Nick Eisenhower puts it in the program. 451 with a 9, 453 with an 8 for Atchison. He drops off 100th. And Nick Eisenhower puts it in the number 9 spot with that 451 with a 9. So Tony Atchison in the number 12 spot, and here comes Jake Smith, number 10 on the standing list, 452 out of the left side, and Jay Oakley. Looking for Jay Oakley to step it up with that Oakley Motorsports powered dragster on the right side. He ran a 455 with a 1 earlier. All right, setting on the pre-stage beams. Ready to go. Very quick. 002, 005, right and left. Oakley, 452, picks up 300s. Jake Smith goes to the top of the hill, 4,500. As Warren Evans was in there, going, yeah, baby. 4,500 for Jake Smith, takes it to the top of the heap. Wow, Jay Oakley steps it up too. And Jay Oakley goes from number 17 to number 11. Jake Smith takes it to the top of the heap. 4,500. Great job for the team. All right, Scott Tuttle still trying to sort out that dragster, that Danny Nelson creation over there on the left side. Braden Bowden, number 30th, would like to slip up the standing list and get off of the bottom section. Braden's 006, finish line, 460, goes 200s the wrong way. Scott Tuttle, 554 with a 6, and I don't believe that's going to be good enough for Tuttle. So Tuttle in the number 38 spot. And Ken Simpson in the number 19 spot. Greg Rice in the 41 spot. Greg Rice in the right lane on the outside looking in. And I'll tell you what, the unofficial bump is 459.9 as Ken Simpson will probably go for some consistency with his 455 earlier pass in the left lane. Greg Rice needs to woe it down. He went 6th thou too quick off the 450 max, and Rice just needs to bump down the power just a bit to slide into the fast 32. Nice. Ken Simpson picks up about 100th, and Greg Rice 452 with a 7. So Greg Rice finds his way into the number 14 spot with that 452 with a 7, and Ken Simpson stays 19th as he will roll in with a 4.547. Here's Chris Carrico, left-hand side of the racetrack out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Number 27 on the list is Chris Carrico. Hunter Patton, the great youngster who can drive the wheels off of a race car, sitting number 15 with his earlier 452 with an 8. Let's see if Hunter steps on it here and tries to pick up in the standing order to get into the fast half of the race standing list. JEG'S Super Quick at its finest here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. Chris would like to step it up just a bit, if he can, to maybe move off of the 27th slot. Red lights don't matter. And Carico picking up 200ths, and Hunter Patton falling off about 100th. So Hunter Patton stays 15. Chris Carico goes from 27 to 21. So he's breathing a little easier, getting off the bottom portion of the standing list. We take the 32 fastest that hold court with 450 or a little slower. Here comes Al Peebler and Greg Gaskin. Greg, 26th spot for right now, 456 with an 8. He's in the right lane. Al Peebler's got to just woe it down just a bit. Peebler, 399, no help there. Greg Gaskin, 482.7. Both Greg fell off big time. Al goes quicker yet, 399, 183 for Peebler. But Gaskin will stay in the 26th spot after that effort. This is Blake Peebler, American Chassis Dragster, and Bob Sargent, a veteran of the JEG'S Super Quick Series. Bob, a nice run there, Dennis. Number 8, 451 with a deuce. And somebody basically crashed the 4,500 party as a nice job done by Jake Smith. So Blake Peebler over there on the left side. Got to woe it down. I don't know if they know how to do that, Dennis. But Bob Sargent, 451 deuce. Bob's just going to look for another 451 run. What do you think, Dennis?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit of consistency here on the Dodge SRT side, but I'm with you as far as the Peeblers go. I don't think they're worried about qualifying. They're looking forward to the top dragster field for the summer. So we're looking at a 402 for a last pass for Blake Peebler. He's definitely going to step it up.
Yeah.
Let's see if he gets her down into the threes. That's a 403 to 183 miles an hour for Blake, so that tells the story. We're not worried about qualifying here today.
No, how low can you go? Bob Sargent off pace. He'll stay number 8. He ran a 477, and I hope that was intentional, getting out of the pedal early, and that wasn't a performance issue for Bob Sargent.
I got to tell you, though, I'm having a ball watching the Peeblers just go out there and lay them down. You know, it's kind of fun to watch that stuff happen here today.
Well, they love running them top dragsters. They love going fast. So, hey, they're both pretty well. They're pretty good at what they do, and that's going fast.
Oh, yeah. Both of them got a couple championships underneath their belts. Bailey Crowell now and Anthony Smith taking a look at the starting line here. Bailey Crowell on the left side of the racetrack. Comes in out of Evansville, Indiana, the undercover chassis dragster. He's currently qualified number 6 with a 450 with a 9. There, like you said, there's a 450 party going on here. Bailey Crowell dead in the middle of that. Anthony Smith out of Avon, Indiana, the 23 American chassis car. 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for horsepower. He's on the outside looking in. He's going to have to pick it up a little bit. He went too fast last round. He'll run a 451, and that's going to put Anthony Smith from the outside in, 142 miles an hour with a 451 lap. A pair of 451s, actually. Bailey Crowell goes 451 as well at 152 miles an hour.
Well, that'll put Crowell number 6, Anthony Smith number 9.
Sir, yes, sir, Bob. Jake Smith right up, still up on number 1 qualifier so far. That's going to bring up Tiffany Busenbark. Center Point, Indiana-based racecraft chassis dragster out there left side of the racetrack backing up. She's currently qualified number 17 with a 453 best. She'll be looking over the shoulder at Mike Bagley, man out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Todd Hill, the crew chief on that car as he's walking away. They're on the outside looking in. Was a little bit too quick on the first lap with a 445. Going to have to slow her down by 5 to get it to program, at least by 5. We'll see how Mike Bagley can go, see if they stepped it down a little bit. So Tiffany Busenbark, Mike Bagley, away they go. Mike's on a pretty quick move down there. I'm looking down track. He runs a 4:48, still too quick. 159 miles an hour, and that's going to end his qualifying day. He can run, sport super pro if he wants to, but 4:53, a pretty good lap for Tiffany. 153 miles an hour. She's going to hold on to that number 17 position.
Tiffany's got a bracket car. That's 3 thou separate those two runs. Hey, Dart and Dave Sodders need you to race control. Dart and Dave Sodders need you to race control, please. Second floor.
Take a look at the top 10 in qualifying so far. Jake Smith holding on to number 1 with a 450 flat. Jeremiah Hall right behind with a 450 with a 1. So Jeremiah Hall trails by 1,000ths of a second. Jacob Bach, 450 with 5. There's like 10 cars with 450s there in the 450 party going on here today in the top dragster qualifying session number 2. And here comes Jeremiah Hall right now, number 2 qualifier, 450 with a 1, alongside of Ken Story. Tall man out of Seabury, Kentucky, making his way down Dodge SRT lane.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Ken was trying to get off of the bubble area down there, well, he goes just way, 7 thou too quick, so he's going to stay down there and sweat.
Absolutely. He turned up the wick just a little bit too much by 7 thou. That's all right. He's still in the program at number 29. Put a dial in on the car. Let's go racing. Jeremiah Hall looks like he's going to hold on to that number 2 spot. Runs a 451 with a 6. That 450 will stick for now. Coming up next. Backing up in the burnouts, good friend of mine, Dominic Bowden. Dominic, Nick Mastrada, a couple of runners out of Illinois. Peatone, Illinois, the hometown for Nick Mastrada. These guys know themselves pretty good. They've staged up alongside of each other several times. Dominic out of Manuka, Illinois, his Cheryl chassis dragster. Dominic and Ann and Braden and Quinn. Great family out of Manuka, Illinois.
Well, Nick needs some of Dominic's power, and Dominic said, take it away from me. They're both on the outside looking in.
Yeah, Nick's qualified number 34 right now. Dominic went a little bit too quick with a 448 in the last attempt. He's got to slow her down a little bit to 450 or slower. 451, good enough for Dominic. That puts Dominic in a program. He went from the outside in at number 43. That's going to move Dominic in. Nick Pastrada's going to be on the bump right now as it stands. Good pass for Dominic. He rolls up bottom of the qualifying sheet, not even qualified, right on up to number 9. Big grin on the face of Ann Bowden as she walks back. Good job for the whole Bowden team. John Wagner coming up now, and Logan Jamison. John Wagner, the man, out of Chandler, Indiana. One of the Racecraft chassis dragsters got one of those Phil Oakley horsepower plants in the car. He's on the outside looking in at 632 sniper motor with just a little bit too much for first round of qualifying. As he went to 414, we got to slow it down like 4/10 to get in the program. Logan Jamison here on the Dodge SRT side comes out of Boonville, Indiana with that Racecraft entry. 565 Chevrolet for horsepower. He is currently qualified number 19. He's in the program. All he's got to do is hold on to a spot. He'll be able to make first round of eliminations.
All right, we got a race car down there we need to rescue as it sits down there in the shutdown area, and that's not where you have the parties.
I believe that's Nick Mastrada's car. They'll get him rolled off the big end of the track. Pretty cool qualifying session for the Super Quick Series here. Jake Smith still holding on to number 1. Jeremiah Hall is number 2. Jacob Bach number 3. Allie Crack number 4. Devin Eisenhower number 5. Bailey Crowell number 6. Chris Sullivan number 7. And those are the 7 cars, all qualified with a 450. Starts out 450 flat, goes all the way to 450 with a 9. Followed by Bob Sargent with a 451. Dominic Bowden with a 451. Oh, slew of 451s. Anthony Smith, Phil Oakley, number 11. Nick Eisenhower, number 12. Jay's number 13. Bob Prost, number 14. Tony Atkin Sr. is number 15. And Greg Rice at number 16. Those are top 16 qualifiers in the Super Quick Series here today. You can let me finish.
Oh, sorry, I'm done. Okay. I never know when you're done.
When I stop talking.
Okay. All right, attention in the pits. Pro class. Yes, we do. We need our pro class. Pro cars, first round of eliminations. Make sure your dials are on the right side where they can read them from the tower. Lane 17 and 18, Pro Cars, Wes Butler, car 3512, you're my potential buy. You can load it under the crossover bridge off to the side. I need the rest of my Pro class to lane 17 and 18. That's Indy Beach Properties, Pro class, first round of eliminations. Dials on the right side to lane 17 and 18. If you would, Wes Butler, you're the potential buy, car 3512, under the crossover bridge off to the side, sir. Super Pro, standby call only. Super Pro, standby call only at this time.
Logan Jamison runs 450 with a 7. That's going to put him up on top. And Jonathan Wagner runs it on down to a 487. See where he goes into qualifying. So we're getting a thumbs up sign from our starter, and that brings Roger Chaney and Nathan Prose to life. Roger Chaney right now, currently on the bump, qualified number 32. Unofficially, he's on the bump with a 458. Gonna have to run at least that number or better. Nathan Prose is in the program, or on the outside looking in, I'm sorry. Nathan gonna have to step it up. His best attempt was a 461. 458 is gonna be the bump right now. So Nathan Prose here on the Dodge SRT side, looking to get in the program right here on this pass. Young man out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Beautiful Miller chassis car with Oakley horsepower. A couple of 632 cubic inch Chevrolet entries on the starting line with Roger Chaney, Nathan Prose. Got a few cars left in the qualified session. The final qualifier here for top. I'm sorry, starting to say top dragster. Super quick series race. Because we do have some door cars that's going to qualify here for the super quick race, I am told.
You're just getting anxious for the Lucas Oil Series coming to town in a couple weeks. How about a perfect light for Nathan Prose and a 450 with a 4 to go with it, and he's going to be a player. 460 going 200s the wrong way. So Nathan Prose jumps all the way to the number 3 spot. And how about Chaney? Where did he end up?
Well, he bumped Chaney out of qualifying right now. Chaney's done for the day.
Uh-oh.
Tough pass yet. He's not liking Nathan real well. Nathan just goes into the number 3 spot, bumped him right out of the program. Went from being on the bump to out of the program. So that moves the bump up to a 57, I do believe. He cleared the screen, but anyway, Joe Swanson, 457, number 32 qualifier right here on the Dodge SRT side. He could be potentially bumped out. Jacob Bach here on the left side of the racetrack, comes out of Eaton, Ohio with his Spitzer chassis car. Currently qualified number 4, ran a 450 best. Got some of that Bill Oakley horsepower, one of those 632 sniper motors there on the left side of the racetrack. He'll have to contain all that horsepower. Joe Swanson's going to have to pick it up just a little bit if he wants to stay in the program. He'll run a 451, and that'll lock him in solid at 155 miles an hour. That puts him in the program. 452 for Jason Bach. He's looking good. So here we go. Jacob Bach goes from the bump spot up to number 4. Jake Smith holding on to number 1 with Jeremiah Hall right behind him. Nathan Prose in the number 3 spot. Man, this is a good qualifying run.
Oh, it is. You know,
fantastic.
The thing about the JEG'S Super Quick Series, when you got more cars than you've got spots for the invitation to the party, you make some enemies once in a while.
Yeah, Nathan Prose has not made any friends here today. I can tell you right now. You bump somebody from the bump spot on out of the program there. That's not making good friends. Right now, let's take a look at Danny Wood and Scott Carmen. Danny Wood over on the left side of the racetrack comes out of Wabash, Indiana with his entry. Currently number 28 qualifier. 456 best attempt on the first lap down the track, and a 456 for Scott Carmen. 28, number 27 qualifier. It's a pretty good matchup here in terms of performance on a first qualifying pass. We'll see if they can step it up, if they're happy with their runs right now. They're both in the program. Scott Carmen comes to our Dodge SRT side out of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Kenny Nelson chassis dragster. Look at the reaction time. Scott Carmen, bottom of the tree is a 004. 454 picks it up by 2. Scott Carmen goes 150 miles an hour. But look at the lap for Danny Wood. 450 with a 2 to 155 miles an hour. That's going to put him up about number 3 spot. Bumps Nathan down 1. Danny Wood, your number 3 qualifier. Scott Carmen goes into the number 25 spot.
450 with something, I think, is occupying 11 or 12 spots. That is brutal.
Well, the next pair up, getting set and ready to go, is going to be Steve Hedger Jr. out of Independence, Kentucky. Undercover chassis dragster, one of those rare 632 cubic inch Ford entries. And he'll stage up alongside Megan Miller. Probably one of the more interesting combinations that you'll see in this category. Little small block Chevrolet with a big blower in it, like a 355 cubic inch high winding little small block Chevrolet, and it's got a supercharger on it. Rodney and Mary Miller, the Crow crew chiefs on the car. Megan Miller's on the outside looking in. She's currently number 37 qualifier. Believe it or not, 459 not enough to make the program.
That's just insane.
That's a pretty good qualifying show, man. Folks at home and watching this and streaming, man, you're having a pretty good time with this. I hope you're having as much fun as we are watching it take place. So Steve Hedge, Megan Miller, side by side they'll go. Megan Miller, 456, a little bit better. She'll pick up 3 at 151 miles an hour, and it's a 455 pass at 151 for Steve Hedger. And that's going to put Steve Hedger down to number 29 spot, Megan in the number 30 spot. So both cars making a show with about 8 pairs left. Let's see how we're going here now with Mike Schottenstinger and Bob Prose. Mike Schottinger over here on the JHG side out of Lewisburg, Ohio. Another one of Dean McElvain's creations there, the McElvain Big Block Chevrolet inspired entry. He's a number 31 qualifier right now with a 456 best. And he'll stage alongside of Bob Prose. Bob Prose, the man out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Miller chassis car, 632. He's in the program at number 18 spot. Oh, there we go. 450 with an O for Bob Prose. That's going to put him right up on top of the ladder. 155 miles an hour. Good pass by Prose. Look at the reaction time.
Oh, yeah.
008. That's an impressive lap. He's going to be smiling all the way back to the pits with that ET slip. Mike Schoninger goes 448 at 154 miles an hour. So Bob Prose goes right into the number 2 spot. Jake Smith and Bob Prose tied with a 450 with an O.
Bob should have gotten line ahead of Jake, and it'd have been a different story, but whoever does it first.
Here comes Ryan Wallace and Allison. Allison just watched her dad run a 450. She's in as a 455 at the number 26 spot. Ryan Wallace here out of Edinburgh, Indiana, the number 39 qualifier. He's on the outside looking in. 462 with his best lap. He's not going to make the show. 463 at 150 miles an hour. I got to tell you, it's getting kind of dicey out there.
Oh, buddy.
So Allison, she's solid. Number 26 qualifier, 453. She picked it up by 2, and that's the way you want to go.
I want to shout out here. We got 450 with a something clear down to the number 11 spot. And it is tight in the top 11. 9 thou separating those cars.
Oh, yeah, 10-4. It goes all the way down to number 11 with Chris Sullivan. That's going to bring up now Cody Wiggins and Chris Sullivan. Chris is watching here on the Dodge SRT side. Comes out of Auburn, Illinois. Racecraft chassis, dragster. Another one of them Oakley horse-powered entries. Wright trailer-sponsored car. He's number 11 qualifier. 450 with a 9. Number 11 with a 459. Slows down to a 452, but he's in the program. 155 miles an hour. Cody Wiggins, he'll stop the clocks at 455 at 153. He's kind of very consistent within 4 thousandths of his last pass. Hey, I'll take consistency.
You betcha.
You can be quick. You can be the big dog. You can be the number 1 qualifier, but when it when the smoke clears and the races are won, it's won on consistency.
Yep.
So Jake Smith's doing a pretty good job of holding on to that number one spot. You can't beat that. Bob Prose is going to be number 2. That's a given. Jeremiah Hall hanging in number 3 with a 450 with a 1. Let's take a look at our next pair of competitors. It's going to be Brian Casson and Darren Douglas. Brian Casson, the man backing up from the burnout, he's getting a little bit of help backing up. I'm not sure if there's fire in those pipes or not.
I'll tell you what, Darren Douglas needs about 200s to get in the show. He's in the number 33 spot. And our official bump spot as we take it down is Greg Gaskin, 4.568, unofficially bump spot for the series. As we are just about to close out. We got a few cars left, and we're going to build us a ladder.
So we're watching a little bit of action going on for Brian Casson as they push him off. It looks like he's not going to be able to make the call, and Darren Douglas is going to make a single. A man out of Greenfield, Indiana, biomed technician, one of those probably 2 that I've seen today in competition, the 632 cubic inch Ford entry. He's, like you said, he was number 33 qualifier with a 457. Just have to pick it up just a little bit.
Just 100.
Yep. Greg Gaskin holds the bump spot right now at 456, so he needs a foul. And I think he's got it. I think this could happen.
Just drain about a quart out of the gas tank and you got it.
So let's watch Darren Douglas. Right now, 1 spot out of qualifying. Number 33 qualifier, trying to make it in the field.
Picked up 200s.
455, good enough to put him in a program at 150 miles an hour. And Phil Oakley. We already know Phil's in the show. He's number 16 qualifier right now as it stands with a 451 best. Miller chassis car with one of those 632 cubic inch Oakley Sniper motors. 250 blower car. Comes out of Philpott, Kentucky with this entry. A lot of good things to say about Phil Oakley. Phil Oakley is like a track announcer's dream racer. He does so much for the sport, gives so much effort to it. This is a man that lives this sport. A great sponsor, JEG'S Super Quick Series. He helped us get Warren Evans up here. We're very thankful for that, along with Don Higgins. He also put in sponsor forth on the top dragster entries in the Lucas Oil Division 3 Series. And once again, Phil Oakley, can't say enough about him. And also, I might add that he's your reigning JEG'S Super Quick champion. So here we go. Phil Oakley, number 16 with a 451 best. Let's see if he can improve on that. Hey, he's consistent. That's wins races. 451 with an O at 150 miles an hour. You got to love that consistency of that Oakley horsepower. So Phil Oakley making the program, number 16. Here comes Dylan Stott, man out of Columbus, North Carolina. Very fast car here. Laid down a pass a little bit early, kind of a soft pass. Judging by the burnout, Dylan Stott's going to take a shot at it. Right now, he's trying to qualify for the Super Quick Series, and he is not in. I think the car went a 428. That's a little bit quick. We'll slow her down by, say, 3, and that might put him in the program. Let's see what Stott's got to show for us. Right now, he's got to slow it down quite a bit. Ran a 428, and we're looking at nothing quicker than 450. Early shutoff for Dylan Stott. He's going to need a little bit more steam than a 651 to get in the program, so I'm going to say that's going to end his day. Watch the long, smoky burnout. Well, Mark McDonald, I expected to take those Hoosiers out a little bit farther on the burnout. So Mark McDonald's out here trying out a new set of slicks on the car. Man out of Boonville, Indiana, 67 Mustang, true blue oval horsepower, 611 cubic inches of forward horsepower. There's little talented Deidre out there keeping an eye on the observation from the outside of the car. Deidre and Mark McDonald spent a little time with us and folks from So Mark McDonald on the outside of the Super Quick Series here trying to get in. We'll see if he's going to try and run the car or if he's doing some testing here this weekend. We're thinking he's going to qualify. So ran 420 on the last lap. He'll run 416 a little bit too quick to qualify. So that's going to end his day. 173 miles an hour. So we'll see how Dee walks back. Dee's got a big smile on her face. She's liking them new Hoosiers. Okay, here we go. So the qualifying lineup so far is Jake Smith. Well, as we finish qualifying, Jake Smith qualified number 1, 450 with an O. Bob Pro's right alongside, 450 with an O. Jeremiah Hall, number 3 qualifier, 450 with a 1. Danny Wood, number 4. Nathan Pro, number 5. Jacob Bach, number 6. Logan Jamison, number 7. Allie Crack, number 8. Devin Eisenhower, number 9. And Bailey Cromwell. That'll be your top 10 qualifiers in the JEG'S Super Quick Series qualifying sessions as we finish it up. We're getting ready to go into eliminations finally. Here it is, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We're starting eliminations. That's a pretty good day. And we're going to turn the microphone over to my friend and colleague here as we're going to start the pre-race ceremony. We're going to do an invocation and national anthem, and we're getting ready to go hot here in just a few moments with Pro ET first round eliminations for the first bracket race of the season here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. The Browns Oil ET Series starting right here and now, and that's when the points chase starts. So, Ron Ruggless, if you will, please take it away.
All right, as we get ready here to get our racing underway, we're very fortunate to have RFC chaplain Hugh Goodale in the house here. He will do the invocation. And one of our racers here will do our national anthem. This is Dart and Dave Sodders. So as we prepare, we're ready. Please, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps. We'll have Hugh Goodale do the invocation, and then please remain standing for the national anthem. Hugh?
Thank you, Ron. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we give thanks for this day, and what a gorgeous day it's been, good weather, and Lord, we're thankful for the safety that we've seen, even with the one accident today, and Lord, we just give thanks for that. And Lord, there's a lot of people, the people here at Lucas Oil Raceway, many sponsors that have made this day and this race possible. We give thanks for each one of them. Continue to bless these businesses and this track, Lord. As we enter into eliminations here, Lord, I pray you watch over each and every driver. Lord, you protect them throughout this evening, Lord. And we just want to give you thanks, Lord, for your goodness, for the good weather, for the blessings in our lives. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, thank you, Hugh Goodale. They'll have the RFC Chapel service 9 o'clock in the morning, third floor in the suite here at the Parks Tower. All right, we'll rescind that since we are not racing tomorrow. There'll be no chapel service. And thank you, Dart and Dave Sodders, for our national anthem. First round buybacks if you want to buy back. First round, you can go to the base of the Parks Tower on the backside under the blue awning and buy back in there to jump back in that particular round. Pro cars, ready to go. Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by if you would, please. All right, Dustin Brenton taking the first win light here in competition. 638 off the 636. 001 to a perfect light for Jeff Stone. And Jeff, all he gets is a trip to the buyback line if he wants to do that. Stone off pace by 11. Perfect on the tree. And Dustin Brenton steals one down at the finish line. All right, let's go. Joel Leischer and Bob Aker. Bob Aker. 65 Nova, 623 dial right side. Joel's going to dial in there about 400ths on the slower side, if you can say that. Clean and green, both racers, round one. Pro class coming at us. Wind light shines for Joel Leiser. Joe got to the stripe first by 9 thou, turns Bob Aker away. Aker breaks out by 6 thou, giving up 300ths off the Christmas tree, and Joel made him pay. Rick Covey up next to run Joe Pickett's 27 Roadster. 559 for Joe Pickett in the Dodge SRT lane. 626 for Rick Covey's White Nova. Down to the stripe, eighth of a mile away. Give the wind light to Rick Covey by 400ths as he's dead two for a 19 pack. And Joe Pickett, dead four, just gave up 400ths up front, and that's about Rick Covey's margin of victory out of the left-hand side of the racetrack. Here comes Joey Ship, 69 Nova. He looks to the right. There's Bree Brewer standing in the way of round number two. Bree Brewer is S10 with a 694 dial. Joey's going to dial 704, leaving first by just a smidgen. All right, Christmas tree pre-staged. The lamps are being illuminated. Joey first, then Bree Brewer. Tree drops, and Joey Ship double steps on a red light start, sending Bree Brewer to round two cleanly. Bree, 694, runs 708, limping it across the finish line as Joey Ship does likewise. Out of power going across the finish line after the red light start for Joey Ship. All right, Chad Eaton, the 85 Monte Carlo. Chad Eaton dialed in 739. Cody Knott in the red pick-em-up truck. 668 dial. Will Chase, Chad Eaton, silver Monte Carlo. The race is on. Chad slips out front, looking over his shoulder for Cody to arrive. but the win light shines by 300ths for Chad Eaton. Chad 100th over the dial, pulling 2 out of the tree, and Cody Knotts 200ths over the dial, no good. Chad Eaton will take the win light. All right, Brad Davis, 79 Z28, 674 dial will chase Walt Jones's Camaro. Walt will journey down the right-hand side of the racetrack with that 715 dial. So about 400ths head start for Walt. There they go. Side by side down to the finish line. Brad Davis would not win that one. Breaks out by 200ths, giving up 300ths. Walt Jones, that's a winner. Dead 8 for the Camaro in the win light. Joe Tillman up next. His white Mustang, 751 dial, will be chased by Jim Harness's 64 Chevy Deuce. That is a beautiful show-stopping, eye-dropping race car. 668 for Jim Harness. Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by, please. I'll tell you what, add them reaction times together, and you got 009, but the win light shines by 19 thou for Joe Tillman. 002 up front, dead 6 for an 8-pack, and Tillman takes the win in the white Mustang. Scott Stillings, 565 dial right side. That's a Grand Am. And Kent Estep, the Shelby. The GT version, 670 dial. Boy, this will be fun. Stillings will have a just about 2-bulb deficit before he puts the pedal down in that Grand Am. But it's a red light for Kent and a win light for Scott Stillings. Stillings hauling the mail. It's 563 off the 565 and the win light for Stillings. 300ths under for Kent after missing the tree by 600ths. How about a couple GM door cars? 1 year separating these two Novas. Sean's got the 73, Mike Covey's got the 72. We'll put Mike in the right lane, give him a 635 dial, and let Sean Feast chase him down with a quicker 603 dial with his 73 Silver Nova. Bling, bling, bling. Here they come. Well, Sean Feast breaks out by 1 thou, and he didn't miss the tree that much, but Mike Covey drifts down there, goes dead 7, taking the finish line by 4/10 thou, and that's a winner in the right lane for Mike Covey. Zach Gosnell, the Roadster, the 27 Model T left side 548, chasing Gary Arola's Z28, the 91 production year with a 660 dial. So Camaro made this body style one more year in 92, and then they drastically changed the body lines on the Camaro. But Gary's got a rare look there with his body on that Camaro. There goes Gary, and Gary's the winner because Zach could not wait. 003 RED for Zach in the left lane, and Gary runs dead 2, running the number down here. Gary will quicken up the reaction time next round, and we'll see how he does the rest of the day. Chris Walker, Jeff Castle. How about the battle of the first-gen Camaros? Chris is in a 67 left side, dialing 745, leaving first. Jeff Castle, 68 Camaro right side, 687. He is the chaser in this pair. Winner, winner. It will be Jeff Castle taking the stripe second. Chris Walker takes the stripe first, breaks out by 8 thou. Holden 3 up front, just took too much stripe, allowing Jeff Castle the invitation to round 2. Castle dead 2. Tardy on the tree, but it worked out for him as Chris Walker bails him out, taking a big chunk out of the finish line. Josh Rogers in the truck, 628 dial, 655 for Austin Day's Malibu. We'll see that right-hand lane move first. And we got us a race, folks. This is Pro Class Round 1 at its finest. 3 thou separate them on the tree, but Austin Day taking the finish line by 19 thou and breaks out by 2 hun. Josh Rogers, that's a winner. Dead 4 for Rogers in the S10 for the win. Here comes Ray Boyer. Had his perfect light earlier, came up, picked up his sticker. He's got a 632 on the right side, the Z28. Travis Booth, this will be a good race. 806 for Travis. Travis leaving first. Ray's got a hold court down there on the finish line. Got to be patient. There's Travis. There's Ray. What a race. Boyer coming. Not going to happen. Booth's 004 up front, dead 7 out the back door, taking the win. That was a great drag race. Ray Boyer did everything but turn on the wind light. He was 2 off the dial, gave up a little bit to Travis Booth, and Travis will make you pay when you give him some room on that reaction time. And here comes Jeff Blanchard's white Mustang. He'll put a 673 on the right side. Brent Davis dialing 666. 64 Nova 2, the powder blue Nova 2 out of Indianapolis. There they go. Side by side, they're doing some rubbernecking down there. Winner will be Brent Davis, left-hand side. Blanchard was 009, slayed the Dragon, took the finish line by 400ths and breaks out by 4,000ths. Brent Davis is okay with that. He's a winner as he goes 667 off his 666 dial. James Gibbs, 66 dart, 683 dial. And our yellow Challenger, that's the Wisman Racing team with the yellow Challenger. All right, Jason Wisman will wheel the 73 yellow Challenger with an 880 dial. He'll leave today, and James Gibbs has got to be patient, and he did a great job waiting with that 66 dart. And it's a breakout for Wisman's Challenger, breaking out by 300ths. Gibbs, dead 1, 16 thou pack, taking the stride by 7 thou, and James Gibbs, that's a winner. Here's Dave Monday. 67 dart dial, 605. He will wait. 1 bulb on the tree as Larry Walker's Good Time Racing wagon will leave first, 655 dial. So Larry Walker working his way up to the stage on the left side. And it's over for Walker. 14 red. Dave Monday is a winner. Dead 1 for Dave Monday. And to add insult to injury, Larry Walker goes 200ths under after missing the tree by about 100th and a half. Here comes Nathan Jones and Jeff Russell. Nathan's S10 truck, 614 dialed. All right, listen up. Super Pro, need you to lanes 15 and 16. Super Pro to 15 and 16. James Callan, car 1040, you're my eligible buy, loaded under the crossover bridge off to the side if you would please. And Jeff Russell's got a bulb to match the color of that red Barracuda, missed the tree by 1 thou. Nathan Jones, that's a winner. Nathan takes it downer, goes 300ths under. Russell's 200ths over. Unfortunately, Jeff Russell wants a do-over. We call that a buyback. Keith Long, Josh Pickett, the Precision Balancing pickup truck, 94 S10 out of Indianapolis, 638. Chasing Keith Long, 70 purple Challenger coming in with a 667 dial. 1 green light, 2 green lights. Keith Long waiting for the pressure of Josh Pickett. And Keith Long takes the finish line by 700ths, breaks out by 500ths as Josh Pickett goes dead 1, crossing the stripe second for the win in the S10. Here comes John Armanoff, the Flying White Daytona out of Indianapolis, 644 dial right side. And we'll be chasing that Dave Sherbondi's Firebird with a 702 dial. So John's going to see a lot of the bumper of that Firebird as he travels down track. Side by side finish line. Who's going to flinch? Let's put the wind light on John Armanoff's side. He's 400ths over the dial. Dave Sherbondi took a big bite out of the finish line, arriving by 300ths and breaking out by about 300ths as well, as we bring up Justin Dillman and Layla Dillman. How'd they do this? The Dillmans left and right. Layla on the left side, 691. Justin Dillman's 85 Camaro dial 670. Well, we know a Camaro's going to win. We know a Dillman's going to win. Well, we're clean, we're green. They're going to make us wait to the 8th mile. The race is on. Winner will be Layla Dillman. 692 off the 691. Justin Dillman breaking out by 400ths. Gave up a little over 200ths up front and took the finish line by 200ths as well. So Layla Dillman takes the win on that one. Super Pro to 15 and 16 for round one. Super Pro to 15 and 16 for round one. The Bitter Lime 70 GTX out of Westville, Indiana. John Borsick, 615 dial car, chasing the Biscayne of Louis Weatherford. Louis's got a 647 on the Dodge SRT scoreboard and gets turned away. John gets it done. 400ths over the 615 dial is Louis Weatherford, 100th over, but when your reaction time starts with a 1, if your opponent didn't red light, you're in trouble. And that's exactly what happened as John takes the win out of the left-hand side of the racetrack. Here's Gage Brenton and Brad Moore. Brad's a 68 yellow Camaro with a black vinyl top, 599 right side, 653 for Brenton, 72 Nova. Wheels up, wheels down. Red light for Gage Brenton. Brad Moore taking it to round number 2. Breaks out by 400ths, but no problem there. Brad will get the winning time slip. Gage, 100th over the dial, just plain flat, couldn't wait on the tree. Randy Dobbs, the hardtop 64 Nova, the orange and white Nova. 637 dial for Beach Automotive, JCE Carburetor and Engine Shop. And Tracy Typin, 67 Nova, sits idle with a 750 dial on the left side. Little over a second head start for the left side of the racetrack. There's Tracy. Here comes Randy, and Randy is red. Tracy is round 2 bound, 006, clean and green for Tracy in the win. Kept the pedal down, holding probably a little bit. He's 4 under. Dobbs 200ths over, but unfortunately the Christmas tree says, Randy, there'll be better days ahead. Greg Dillman, our track champion last year, 67 Chevy Deuce, 636, will tie into Matt Dakin's 1964 Plymouth Valiant, a car that you just do not see many of them on the drag strip. But Matt Dakin has preserved this race car for us to enjoy. 640, we're waiting for Greg Dillman's dial. It's not on the board yet. And we still got a little fixing to do up there for Greg Dillman. There it is, 636. They're dialing 400ths, and they will leave just about as 1. So hopefully my Super Pro cars are in place into 15 and 16, and hopefully my potential buy, Jamie's Callan, car 1040, is under the bridge off to the side. All right, pre-stage, they'll roll up, and it's go time. Red light start for Matt Dagan by 3 thou, and Greg Dillman a free run at it. Looking for a 636, breaks out by 3 thou. Dagan dead 5, but missed the tree by 003. guy TJ Dobbs already turns on the red light in that truck, allowing his competitor over there next door for the win. Breaking out, but to no avail. TJ, when you turn on that red light, really makes it easier on your competitor next door as Greg All right, Scott Small taking that win as Cody Allenbaugh threw in a red light to help Scott Small go to the next round. Small 712 off the 710 dial. Cody 6600 off his 660 dial. He would love to have that race done over again, but the buyback window is where he'll have to head. Wesley Wells on the Hayabusa dialing 601. He will wait a full second as Greg Hillier's Mustang out of Plainfield will head down the track with a 702 dial. Greg was our first perfect light of the day, and if you did cut a perfect light today and you haven't picked up your sticker up here on the second floor of the tower and race control, come on up. And Hillier paints it red. Wes Wells, that's a winner on the Hayabusa. Greg Hillier got a little anxious in the Mustang, and he goes on the red side of the tree, and Wesley Wells takes the win. 602 off the 601 for Wells on the Hayabusa. Hillier, he was 200ths over the dial, but just missed the tree. Brad Paddock, 95 Mustang GT. And Jason Long in that 72 Dart. 624 for the brown Dart of Jason Long over there in the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. Cut a light, run the number. Sounds easy? Try it. Hey, we got a sportsman class for people out there that's not done this before. Try your luck at it. A lot of strategy involved, especially down at the finish line. All right, Brad Paddock taking the win with the Mustang in the right lane. He's dead 5 for a .020 package as Jason Long was 2 off the dial. And he just gave Brad Paddock too much room to work with down there, and Brad takes the win. Kelly Pot Hall, the familiar yellow 93 Cobra, and Mike Toole, the Monte Carlo. Boy, this will be a good race. Toole's going to dial 611, Kelly Pot Hall 717. So the Hall family's moved up here from Texas, and he says, wow, these winters are cold and long. I said, tell me about it. And Kelly Pot Hall trips the red light, and Mike Toole trips the wind light. 612 off the 611 for Toole in the winner. Kelly Pot Hall goes dead 1. That'll make him cry down at the finish line as the 021 red light negates all the great effort at the finish line. Ooh, that's rough. Joey Moore, the shiny blue Camaro out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 629. Troy Galbraith, the 74 Grand Am with a 785 dial. Both of these racers are very successful at their craft wherever you see them run these race cars. We just stoked and loaded with talent here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. We get underway for our Brown's Oil Service ET Bracket Series and the JEG'S Super Quick. This is their second stop on their tour this summer and spring. and fall. Well, uncharacteristically, a little tardy for both drivers on the double breakout. It goes to Joey Moore. Joey breaks out by 6 thou. Troy Galbraith breaks out by 200ths. So when I went to school, 6 thou was smaller than 200ths, and Joey Moore takes the double breakout win. And Dart Dave Sodders, he was the one doing the national anthem. Now he's in his red 72 Dart trying to take down his competitor next door that we don't have a name on. 689 for Dart and Dave. And Dart and Dave Sodders gave it away with a 006 red light start. And our winner comes out of the left side of the racetrack, breaking out by 3 thou. As we keep pulling them up, I think we're just about to the end of the line. Frank Valencia out of Frankfort, Illinois, 620 dial, will be chasing Ben Harold's orange Camaro. Ben's going to plug in a 706 and try to turn on the wind light on the Johnson Horsepower Garage side of the racetrack. Super Pro, hopefully you've all made it to 15 and 16 by now. We are going to open up your lanes here in just a second as soon as Pro Class gets done with it. And it's a red light start for Ben Harold over there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage side. Frank Valencia takes the win, kept the pedal down. He had a couple in his bank account, and Ben Harold goes 708 off the 706. So Frank Valencia in the right-hand lane taking the win. The Death Trap, this is one of the Gibbs race cars, another Dodge Colt. 674 right side. Dan Gary, 608 73 Duster. So 2 cars out of the Gibbs Racing. I believe this is Chet Gibbs' ride. Staged up and ready. And Chet pulls the trigger too quick. Another red light start. Dan Gary clean and green for the win in the blue Duster. Dead 7 for a 34 pack, and Dan Gary will advance. Gibbs goes under by 4 thou, missed the tree by 400ths. And this is our bye run. Super Pro is up next, and Switzer, you're up next. Let's get Wes Butler done. Wes had a perfect light, so that's probably how he earned the potential bye. 91 Mustang, 764, looking for the finish line. There it is. Breaks out by 1 thou. He's ready. Take it away, Dan.
He'll take the win by 1 thou. That's going to work for him. Real quick announcement here for the JEG'S Super Quick racers out there. Going to go ahead and announce we're going to have to do the first 3 designated pairs. The JEG'S Super Quick Series. Dominic Bowden, Miller, Swanson and Douglas, Smith and Schoninger, you are our first 3 designated pair. Once again, Bowden and Miller, Swanson and Douglas, Smith and Schoninger, you'll be our first 3 designated pairs. We have some alternates. Be prepared to race Greg Gaskin, Ken Story, Roger Cheney, and Braden Bowden. You are our 4 alternates in the Super Quick Series. So here we go. Round 1 competition. Super Pro. First Browns Oil ET Series race of the season on the line. Kyle Darr and John Pollock getting set and ready to go. Kyle Darr out of the JHG lane, 488, his chosen dial. John Pollock will dial in at 493 here on the Dodge SRT side. So first pair of Super Pro competitors for the 2023 series of the Browns Oil Bracket Series here at Lucas Oil Raceway Park. Kyle Darr, John Pollock sizing each other up at the stripe. Wind light says Kyle Darr. He'll run a 488 with a 4 and a 488 dial. Good enough for round win. John Pollock comes up a little bit short with a 492. A little bit too quick by 7th dial. Next pair up, Dalton Devenbaugh. Young man out of Lebanon, Indiana, double D with a 69 Nova. He's dialing at 575. So car number 352 to 64 Nova, not yet on file. Looks like a heads-up race here. Both cars in at 575. You accept the dial. It's your race. Well, Dalton's heavy. He's happy with the 575. Left side of the racetrack's happy with the 575. Dalton out in front with a little bit of reaction time advantage. He'll take the win. He runs 580 on a 575 at 110 miles an hour, and that's good enough for a round win for Dalton. He'll come back to round number 2. That's going to bring up our next pair, Randy Ship. Man out of Whiteland, Indiana, the patriarch of the Ship racing family, 60 Corvette. He's dialed in 649 alongside Scott Deffenbaugh. He's got the 66 Nova out of Lebanon. There's a 3-member family out here racing. Scott, Kim, Dalton, the crew here all racing this weekend. Scott's looking pretty good in JEG'S All-Star points so far this year. Currently number 2 in points. Got a good shot of being a JEG'S All-Star representative down in Dallas when that happens later on this year. So it's a 559 dial in for Scott, 649 for Randy. Randy's going to get the handicap head start. Goes. Man, they're dead even out of the gate. They're pretty near welded together off the starting line. Randy out front, and Randy breaks out trying to hold off Scott. Scott's going to take the win. 559 with an O for Scott Deffenbaugh. Dead on with a 0 at 121 miles an hour. Pretty good package. Pretty good run. You know, I got to tell you, you're Scott Deffenbaugh and you're Randy Ship. Staging up alongside of each other. You better get on your game. Rick Ship Sr. now staging up left side of the racetrack. Runner out of Whiteland, Indiana. His 68 Nova. He's dialed 693. He'll be taking on Dan Wood. Super Comp style dragster. He's dialed in at 450. See how close Dan can come to that number. Rick Ship Sr. Dan Wood, set and ready. There goes Rick, turns on the red light. It's going to stop his day or buyback. Wood on a solid pass. He'll go 452, 155 miles an hour. First to worst situation for Rick Ship. He turned on the red ball first. So Corey Brent starting his burnout procedure left side of the racetrack. His Fox Body Mustang, he'll be taking on Jason Bullard, a Cadoga, Indiana based Sarmento chassis dragster. 6 flat dial to a 513 for Jason Bullard. That's going to set the pace for this round. Racers, I want to give you the heads up as far as what's going to go on for the rest of the events this weekend. Looks like tomorrow's going to be pretty much a scrub. We've looked at the weather, we've looked at the wind. It's going to be some rain in the morning, cool, chilly, typical Indianapolis spring weather. Looks like it's not going to happen. So with that much wisdom that our division director, Will, has, we've decided we're going to pull the plug on tomorrow's festivities. We're going to get it all done today. We're going to be racing late into the night. Sit back, get comfortable. We'll get this show going. We'll finish it up today, and tomorrow will be a travel day. So once again, all the festivities for tomorrow has been postponed. Double breakout situation, top end of the track. Jason Bullard coming a little bit closer to the dial with a 512 and 2, 135 miles an hour and a 513. That'll give him a round win. Goes into round number 2. And that's going to bring up Jeremiah Hall and Buddy Ray. Jeremiah Hall, JHG side of the racetrack out of Evansville, Indiana. 2017 American Chassis Dragster. He'll dial the car into a 452, taking on Buddy Ray's door slammer. Gorgeous 67 Nova. Comes out of Martinsville with that car. 557, his chosen dial. So about 1 second the difference. Buddy Ray's going to get the lead first. The dragster will give chase. Here we go. Dead even at the starting line, almost identical reaction time. The wind light says Jeremiah Hall. He'll advance into round number 2 with a 452 with a 2 on a 52 dial, 150 miles an hour. Jeremiah Hall's got a good, consistent hot rod right there. That's going to bring up Bowden and Joey Ship. Braden Bowden over here on the JHG side out of Manuka, Illinois. 2016 Cheryl Chassis Dragster. Dominic Bowden, the crew chief and father on the car. alongside of Joey Ship. Very talented drag racer here on the Dodge SRT side. The 91 Cutlass out of Indianapolis. Joey, the whole Ship racing team, show up at all of our events. Do a very great job of racing. Braden Bowden, young man in the sport, come up out of the junior drag racer ranks, as we spoke about earlier. The kid knows his way around a race car. He's finally made it into the big car. Let's see how good the young and talented Braden Bowden can do alongside of the very skilled veteran Joey Ship. Well, a little bit of a reaction time advantage down the left side of the racetrack. Wind light says Joey. Joey pulls it off, 509 with an O on a 509 dial at 140 miles an hour. The car did the job. Braden Bowden had him on a starting line, but Joey Ship run dead on the number with a 0, and that's going to get you around win. Haley Cromwell backing up for the burnout on the left side of the racetrack, the undercover chassis dragster out of Evansville, Indiana. His chosen dial will be 451. Alongside of Hunter Patton, Floyd's Knob, Indiana base runner, Miller chassis dragster. It's a 455 dial in for him. Just about heads up. 451 to a 455, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. So Bailey Cromwell, Hunter Patton, a couple of young guns out here looking for top honors here this weekend. I don't know about you, but I kind of thought somebody was going to go red in this stanza, and it was Bailey Cromwell. A little bit too quick off the line. It was a double breakout situation. First to worst is the actual situation. So 453, under by 2. Hunter Patton goes into round number 2. Craig Allender coming in out of Poland, Indiana. The Racecraft chassis dragster there on the left side of the racetrack, taking on Derek Brock. Brock's a Rowan, Indiana-based runner, the 75 Pontiac Firebird. It's going to be a 479 dial in for Craig and a 630 for Derek. So the door car is going to make the move by about 2 seconds. Dragster's going to have to show his patience on the starting line. Well, looks like we got a little fluid coming out of the dragster. I think we're going to shut him off. Single pass from Derek Brock. Instant win. Tough break from Craig. So Derek's looking for a 630. He'll take her down to a 631 at 109 miles an hour, and that's going to send him into round number 2 as Craig Allender breaks on the starting line. Tough break for the man out of Poland, Indiana. So we got a minute of quiet time. I'll go ahead and read off the first 3 designated pairs in the JEG'S Super Quick category. It's going to be Bowden and Miller, Swanson and Douglas, Smith and Schrodinger. You are our first 3 designated pair. Our 4 alternates will be Greg Gaskin, Ken Story, Roger Cheney, and Braden Bowden. Be ready to race. As we continue on, round 1 competition, first race of the season, the Brown's Oil Service Bracket Series here at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Parks. Glad to be here. Beautiful weather. I wish I could tell you it was going to have the same tomorrow, but it's just not going to happen. As our division director, Will Tharp, has told us, we are going to pull the plug on tomorrow's festivities. We're going to get everything done today we can get done, and that's going to happen all evening long. But as far as tomorrow goes, it looks like it's going to be a scrub. Be travel day for our racers, a lot of people. All right, then. Track prep complete. Carry on here at first round eliminations here. Super Pro category, Greg Rice backing up from the burnout there on the left side of the racetrack. He's dialed in at 464. He'll be taking on Nick Eisenhower. Nick, the man out of Brownsburg, Indiana, the 15 American chassis dragster. Got some of that Oakley horsepower behind him. Father Roy overseeing that operation. Two-car team. Nick and brother Devin. Both kids solid in competition everywhere they go. They do a great job of racing. They've been track champions, division champions, won national events, and even a national championship. That family over there. So it's a 464 to a 453. Tenth of difference between Nick and Greg, and Greg's going to get the lead first. Nick give chase. Here we go. About dead even out of the gate. Stellar reaction time in either lane. Wind light says Nick. Nick Eisenhower runs a 453 with a 152 miles an hour, 005 reaction time, 6 overall package. Pretty good round for Nick Eisenhower. That'll put him in round number 2. Brings up now Dave Wallen, the man out of Fillmore, Indiana. 27 Ford Roadster. 650, his chosen dial, alongside of Colby Cheney, the Decatur, Illinois-based runner. 2002 undercover chassis with a big block Chevrolet, and he chose a dial at 514. So it's 514 to a 650. That sets the stage. David Wallen's going to get the lead first. Colby Cheney will give chase. Let's watch. There goes David Wallen and Colby Cheney trying to reel him in, top end of the track. Colby pulls it off. 514 with the 3 on a 514, a better reaction time at 128 miles an hour. Colby Cheney advances in round number 2. Nicole Medisa's backing up from her burnout. Young lady out of Illinois. Boyfriend's out of Palmetto, Florida. The Cheryl Chassis Dragster, 565 cubic inch entry. Alongside of Roger Cheney. Decatur, Illinois-based runner, an SW chassis car. It's a 460 dial for Roger Cheney, 490 for Nicole, 3/10 the difference. Nicole's going to make the first move. Red light foul from Nicole. Roger Cheney, your instant winner, trying to run it out to a 460, and he does. Runs 460 with a 5, 150 miles an hour for the win. Next pair up. We'll take a look now at Tabitha Carmen and Allison Prose. Tabitha Carmen out of Hardinsburg, Kentucky, in her S10 pickup truck, high wind and small block, 353 entry. Alongside of Allison's big block, 69 Camaro. Allison hails from Terre Haute, Indiana. Allison, Bobby Prose, Nick, and whole crew. 572 will be her chosen dial to a 674, so 1 second the difference. Pickup truck's going to leave first. Allison's going to show some patience and give chase. Red light foul for Tabitha. Allison Prose, your automatic winner. 007 reaction time. She sees the wind lights, goes, I'm going to save my car. Save some gas. Coming back for round number 2. Allison Prose. Stellar reaction time with a 007 first round eliminations here. That's pretty cool. That's going to bring up now Roger Baker, runner out of Medora, Indiana, 91 notchback Mustang. 653 will be his chosen dial. He'll be running alongside of the teacher, Doug Foley Jr. 465, his chosen dial. So, about 2 seconds the difference. Fox Body Mustang's going to make the first move, and the dragster will give chase. Brand new season of points. I'm looking across my CompuLink screen here, and it tells me nobody's got any points so far. So the Brown's Oil ET Series points chase starts right here, right now. So Roger Cheney out front with a handicap head start, but here comes Doug Foley. Foley's got a little reaction time advantage, and he parlays that into a win. 466 on a 465, good enough. As Roger breaks out, Doug Foley advances around number 2 to 143 miles an hour. Next pair up, Tony Virgilio and Rob Stacy. Tony Virgilio on the left side of the racetrack out of Cloverdale, Indiana. His 20 Miller chassis dragster, he'll dial in at 494. Alongside of Bob Stacy, the New Carlisle, Ohio-based runner. 09 American chassis dragster, 510 will be his chosen dial. 494 to 510, that sets the stage. Here we go. Well, top end of the racetrack, Tony Virgilio will pull out a round win, 494 at 137 miles an hour. Bob Stacy gave it up on reaction time. It's a 009 light for Tony, and that's going to give him the round win. Steve Hedger Jr. out of Independence, Kentucky, finishing his burnout procedure. 2012 undercover chassis dragster, big block Ford horsepower. He'll stage up alongside of Dan Richardson. Galveston, Indiana base runner, beautiful 1966 Deuce. Little Chevy too, just a gorgeous car. 6 flat, his chosen dial, so 1.5 seconds the difference here. Dragster's gonna have to show his patience. Door car is gonna make the first move, and Steve Hedger will give chase. Here we go. There goes the Nova. Steve Hedger's got his hands full. Dan Richardson out in front. Let's see if he can hold him off at the stripe. Breaks out by 7 or 3/1000ths of a second. Had him covered on the tree with a 004 reaction time. Dan Richardson's going to be kicking himself. Took a little bit too much stripe down there and gave the win light to Steve Hedger Jr. 456 with a 1 on a 454. That hurts, man. I'm going to tell you. He had him covered pretty good on the starting line, but gave him the stripe back. So here comes Brian Harris and Michael Smith. Harris in the dragster, left side of the racetrack, out of Indianapolis, 21 Diamond chassis dragster, 540 big block, alongside of Michael Smith, Chevy Nova. It's a 492 dial in on the dragster, 568 the dial in on the door car. So watch the door car leave first, and Brian Harris will give chase. Top bulbs are lit, staged. Michael, they're both in. Here comes the tree. Pretty close on reaction time. Michael Smith out in front, door car. Here comes the dragster trying to reel him in, double break out the situation, and Brian Harris comes out on top of that one. 491.9 on the 92, closer to the dial on a double breakout. Brian Harris's dragster will advance. Jake Smith and Terry Tyler. Jake Smith, the dragster, backing up left side of the racetrack. He chose a dial 453. Taking on the door card, he holds Cutlass up Terry Tyler. It's a 550 dial, call it a second difference. The door car is going to make the first move. Red light now for Terry Tyler, and it's a breakout pass for Jake Smith. Jake will take the win, 450 on a 453 at 150 miles an hour. First to worst situation, Josh Pickett out there at the left side of the racetrack. Pickett Racing 94 S10 pickup truck. High wind and small block. This is a cool car. Ernest Boards, Indianapolis-based runner. I'm going to say 65 Chevrolet Biscayne. 637 dial in for the S10 pickup truck, 675 for Ernest Boards. And the wind light goes to Josh Pickett out in Indianapolis, 637 at 105 miles an hour. Ernest Boards breaks out a 72 on a 75 dial. Just got noticed that about 40 minutes on a concession stand. If you want to get a bite to eat, run on down and grab a bite to eat, because the concession stand will be shutting down in about 40 minutes. You're on your own after that. So Darren Douglas and Nathan Pro sizing each other up. 459, 512. Darren Douglas giving chase. Nathan, he'll take the win. He comes around him at 461, 141 miles an hour. Nathan leaves 039 back here in the starting line. That's what cost him the race. Zach Lewis coming out of the water box out of Knoxville, Illinois, on the left side of the racetrack. The small block Chevrolet inspired 68 Chevrolet Camaro. He gets a little help from Bruce Litton Trailer Sales and Boland's Towing and Repair. Right now he's dialed in at 644 alongside of Jordan Bushy. Man out of Washington, Indiana, 34 Roadster. He's dialed at 536. So just about a second difference. Roadster's going to give chase. Attention racers, if you're going to be coming up for a refund, make sure you bring your receipt. You racers that are entered on Sunday that you want to come up for a refund, refunds will be taken care of at the bottom of the park's tower, and you will need your receipt. So the Roadster takes the win light. Look at this, 536 with an O, 130 miles an hour on a 536 dial, 010 reaction time, so 10th out the package. Brings up now Dustin Smith and a car that's unknown. Dustin Smith out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 94 Lumina, 496 Chevrolet. He's dialed at 561. 666 to dial in on the Chevrolet pickup truck out there left side of the racetrack. So 1 second difference. Truck's going to make the first move. Dustin Smith will give chase. Double breakout situation, top end of the track. Dustin Smith gets the win, 560 with a 9 on a 561. He was right there at 122 miles an hour. That's a good, consistent race car. He's off by 1,000, just 1,000 too quick, but double breakout kind of went his way. That's the way he wanted to go. And here comes Dominic Bowden. Bill Castor here at the tower side of the racetrack, the runner out of Kokomo, Indiana, the 71 Plum Crazy Duster. Chrysler 400 cubic inch entry, 577, his chosen dial. Be taking on the man from Panuca, Illinois, Dominic Bowden. Dominic is Texas-based Cheryl-built dragster. He's dialed in at 444. So 577 for the door car, 444 for Dominic. Let's see how patient he can be as Bill Castor makes the first move. Well, Castor leads in fine fashion. Here comes Dominic trying to reel him in. Wind light says Castor with a 002 reaction time will take the win at 578, 119 miles an hour. Dominic left 016 back here at the starting line. Ran the number pretty good, though. Ran a 445 on a 444, but not enough to hold off Bill Castor, and he moves into round number 2. Austin Day on the JHG side of the racetrack. Man behind the wheel, the 79 Malibu. 383 stroke motored entry out of Indianapolis. He's dialed 717 alongside Amber Agan. Amber Agan, the Agan-built chassis dragster out of Speedway. 486 her chosen dial. So there goes Austin. Here comes Amber. Just about dead even out of the gate. This is going to be a finish line win, and it's a finish line win for Amber. 487 on his 86 dial and 139 miles an hour for the win. Amber Agan advances into round number 2. Rick Covey now coming up. Just finished his burnout procedure in the left side of the racetrack. Makes his home in Bedford, Indiana. 71 Chevy Nova. He'll be taking on Joe Pickett. Pickett's 27 Roadster comes out of Indy. Small block Chevrolet, little 406 small block Chevy under the hood of that 27 Ford Roadster. 556 to dial in for Joe. 626 to dial in for Rick Covey. Little touch up there on the starting line. Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park crew doing a fantastic job of putting some traction down, giving us a good, safe, even, fair playing field for everybody. I always like coming to Indy. We go to a lot of different tracks around the division. I like to come and see the crew go to work on the track here at Indy. So Rick Covey, Joe Pickett sizing each other up. rolling into the stage beams now as I speak. Again, it's a 626 dial in for Covey. He'll make the first move by about a second. 3/4 of a second, let's call it, round it up to that. 556 dial in for Joe Pickett. Red light foul for Rick Covey. Joe Pickett, your instant winner. Looking for a 556 on the bottom of the board. He'll run under by 2 at 122 miles an hour for the win. That's going to bring up now Chris Sullivan, Wright Trailer Sales, sponsored Racecraft Chassis Dragster. Andy Nelson puts together some pretty nice pieces. Chris Sullivan's got one of them. Runner out of Auburn, Indiana. He's dialed in at 454. He'll stage up alongside of the 32 Bantam of Ty Davis. Ty Davis comes out of Mooresville, Indiana. He'll dial the car in at 487. So 454, 487, 3/10 of a second's difference. Really not going to notice it. Here we go. Tree is set. Send it. Well, Ty Davis is in trouble off the starting line. He's going to have to make up a big distance. Whoa, Chris Sullivan just breaks out. 453 on a 454. Ty Davis left 171 back here at the starting line. Chris Sullivan totally had him covered. Just got a little greedy down there at the top end of the track. Ty Davis advances with a 488, 140 miles an hour and a big shoe. That's going to bring up Richard Farmer. Richard Farmer out of Greencastle, Indiana. Big block Chevrolet inspired dragster. He's dialed in at 488, and it looks like he's up alongside of Bob Pros. Pros rolls in, 497 be his chosen dial. Bob Pros, Richard Farmer, getting set and ready to do battle. Red light foul for Bob. Farmer's going to advance. 080 reaction time, good enough. He runs under by a thou. That's good enough, too, in a double breakout situation. Richard Farmer advances 487 at 139 miles an hour. A couple of Novas rolling in. It's going to be Dustin Brenton, Rosedale, Indiana-based runner, gorgeous. 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, high winded small block, 415 cubic inch entry. He's dialed in at 635 alongside of Andrew Harmless, his 70 Nova. Nineveh, Indiana-based runner, it's a 703 dial in for him to a 635. Let's watch. Oop, red light foul for Andrew. Dustin Brenton's going to get the win. Looking for a 635. Let's see how close he can run to the number. He's already got it. 635 with a 3. He'll take it. 107 miles an hour. There's a happy guy. Up Sean Feasey out of Terre Haute, Indiana, the 73 Nova. Left side of the racetrack, he'll be taking on the Hayabusa, Tyler Fisher, Benton Harbor-based runner. Sean Feasey shows him the way off the starting line with a 002 reaction time, but at the finish line, Tyler Fisher shows him where the stripe is with a 598 on a 593. So Feasey falls way off of his dial. That's going to cost him the race. Cody Wigg is coming up. The El Camino. Whoops, wait a minute. Tracy Wiggins and Anthony Smith. Tracy, 633, gives the win light over to Anthony Smith. Anthony runs 450 on a 448 dial at 147 miles an hour. Next pair up. Here comes. All right, now here comes Nate Kelly out of Manteno, Illinois. Boss Chassis Dragster. APD for horsepower. He's dialed in a 495, and he'll be taking on Ray Boyer III. Dad's Toy, 1979 Z28 Camaro. Comes out of Logansport, Indiana. Be a 499 dial in on a dragster to a 635 for the door car. So Nate Kelly, foot's going to get tired before he lets go. So Ray Boyer out in front with a 635. And Nate Kelly broke the beam. Nate Kelly jumped the line before the tree was even activated. Ray Boyer's going to get the instant win. Looking for a 635, runs it out to a 635 with a 5 at 108 miles an hour for the round win. Tough break for Nate Kelly. I don't think, didn't look like the trans brake though. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the staging lanes. Lanes 13 and 14, please. Sportsman eliminator to the staging lanes. Lanes 13 and 14. License runs, you're on standby right now. We'll bring you up after round 3. So again, sportsman eliminator to the staging lanes. Thank you. We had to reset the tree. Everything's good. We got Nate Kelly coming up on the left side of the racetrack, the runner out of Manteno, Illinois. 19 Boss chassis car. He's down at 499. He'll be taking on Logan Jameson. Man, Boonville, Indiana. 16 Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis dragsters. Problem on the left side of the racetrack. Logan's going to take the win. So Logan Jameson advances into round number 2, ran a little under the dial, ran 450 with a 6 on a 451, 155 miles an hour. A little bit of moisture coming out of the car for Nate Kelly, so they shut him off on the starting line wisely. They'll push him off to the side. Logan Jameson's going to advance into round number 2. A little touch up on the starting line. We'll be back in action and carry on. As we continue to go through round 1 of Super Pro Eliminations. Here are the first Browns Oil ET Series race of the season. Here's where the points start. Mark Long coming up on the left side of the racetrack. Drag racer out of Brownsburg, Indiana, 1970 with Plymouth Duster. He's dialed in at 629. Dragster not on file here. 498, his chosen dial. Find out a little bit about him. I think it's one of the Gaskin cars, it looks like. We're just not sure it's Chris or Greg. 498 for the Dragster, 629 for the door car. There goes Long. Here comes the Gaskin Dragster. Reaction time advantage on the Dodge SLT side of the racetrack. He'll take the win, 501 at 136 miles an hour in a dragster. Brings up Nathan Jones and Terry Miller. Nathan Jones, the S10 pickup truck out of Wheatland, Indiana. He's dialed in at 612. His opponent here on the tower side of the racetrack out of Danville, Illinois is going to be Terry Miller. So 612 dial in on the pickup truck, 550 for Terry Miller. Black Chevrolet for inspiration. Not a whole lot of difference. Pretty quick little pickup truck. Terry Miller's still going to give chase by 6/10 of a second. A little bit over half a second difference between the two. Well, double breakout situation. Top end of the racetrack is going to be a 505 under. Look at this, 550 for the 505. As we continue on, we'll take a look at Scott Stillings at 98 Grand Dam. He runs a 565 on a 564 for the win. 009 reaction time. Not a bad package altogether. 123 miles an hour for Scott. We continue on here in Brian Casson and Michael Turner. Taking a look at the track. Brian Casson, the dragster. Looks like he broke out on the left side of the racetrack. They're going to push him back. And Michael Turner, very patient on the starting line. We're back in action here with Megan Miller and Michael Turner. Megan Miller starting to burnout procedure first. On the left side of the racetrack, she comes out of Caitlin, Illinois. Spitzer chassis dragster, Rodney Mary. Give a little bit of assist on this car. Megan shows her dial in at 507. It's going to be Michael Turner. Running down the Dodge SRT side. This is a unique entry, the 84 Fiero Roadster. That's right. Fiero Roadster. Don't see a lot of those. 22-year-old drag racer out of Ohio, Avon, Indiana, his hometown. 522 the dial in for Mike Turner, 507 for Megan Miller's dragster. Megan Miller and Michael Turner making their way down the 8th mile stripe. Wind light says Mike Turner. 523 and a 522, 132 miles an hour for a win. Megan Miller a little bit quick on the dial. She runs a 504 to 507. Gives it up to Mike Turner. Next round, Justin Dillman, Ashley Cole. There's the Dillmans and the Coles back in action. Justin, 667 on the dial. His 85 Camaro. Ashley's Roadster, 63 Corvette. She dials at 533. Second and a half difference. Ashley Cole's going to show her patience. Double breakout situation at the stripe. It's going to be a 531 win for Ashley Cole on a 533, 131 miles an hour. Here comes now Josh Rogers and Jason Dorsett. Both cars side by side on the burnout. 628 the dial in on the S10 pickup truck with Josh Rogers. Jason Dorsett, 74 Colt. Don't see a lot of these left either. 638 his dials. 1/10 the difference. Josh and Jason getting set and ready to go. Josh Rogers goes in first, lights the top bulb. Here comes Jason Dorsett. Courtesy stage situation. Jason Dorsett gets the win light with a 640 and a 638, 107 miles an hour. Here comes our next pair. Randy Inman. His 1980 Chevrolet Monza out of Westfield, Indiana. He'll be taking on TJ Tobbs. TJ, the S10 pickup truck, 1985 version. He's dialed in at 722. Local hero out of Indianapolis here on the Dodge SRT side. Randy Inman, Westfield, Indiana-based runner. He's dialed 561. Second and a half the difference. There goes the pickup truck. Randy Inman will give chase. A little bit too early on the starting line. TJ Tobbs to take the win via the red light. 720 on a 722 for TJ. He'll advance into round number 2. Next pair up, Allie Crack and Wesley Wells. Wesley's off the motorcycle into the Ray Gilman dragster. He'll go. Runner out of Greenwood, Indiana. He'll dial 508 here on the tower side. Taking on Allie Crack's Philpott-based Spitzer chassis dragster. Phil Oakley horsepower. Allie's dialed in at 450. Final call for Sportsman. You should be in a staging lanes. Sportsman Eliminator, you should be in a staging lanes. Well, Jay Oakley's fiance, Allie Crack's going to pull a round win out. 451 out of 450. Stellar 004 reaction time. I can tell you that girl knows how to drive a car. Takes the win at 149 miles an hour, so Allie will advance. We're going to take a look now at Zach Gosnell, Lebanon, Indiana-based 27 Ford Roadster. Here on the left side of the racetrack, he's dialed in at 548. Super Comp style dragster here in the Dodge SRT side, not yet on file, doesn't matter. He goes red right away. So it's going to be Zach Gosnell for the win. 578 on the 548 dial. He'll slow her down a little bit to 123 miles an hour. Gage Brenton coming up now out of Rosedale, Indiana. 72 Chevrolet Nova in the water box. He's currently dialed 655 alongside of Joe Swanson. Joe Swanson in Afton. Dragster out of Trafalgar, Indiana. So 450 the dial in for Joe, 655 the dial in for Gage. You can do the math, it's about 2 seconds. Door Slammer's going to make the first move. Man, that is one clean 1972 SS Nova. Get a black car to be that straight. Bodywork's got to be right. That one is right. Gage Brent, Joe Swanson, sizing each other up. Here comes the tree. Handicap head start's going to go to the Door Slammer, though. Goes Gage by about 2 seconds. Here comes Joe Swanson trying to reel him in. Gage holds him off with a 655 with a 655 dial at 102 miles an hour. Joe Swanson leaves a little bit back here in the starting line. It's going to cost him the race. Nova advances. Round number 2 for Gage Bent. Joel Leisure out of Decatur, Illinois. 68 Pontiac Firebird 400 alongside of Jonathan Wagner. Wagner here in the Dodge SRT lane. Tower side of the racetrack. Comes out of Chandler, Indiana with his dragster. And he'll dial 455. So it's a 455 dial for Jonathan, 627 dial in on the Pontiac. Joe Leisure going to get a handicap head start. Win line says Jonathan Wagner runs a 456 on a 455 at a 002 reaction time. Overall package is about 3 at 147. Jonathan Wagner advances into round number 2. That's going to bring up Austin Toole and Cody Wiggins. Austin Toole, the 87 Monte Carlo out of West Terre Haute, Indiana. He's dialed 613. Cody Wiggins, the 456 dialed. Danny Nelson, Racecraft Chassis Dragster, comes out of Kelville, Kentucky. Cody Wiggins going to show his patience here as the door car makes the first loop. We continue on here. We're still in the first round of Super Pro. So quick wheels up launch for Austin Toole. Cody Wiggins lose traction on the starting line. Austin Toole take the win. Slows her down to a 6:34 at 92 miles an hour. Good, safe pass for Austin Toole as he advances into round number 2. So we're going to be down for a few moments. We got a dragster out on the track that we're going to have to roll off. Tough break for that competitor. We are going to be cool for a few moments on the track. We'll push him off the short chute, and we'll be back in action here. Nick Mastrada, Joey Moore are going to size each other up here in just a few moments. Well, we put a call out for Sportsman Eliminator. You should all be in the staging lanes at this time. Put a call out for the Pro Bike category. The Millennium Trailers, Super Pro Bikes to the staging lanes, please. Pro Bikes to the lanes. Put you beside lane 11. So, Mick Mastrada starts the burnout procedure first out of Peatone, Illinois. His 21 vintage Miller chassis dragster. 605 cubic inch entry. He's dialed in at 442, and he'll be taking on Joey Moore. Joey Moore and his Chevrolet Camaro. There's a guy that runs around all over the region. Runs big dollar races. You see him racing Terre Haute here at IRP. All over the place with this Camaro, and he does a pretty good job with it. So this is going to be a pretty good matchup. 627 to dial in on the door car. Again, 442 for the dragster. A little less than 2 seconds, the difference. Nick Mastrada, Joey Moore. Here we go. This ought to be a pretty good race. Let's watch. Nick's hanging out. Joey's going in. Tree's set. Nobody wanted to go with stage right away. Here it comes. Joey Moore with a little bit of advantage. Look at Nick making a hard charge, top end of the track. Joey holds him off with a 0.15 reaction time to Nick's 0.29. He'll run a 6.28 on a 6.27, 108 miles an hour. Joey Moore advances into round number 2. That's going to bring up our next pair of competitors. So here comes Cody Ellenbaugh, left side of the racetrack, runner out of Terre Haute, Indiana. 660 will be his dialed in on the S10 pickup truck, taking on James Gibbs. Mooresville, Indiana base 66 Dodge Dart, a little purge of nitrous oxide. 682 will be his chosen dial. So it's Cody and James. James out front. Here comes Cody around for the window. 663 on a 660. 100 miles an hour. James leaves 0.36 back here at the starting line. Gave it up by 4 thou. All right, here we go. Here's family matchup here. This is a real pair to draw to. Jay Oakley and Phil Oakley. This is for family bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen. Jay's dialed in at 455. He's on the left side of the racetrack. Phil, he's dialed in at 450. Just about heads up. Let's see who's going to take him to the woodshed. Oh, almost dead even off the starting line. Jay Oakley, Phil Oakley welded at the starting line. Jay breaks out by 0.03 of a second, handing the win light over to Father Phil. 453 on a 450 dial. Gotta tell you, Phil had him covered on the starting line. Bragging rights goes to Phil Oakley with a 004 to Jay's 006. Jay broke out by 0.03 of a second, handing the win light over to his dad. That was a pretty good race, man. That was a race of the day for me. I don't know about y'all. Pretty cool run. That brings up Greg Dillman. Greg Dillman, perennial runner here at Lucas Oil Raceway Park in his 67 Nova. He's dialed 636, and a car that's not on file, 663. I believe we got a wrong number here. Well, the dial-ins were correct. Greg Dillman takes the win, 637 on 36. Almost a perfect reaction time down the Dodge SRT side, but Dillman running closer to the number, and that's going to hand him the win light. There we go. We can put a period on round 1 of competition. Round 1 eliminations in a Super Pro category. We're moving into round number 1, sportsman category. Here to tell you a little bit more about it is Warren Evans, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate the opportunity to come in here and talk a little bit about the sportsman category. Round number 1 coming up here in sportsman. Jim Barrett, Indianapolis. 2008 Charger. And Caden Fields over here on the right with the black and flamed step side S10. Fields dialed at 1242. He'll be the chaser. Barrett 1522 for the Mopar, already in and lit both bulbs. This is the sportsman category. We are green and green. Head down track. Barrett out front. We run to the quarter mile here in the sportsman category. And they're closing on that 13:20 mark at the top end. It's going to be Caden Fields on the right side of the number gets the win. He was 900ths better on the starting line and safe at the top end. 12:44 at 107 for the win for Fields. Barrett got down there, broke out by almost, well, more than a half a second. So for Barrett, not anywhere close to what he predicted. Here's David Brumley and Adam Sobek. Brumley out of Thorntown, Indiana. The Super B spinning the tire over there on the left-hand side, but it doesn't matter. Sobek leaves the red light on over here. Brumley, the automatic winner. Got a 1270 on the scoreboard. 13:52 at 100 miles an hour. A lot of that had to do with how much he spun the tire coming off the starting line on the left side. Sobek, red light start, 13:36 on the 13:26 at 102. Coming up now, Mopar's a pair. Coming up next, Jerry Gray, left side, and Jeff Jennings on the right. Gray out of Indy, Jennings out of Indy. 15:27 on the left, 19:62 on the right. So the wood-paneled machine, the most unusual great light I have ever seen. You're not going to believe these reaction times as they head down track. Trust me. When I tell you what they are, if you were paying any attention, you'll say, no way that happened. At the top end of the track, it's a 16:07 on the 15:27 for Jerry Gray to get the win at 68 miles an hour. Jeff Jennings was 20:58 on a 19:62. Both of them off the number, but how about an 0:14 light for Jennings on the right side and a 12 for Jerry Gray on the left? And Jennings literally started, stopped, and started again and still went 14 on the tree. Kim Deffenbaugh, Tom Schimmel coming up next. Attention in the pit area. We need the JEG'S super quick. Round number 1 to lanes 15 and 16. JEG'S super quick to the lanes 15 and 16. 3 designated pairs. You know who you are. You need to be at the front of those lanes. Kim Deffenbaugh for the win, 11:91 at 112. Tom Schimmel, 14:63 on the 56. Closer to the prediction, but Deffenbaugh better on the tree. All right, we need our junior minor category to lane 12. Junior minors to lane 12. Junior majors to lane 11. Junior majors to lane 11. So juniors to the lanes, minors to 12, majors to 11, and super quick to 15 and 16. 3 designated pair to the front. Rob Bird, Bubba Mihurin coming up next. Bird from Avon, Indiana. 12:09 on the dial in, and Mihurin trying to go 13:13. You'd think that's not a lucky number, but guess what? Mihurin, trip, zip, dead 4. A 4-pack. Quarter mile sportsman goes 4 total. He's perfect on this end, dead on 4 at that end at 101 miles an hour. Rob Bird ain't got nothing for that. In fact, nobody on the property would have anything for that. That is the best run of the day right there. And Bubba Mihurin, 4 total on the time slip. Angelo Taylor and Joe Tillman coming up next. 16:49 on the left for the Horizon over there. Off and running, pedaling as hard as they can. Here comes Joe Tillman in the Mustang on the chase. Tillman. He is James Bond Green. 11:73 at 116 for the win. Tillman 3 over for the win. Taylor goes 5 under, 16:44 at 78. Tillman was 007 reacting to the green light.
All right, again, just a reminder, junior minors need you to the lanes. Emma Burge, you're the potential buy. Junior majors, Eli Wiggins, you're the potential buy. Lauren?
JEG'S super quick. He should also head to the lanes as well. Lanes 15 and 16 are 3 designated pair. Need to the head of the front of those lanes. Steve Nickley and Brandy Eaton coming up next. Nickley, the Camaro off and running on the chase. Brandy Eaton out front. Camaro as well. 2 different generations of Camaros. Top end, it's going to be Steve Nickley's Camaro's 1269 at 107. Brandy got down there first. She was behind up front, knew she had to do something. Goes 1377 with a 7 on the 1378, breaking out by 3 thousandths of a second. Took 900ths down there. Broke out by 3 thou at 101. Steve Nickley for the win. Again, junior majors, junior minor, JEG'S super quick. All to the lanes. Troy Galbraith out of Warsaw, Indiana, the Grand Am, alongside Jeffrey Ramey's Ram pick-em-up truck. $12.45, the dial-in left side for Galbraith. Jeffrey Ramey, $14.89. Right side, the orange pick-em-up truck gets the head start, had rolled the beams. So not exactly sure what's going on here with the staging process. Backs up. Both of them with the pre-stage lights on. Galbraith, staged. Ramey, staged. Ramey, off and running. Here comes Galbraith. One of them had a terrible light. The other one a more terribler light. If that's a word, I think it is now. Galbraith for the win, 1280 at 90 miles an hour. He had 4/10 in his back pocket. Jeffrey Ramey, 1491 on the 89. He was only 200ths over what he predicted. But when your reaction time is a half a second, your time ticket's going to start with an L. Troy Galbraith for the win. Travis Booth, the Crusher, left side out of Trafalgar, Indiana, 1281 the number, taking on Chad Eaton. We've seen this matchup a whole bunch of times at all sorts of racetracks all over the Midwest. Eaton dialed 1166 in his Monte Carlo. Travis Booth, 1281 in the Beater Mustang. Or, you know why that's called the Crusher? Because they saved it from the Car Crusher to put it on the racetrack. I think that's the story. It sounds true to me. And if not, just pretend like it is. At the top end, a double breakout win goes to Chad Eaton, 1165 at 114. 1165 with a 6. He broke out by 4 thou. Travis Booth, 1280 with a 6 on the 1281. They both broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. So it comes down to reaction time. Booth was 33. Eaton was 23. Better light for Chad Eaton on the double breakout. Identical double breakout. Comes back to the reaction timer. Chad Eaton gets it done. Michael Wallen and Dennis Cherry off and running now. Wallen left side, the G body. Trying to go 1167. Dennis Cherry with 1170 up on the scoreboard. Top end says better job went to Michael Wallen. 1176 at 111. Gets the job done. Dennis Cherry 1181 on the 1170. They were both over. Wallen closer. And the Fillmore, Indiana runner gets it done to go on to round number 2. Coy Benge, Corey Ashenfelter coming up next. Stylesville, Indiana, the home for Benge on the left. The Mopar dialed in at 1181. The Belvedere will be run alongside the Jeep Wrangler of Corey Ashenfelter, Speedway, Indiana. Oh my, Coy Benge is going to beat on something when he gets back to his pit area, as he was 15 red. His opponent was nowhere close to 15 red. 477 on the green side, 1631 on the 1594. The only thing good about that run is the scoreboard lit up on his side, as Benge was under by 7 thou, red by 15 thou, And Corey, yes, very correct. Corey was not. Holden English and Chris Walker coming up next. Here's another matchup that ought to be familiar to people that have been around the sport for a while. English in the Police Interceptor, off and running on his 16 dial. Chris Walker alongside out of Paris, Illinois, in his 67 first-gen Camaro. Walker chasing hard, gave up the 5-second spot, top end of the track. It's going to be a win light. How about a dead zero run for Chris Walker? He was better up here by 9 thou. And he goes dead zero at the top. Holden English had no window to get it done. English 16-16 on the 1610 at 80 miles per hour. Denner Maurer from Pittsboro, Indiana, the 22 Dodge Challenger left side. Modern Muscle over there on the left. He's got a 12.23 on the windshield. David Kopechka from Brownsburg, Indiana, the 94 Camaro over here on the right. The bow tie machine heats the tires, pulls up. He looks at an 11 flat up on the Dodge SRT scoreboard. He'll give up the head start to Maurer's 12.23 over on the left in the Johnson's Horsepower Garage lane. Finish line says the double breakout goes to Denner Maurer. He was on the brakes earlier, gets the win, 12:21 at 106. Maurer gets the win. He breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. Kopechka breaks out by 30 thousandths of a second, 10.97.0 on the 11 flat. Kopechka had the better reaction time, but further under, Denner Maurer gets it done. Jeffrey Stillbauer from Waldron, Indiana. Ford Exploder over there on the left. Autumn Moore on the right. The Fairland, Indiana 79 Camaro. Stillbauer's Ford with a 1783 up on the scoreboard. That is a 5+ second head start. Left side. Off and running. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go! Autumn. Might have missed it. Chance you got is that he can't find the brake pedal. Nope. 18-19 at 61 miles an hour for Jeffrey Stillbauer. His reaction time started with an O. Autumn Moore's reaction time started with an oh no. 13:30 at 103 for Autumn. Tyler Dillman, Trent Hershey. The Oldsmobile Omega. Looks like a Nova. Looks like a Ventura. Looks like an Apollo. Oldsmobile Omega out of North Vernon, Indiana. 12:16 right side, 1875 left. Red light start for Tyler in the G6. Automatic wind light for Trent. Pulls the wheels out of the beams. Wheels up start for the Sportsman car as he heads to the other end of the track. Once again, junior, minors, junior, majors, JEG'S Super Quick. All three categories should be in the staging lanes. 12:20 on the 12:16 for Trent Hershey at 108. Tyler Dillman, red light start, 1878 at 77 miles per hour. Ford Chevy matchup coming up next. The Chevy on the left, that is Gabby Brewer from Lebanon, Indiana, 16 flat. The performance prediction. Gabby will leave first. Bree Brewer will be on the chase, also from Lebanon, Indiana. You think these two know each other? Possibly. 2008 Mustang on the right. Gabby and Bree. Bree and Gabby. I would say I can predict who's going to win. And I would be right. 16:06 on the 16 flat for Gabby Brewer. 81 miles an hour. Gabby had 0.2 of a second in the back pocket. Bree Brewer missed it on this end. Misses it on that end. 15:97 at 84. So Gabby Brewer, 6 over for the win. Daisy Pickett looks like is the final car in category. Final call for junior minor, final call for junior major, and I will give final call for JEG'S Super Quick as well, and our 3 designated pairs to the front of lanes 15 and 16. Daisy Pickett out of Indy, first generation 67 Camaro, small block 355 power, under the hood of that clean looking white and orange Camaro. So I noticed a little bit of a puff out of Bree's car on the right as she approached the finish line. And after a little bit of observation, our track crew is going to take a tractor down there and broom it off just a little bit. Not sure exactly what it was, but they don't exactly like the looks of it, so they're going to get it cleaned up down there. And with our quickest cars of the category of the day coming up in just a few minutes, we certainly want everything to be in its best condition before we send them down. Round 1 of the JEG'S Super Quick Series coming up. Again, on behalf of Drag Racer TV, a.k.a. me, I'd like to thank Philip Oakley for his support, Oakley Motorsports, for stepping up to help power the live stream for today's action. Couldn't do it without you, Phil. Don't think I'd want to, even if I could. Also like to thank Don Higgins, Crew Chief Pro Software, so also stepping up, provide some support as well. Between the two of them, that's how we wind up with live coverage here today. So big thank you to both of those entities for their support.
So where are you headed next, Warren?
I am going to Noble, Oklahoma, to Thunder Valley Raceway. It's Thunder Valley something or other. Yeah. If you ever watch Street Outlaws and any of that mess, that's where they kind of home base out of, down there just south of Oklahoma City. NHRA divisional race there. And then the following week, come right back here to Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park for the NHRA divisional here. Then after that, I think I'm in Odessa, Texas for Funny Car Chaos. And then a double at Tulsa Raceway Park for the Midwest Drag Racing Series, Keith Haney's 8th Mile Series. A lot of live streaming, a lot of different opportunities, and a lot of great action to see all sorts and forms of drag racing. So the bracket races, divisional races, nostalgia races, pro mods in 5 weeks.
Let alone just checking out the scenery around this country and some of the great places to eat. We've noticed that on your Facebook post, some of those wonderful places you've stopped off. And
you know, I'm trying to avoid the wonderful places to eat. I've been on a diet for about 10 weeks. I've lost 34 pounds, so I'm really trying, although today I blew that clear out of the water. But trying to get a little more healthy and feel better, you know, and because lugging all this equipment in and out, you know, I'm an old man, so those extra pounds take their toll.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've You've got a very good brain for figuring out all this live stream stuff. I'm always impressed with what you bring, and you're always changing it up. So,
Yeah, I try to continue to add new features. You know, some of it is R&D, which means rip off and duplicate. Like the quote-unquote NHRA cam, which we've got out on the starting line, the one that points at the Christmas tree. That's been a lot more prevalent this year. Working on a finish line camera. Just trying to provide new and better camera angles to help tell the story better each time we do this. Last week was a real adventure because I was fortunate enough to produce the live stream I was working with Bang Shift, Chad Reynolds, and to produce the live stream for the Sprinkling Million. So we had, we had a mobile camera on the starting line. We did some fun things with that. Probably the most fun thing is, I don't know if you're familiar with a racer named McNeil Freeman.
oh yes,
So McNeil, in the taxi.
Yep.
So I put my cameraman in the back seat of the taxi as he pulled out from under the tower and did his burnout, and then my camera guy handed him a $20 bill for the ride, and we had some fun with that. But the new camera angles and just trying to make it a better, more polished production each and every week, and to do it on a budget because there's a lot of great ideas, but there's an awful lot of very expensive great ideas. So to try to look at something and say, how can I do that and not have to mortgage the house?
Yeah.
To do it becomes a challenge sometimes.
It's a delicate balance. McNeil Freeman, a person that really enjoys life to the max. He's fun to be around.
Anytime you're ever around McNeil, he'll tell you right off the bat, he's living his best life, and he's a great follow on social media, and he really is. And this year he says, I'm gonna go everywhere I can until I run out of money. Then I'm gonna go home and stockpile some more and go racing again. And so every NHRA thing I've been to this year, he's been at. Was in Phoenix. He was in Gainesville. He raced Pomona. He was at the Million in Vegas. He's running the Vegas 4-wide divisional this weekend, or national event. So he's just having a great old time. V-stock automatic car, probably one of the very slowest cars in category. I believe he was number 2 qualifier. He's like more than a second under the index. So from a stock limiter perspective, he's got the right combination, and it's right in his wheelhouse, and he gives himself a chance by doing that.
Well, I remember when this all started, and my voice just happened to be on your first video as you were presenting all of this, and the rest is history. Did you think it would ever grow like this?
Oh, no. No, I didn't want it to. This was never my plan. My plan was to grow old and fat and dumb and happy with a full-time job that paid me way too much money to not do anything. None of that came through, so I had to actually start working for a living, which, for all of you that are working for a living, that sucks. Sorry. 1346 at 101 for Daisy Pickett on the single. It sounds like the two-wheelers, and it sounds like Ron Ruggles. I'm going to jump in here and tell you all about it.
Well, Warren Evans, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. It may be kind of painful at times, but we're glad he does what he does so sponsors and family and friends can enjoy the production out there with the live stream. As our motorcycle crew, our Millennium Trailers crew coming up, Robert Mallory's Sportster in the right side, 10:45. We're going to push the finish line down here, or leave it down here at a quarter of a mile for a little bit. Our juniors are getting in place down there, our minors and majors. JEG'S super quick, they're getting lined up for round number 1. 15 flat left side, 10:45 for Robert. Robert's going to have to be patient. He's waiting, and does not wait long enough as the red light shines. Over there on the right side for Robert Mallory's Sportster. coming from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And the win light will be presented over there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage, lane 13 off the 15 flat dial. Next pair up, Wesley Wells, the Suzuki out of Greenwood, Indiana, 873 dial, and he will face and race Jimmy Conyers' Green Machine, the Terre Haute, Indiana racer, on his motorcycle, 1012 on the Ninja. We'll see that green motorcycle leaving first out of the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. So hopefully our juniors are in place down there. The minors, Emma Burge will have the eligible bye in the majors. Eli Wiggins will have the eligible bye when we see them up here in just a bit. JEG'S super quick. They're getting assembled back there in the staging lanes. I'm sure they're all there by now getting paired up. Pro cars, stand by. Pro cars, stand by call only. Stand by call only for pro cars. Oh, good race. Wesley's holding 200s, and he's still behind, trying to catch up, and gets it done by 8 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory for Wes Wells in the right lane. He was 200s to the good at the start. Runs 886 off the 873. Conyers 1023 off the 1012 dial. Will bow out unless he goes to the buyback window. But Wesley Wells will advance cleanly into round two. Tyler Fisher out of Benton Harbor, Michigan, the Hayabusa. 924 to chase Robert Authors, 967 dialed Road King in the right lane. Clean and green. Robert squirts out there. Tyler Fisher coming like a freight train. Let's see how the finish line gamesmanship works out. That's Tyler Fisher with the win, 932 off the 924 dial, giving up about 600ths to Robert Author. But Robert falls off the dial, 985 off the 967, and Tyler Fisher drives around for the win by 400ths. Looks like we've got junior dragsters coming at us here, and we do want to thank the sponsor, Deary Automotive. As we'll switch, hear the printer running down the way. That means a class change. So again, pro class, standby call only. Pro cars, standby call only, please. Sit tight, we'll get to you. Nick Barnett out of Brazil, Indiana, the Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster, 1197 left side. Will tour down the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane first. Jamison Quinn will wait for the tree to drop on the right side, dialing a quicker 890 with the green dragster. Tony Quinn, the crew chief for Jamison's ride, and Nick Barnett, that's Bob and Jules Smith's the crew over there for Nick. So Tony Quinn trots out front there to guide Jamison into the pre-stage area. Some of them dragsters, some of them junior dragsters are almost in a lay-down mode in those cars, so it's really hard to see how close they're approaching the pre-stage area. The crews will help them out with that. To get them close, then it's up to the drivers to finish the job of pre-staging and staging. This is our junior minor class, our youngsters. One green light. And Jamison Quinn, a great job on the Christmas tree reaction time over there on the right side. Jamison trying to pedal and get it done down there. That's a winner. 005 reaction time, 300ths over the dial, and the win light for Jamison Quinn in the right lane. Nick Barnett, 1204 off the 1197 dial. Not enough that time as Wyatt Ray's motivational chassis dragster pulls in with a 1212 dial in the right lane. Kenny Rooksbury tuning up Levi Rooksbury's junior car. 903 is their plan over there in the left lane. That's Kenny Rooksbury, the crew for Levi. He's got two kids that race Kenny basically has parked his big car, concentrating on the career in the junior ranks for the two kids. Man, a pair of green lights, and oh my goodness. I'll just say one thing. Levi was ready when the tree dropped, and that's a winner. Levi Rooksbury puts a 9 thousandths package out there for the win. He was 001 on the tree, dead 8 at the finish line, and Wyatt Ray breaks out 1185 off the 1212 dial. Great job for Levi and Kenny Rooksbury on that run. Dylan Douglas will step in out of Greenfield, Indiana, 890 on the right side. And Wyatt Morgan's motivational chassis junior with Wayne Durastock being the crew chief. 1412 dial for Wyatt over there on the left side of the racetrack. There's a little dry hop for Dylan Douglas's junior over here on the right side. Getting a little bit of overcast to our skies out there. All right, just a reminder of our ET Bracket Series. If you want to sign up for the points, you can come up to Race Control, second floor of the Parks Tower, and Carolyn's up here, and we'll be able to help you get signed up. And Dylan Douglas breaking out at the top end, looking for an 890, what goes well under with an 868, allowing Wyatt Morgan into round number 2. Wyatt's 1432 safely over the 1412 dial for the win out of our left-hand lane. So again, Brown's Oil Service ET Bracket Racers, if you need some assistance in getting signed up for points, you can make your way up to the Parks Tower, second floor. Carolyn's available to help you get through the sign-up period up here for our points program. Landon Rooksbury, I told you Kenny's got 2 juniors to keep track of, and Landon is in the right lane with a 988 dial, and Asher Murphy. Mom and Dad keeping that car tuned up. 1213 dial for Asher Murphy. So again, those of you that paid for racing both yesterday and today, you can make your way down to the first floor of the Parks Tower on the back side where the blue awning is and get your refund taken care of, or your tech card taken care of down there. Landon Rooksbury got a little anxious down there, turning on the red eye. And Asher Murphy out of the left side, 1214 off the 1213 dial, doing a great job running the number for the win. Rooksbury breaks out also by 3 hundredths. Here comes Kanan Morgan, the Raisin Cane junior dragster out of Mooresville, Indiana. Wayne and Misty Durastock, the crew for Kanan Morgan, right side with an 890 dial. Dialing tight off of that is a 903 dial for Tucker Paulson. Brian Paulson is the crew chief for Tucker's junior dragster racing machine. And again, if you cut a perfect light today and you haven't picked up your stickers, we've got them up here on second floor of the Parks Tower in Race Control. We've had several racers come up and pick them up here today. These are our perfect light stickers. For those of you that cut a perfect light and have not been up to pick those up, they're on the second floor of the Parks Tower in Race Control. All right, here we go. Kanan and Tucker, junior minor class. So Brian Paulson, last little touch up on the engine idle down there for Tucker. Stepping back, it's up to Tucker and Kanan to cut a light, run the number. And Tucker Paulson hits the red light. On the left side, Kanan Morgan will advance to round 2. Kanan put in an 890, goes triple eights with an 8 for the win. Tucker Paulson dead on with a deuce. The team did a great job running the dial number down there on the top end, but Tucker got a little anxious up front in that run and turned on the red eye. Van Swearingen out of Avon, Indiana, 890 dial, and dialing 100th slower is Riley Sherbandi with that Dean McIlvaine built junior dragster over there on the left side. So Van Swearingen, sponsored by 66 Apparel. So a couple of racers that have toured across here, and they've been in some finals. Riley in a final last year, early on in the year, with a runner-up spot. And it's a red light start for Riley Sherbandi. Missed the tree by 29 thou, and Van Swearingen will pick up the win. 891 off the 890 dial for Van out of the right-hand side of the racetrack, picking up the win. And Riley, just to fill out the time slip, runs 888 off the 891 dial. And our bye run, Emma Burge will finish up our junior minor class. Emma will put 1119 out there on the scoreboard. And our junior majors are next, and following them up will be our JEG'S Super Quick Series round number 1. Some exciting matchups come out of the ladder on that. Good to see Mike Swan out here at the racetrack. Mike and Janice here taking in the activities here this weekend. Regulars on the Lucas Oil trail here in Division 3. That little orange Opel GT that Janice wheels down the racetrack. And Emma Burge, 1119 on the projected run down to the 8th mile. Emma puts 11:14 out there. They'll learn from that. We'll see Emma Burge round number 2 in our junior minor class of racing. Junior majors, these are the older group of our junior dragster competitors in the Deary Automotive sponsored class. Caden Richardson and Jaden Nance will lead us out here in round 1. Jaden Nance out of Pendleton, Indiana. John Nance Jr., 808 dial. And I'm sure Caden Richardson would love to run 396, but this is not a top fuel car. This is a junior car, so we got to get that dial fixed on the right side. And I'm sure they'll work on Caden Richardson's dial because he's probably looking down there and like, well, that'd be nice to run that fast, but 790 is more like it for Caden Richardson as Dan Richardson guides his driver up in the right lane. these drivers has really gave themselves an advantage at the reaction time. But Caden Richardson gets a break. His reaction time started with a 1, and he's your winner. 793 off the 790 dial. Jaden Nance just drills the Christmas tree, takes too much stride down there, and breaks out by 600s, and Caden Richardson gets a break going into round number 2. Here's Eli Wiggins up next, the Alvaton, Kentucky runner. Trevor and Jamie Wiggins, the crew chief. 790 dial in the right lane for Eli, and Rick Rabarski, the tuner of the 799 dial junior dragster on the left side. Mia out knocking on doors, trying to get some sponsorship help, and Corrugated Supply Company, Renegade Race Fuels, Red Oaks Landscaping, Advertising Concepts, and Sights on Solutions said, yes, we'll support your racing in the junior dragster category. JEG'S Super Quick waiting in the wings as we were just about wading through our junior majors here for round 1. And Eli Wiggins turns it red, allowing Mia Rabarski to not have to go to that buyback window. Mia runs a 797 off the 799 dial. They had a free run at it. Eli Wiggins dead on with a 3, missed the tree by 300ths. And Eli, if he wants to show up in round 2, will have to visit the buyback window. Shanna Douglas dialing 8 flat. Luke May Small says, hey, my car will run 8 flat. So there we go. They'll leave heads up. Hard to stage these centrifugal clutch junior dragsters, but the youngsters do a great job getting them locked in. And it's a red light start for Luke May Small by 11 thousandths, sending Shannon Douglas to the win. As the Dodge SRT lane shows us that, 792 off the 8 flat dial for Douglas in the win. Luke May Small, 793. Off the 8 flat dial. Here comes Ava Valencia out of Frankfort, Illinois. And Tony Virgilio out of Cloverdale. Virgilio, 793 dial left side, will chase the 8 flat dialed Ava Valencia junior dragster. Tony and Tara, the crew for Tony Virgilio's red junior over there on the left side. Like Tony Virgilio, crew chief, shoving the car back as Tony Virgilio rolls it forward, and we're just about ready to send him as those drivers will make that last move into the full stage area of the Christmas tree. And it's a red light start for Tony Virgilio, sending Ava Valencia to round number 2. Ava looking for an 8 flat, run 796. Virgilio off the power down there, 873 at 55 miles an hour, and Ava Valencia will pick up the winning time slip. Grady Wiggins, Sam Arthur. Boy, this will be a good race right here. Tim Arthur, tuned junior dragster over there on the left side. 793 dial for Tatman, Sims, and Pedigo Associates. An Arthur Racing Performance. Sam Arthur's sponsorship there, Grady Wiggins. And it looks like we're going to have to rescue one of our cars down track. It's pulled over to the side guardrail down there, just past the scoreboard over there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage. So a little rescue mission going on. And we'll just sit back here for just a bit till they get that wrapped up before we send Grady Wiggins and Sam Arthur. All right, again, pro buyback. Sit tight. You will be called next. Pro buyback. Sit tight. You're on standby. So while it is quiet, I'm going to go ahead and lay out some of the buybacks that we do have for round 2. Don't come to the lanes yet, but my pro potential buy second round will be Dustin Brenton's Nova D336. Super pro, second round eligible buy will be Bill Kastner's Duster, car CX65. Sportsman potential buy, Bubba Mehiran, car M305. When we call you, Bubba, great run. Just missed that perfect run by a smidgen. All right, the rescue mission just about complete down there as they're just about to hit the exit down there, and we're getting ready to fire up Grady and Sam. And it looks like we've got 2 pair of juniors left, and it looks like we're going to do a little spray there. And JEG'S Super Quick round 1 will be coming at us. it's a red light start for Sam Arthur. That 002 red light is not going to work. Grady Wiggins with the win over there on the right side. How about 7,900 off the 790 dial? And Grady, that's just mean, but Sam Arthur bails you out with that 002 red light. Great job for Grady Wiggins. 797 with a 5, 82 miles an hour. Sam Arthur finishing down there at the finish line. As Caden Shelby up next. Looks like we've got a race car that's having trouble getting fired up. Shelby Hall up there in the box, there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. Caden Bushi out of Washington, Indiana. Not getting that car to fire up down here. They are on the timer. So Shelby Hall patiently waiting up there. Shelby at the Division III Junior ET Final Race of Champion was the winner last year down at Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway. We are waiting for this junior to come to life back here for Caden. Well, it is going to be a single as the helmet and the driver pop out of that car, and it's disappointing when that car rolls up here ready to get past the ready line to the battleground and just will not get it to cooperate and bring some life to that junior engine. So Shelby will get competition by. So the 8 flat dial on the competition buy for Shelby Hall. Nice 22 bulb. And 801 off the 8 flat dial, and Shelby Hall will return to round number 2. Little track prep going on. We'll step back here for just a bit. And it'll be JEG'S Super Quick round 1 in just a moment.
All right, race cars headed to the ready line right now. It looks like round number 1 of the JEG'S Super Quick race. Race number 3 on the calendar. I believe we've only completed 2, though, because of the weather concerns. But we have cars pulling up to the ready line right now. We need pro buybacks to lanes 13 and 14. Pro buybacks to 13 and 14. Come on down. We got 16 pairs of cars here, 32 cars making up our field here in the JEG'S Super Quick Series. We did have to insert an alternate after Cody Wiggins had the misfortune of a drivetrain malfunction. Once again, we need pro buybacks to 13 and 14. Pro buybacks to 13 and 14. Come on down. Our bump spot was Mike Schettinger. 456.7, a quick 32 car field, and Mike will start it out. Your number 32 qualifier will be taking on Anthony Smith. And it looks like they're both going to dial at the floor of the category. 450 the dial in left and right. Mike Schettinger out of Lewisburg, Ohio, and Anthony Smith, Avon, Indiana. Smith ran a 451 in qualifying to qualify number 16. Schettinger qualified with a 456. He was your bump here in the category, but as it turns out, both cars look like they can run that 450 index. So that's how we're going to start it out. Ultra quick, 8th mile bracket race coming at you right now. 450 up on the scoreboards left and right. Our lights are coming on here on the racetrack. That means your lights need to be on as well. We need a working tail light on your race vehicle from here on out. The time you pass the ready line all the way back to your pit area, you got to have a working tail light. It's for your safety and the safety of everybody else. Round number 1 of the JEG'S Super Quick Series coming up now. You can see the bullhorn purge there of the nitrous from Mike Schettinger over there on the left side. A little throttle in a bottle, give him the boost down there at the top end. He's got a little catch-up button down there. Anthony Smith out of Avon. Smith's car built by American Race Cars. Schettinger's car out of the McIlvain Race Car Chassis Shop. Green and green. Schettinger has the better reaction time. He stays on the safe side of the number by 0.08 of a second. He is your winner, 451.0 at 152. He was 19 on the tree. Smith still got there second, went 449.9, broke out trying to catch up 152 miles per hour as well. Bob Sargent comes up left side. Sargent, longtime campaigner in the category, out of Indy. The real estate agent with a 450 on his dial-in board, and it looks like troubles for Sargent as he's being pushed back off. The Instant Karma car benefits from good karma, and we'll get the single over here on the right. What a beautiful car, Dennis Switzer, over here on the right-hand side. And away he goes, 454 on the scoreboard. He'll get a free look at it. 455 at 152. To tell you about the rest of the round, Dennis Switzer is going to jump in here, call the rest of round number 1.
All right, thanks, Warren. Appreciate it. Round number 1, JEG'S Super Quick Series. First race of the season here at IRP, second race for the series. We'll take a look at our next pair of competitors. It's going to be Megan Miller taking on Dominic Bowden. Megan and Miller there on the left side of the racetrack out of Caitlin, Illinois. Small block Chevrolet. This is one of the cool setups here. Got a big blower up on top, a little small block 355 Chevrolet taking on the big block 582 cubic inch entry of Dominic Bowden. Dominic and Ann and the kids come out of Manuka, Illinois here on the right side of the racetrack. Dominic chose his dial at 451. Megan Miller just about 4/10 slower with a 455. Probably not going to be able to tell the difference on the starting line. Rodney and Mary Miller overseeing the operation. Young Megan's entry. She was 32 qualifier, just made it in the field with a 456 run. Dominic qualified, pretty solid number 15 at a 451. He'll dial 451. Oh, tough break from Dominic Bowden. Red light foul. Megan Miller gets the instant win. Dominic goes red by 013. Runs a 50 with a 6 under by 4 on a breakout pass. Megan Miller takes the win. 4:58 on a 4:55 at 150 miles an hour. Changing lanes, pro buybacks only to the lanes. Once again, pro buybacks and pro buybacks only. The lanes 13 and 14. So Hunter Patton coming up, a young man out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, the 19 Miller chassis dragster with a 615 cubic inch entry. He's down to 455 alongside of Nathan Pro's Miller chassis car. Nathan comes out of Terre Haute. It's Pro's family. 450 his chosen dial. Number 5 qualifier was Nathan. That's what he ran in qualifying, was a 450 and a 461. Hunter Patton ran a 452. Dials are down to a 455. Let's see what he's got from Nathan. So here we go. A couple of young guns here. Nathan and Hunter Patton. Hunter, Christy Ship, family out of Floyd's Knobs, Bo Butler family. Whoa, Nathan Prost is on a good run. Gives it up at the stripe, had a 004 reaction time. Hunter Patton with an 013, but Hunter Patton runs dead on the number with a 0. 455 the dial, 455 the number with a 0 at 148 miles an hour gives Hunter Patton the win. Next pair up. Backing up from the burnout left side of the racetrack out of Eaton, Ohio comes Jacob Bach. Spitzer chassis car, one of those 632 cubic inch Oakley Sniper motors. Horsepower, he'll be taking on Allie Pros. Bobby Pros watching on here on the Dodge SRT side. Team out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Miller chassis dragster with 632 power. More of that Oakley horsepower. So it's a 452 for Allie, 451 for Jacob. Just about welded at the starting line. This is going to be a reaction time deal. On down to the stripe they'll go, and I got to tell you, Allison Pros tattooed him on the starting line with a 001 reaction time. Ran a 452 with a 7. 8th thou overall package at 152 miles an hour gives Allison Pros the win. In the round number 2, super quick Gigo. That brings up now Tiffany Busenbark and Logan Jameson. Tiffany backing up from her burnout there to the left side of the racetrack out of Center Point, Indiana. Danny Nelson, racecraft chassis dragster, 540 cubic inch entry. She was number 24 qualifier, ran a 453 during qualifying. She'll dial 453 for the round of eliminations. Logan, number 7 qualifier with a 450. Another Danny Nelson racecraft chassis dragster, 565 big block entry out of Boonville, Indiana. So it's a 451 to a 453. Logan Jameson qualified number 7. Tiffany was qualified number 24. It really matters not at this point. We're dialing cars and we're drag racing now. Red light foul for Tiffany. Logan Jameson takes the round win in stellar fashion. 004 reaction time. Runs under the dial by 2 thou. Good enough for a round win, and Logan Jameson advances. That's going to bring up Jay Oakley and Bob Pros. This is a pretty good affair right here. This will be one to watch. Jay Oakley fresh off a win out of the Worldwide Technologies Raceway in St. Louis last week. Kentucky-based runner. 2011 American Chassis Dragster out of Oakley Motorsports. Jay Oakley was number 19 qualifier. Ran a 452. Dials are down to 453, and Bob Pros ran 450 with a 0. Guess what he chose? 450. That's a good, consistent race car. Pros, the body shop owner out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Both cars with Oakley horsepower. Both cars with 632s. 453 to 450. This is going to be a good round. Just about heads up here. Wow, this is a good race, folks. Just about dead even out of the gate. Wind light says Jay Oakley advances into round number 2, 453 with a 7, 148 miles an hour. Bob Pros falls off by 2, 452 on a 450 dial, and Jay Oakley, a little bit of a reaction time advantage with a 004 to 008 balls. Jay Oakley advances into round number 2, not because Pros wasn't giving it his solid effort. Pretty good lap for Bob. So that brings up Bailey Crowell and Scott Carmen. Bailey Crowell, Evansville-based runner, undercover chassis dragster. See a lot of those in here. 632 cubic inch inspired entry alongside of Scott Carmen's Hardingsburg, Kentucky-based Danny Nelson chassis dragster. It's a 450 to 453 dial-in. Bailey Crowell turns on the red foul. Scott Carmen takes the win. 454 and a 453 to 149 miles an hour. Tough break. 007 red. Bailey Crowell. Scott Carmen marches on. Brings up now Greg Gaskin, Phil Oakley. Backing up from their burnouts here. Greg Gaskin out left side of the racetrack, the JEG'S lane. He was a guy all the way down number 34 on the bump. Ran a 456. So from 450 456 with 32 cars. That's a tight qualifying when we're going this fast. Steve Schmidt horsepower for Greg Gaskin. Phil Oakley, of course, making his own steam. Miller chassis dragster for Phil Oakley. Number 12 qualifier was Phil. Ran a 451 and a 451 with a 7. Dials are down to a good safe 450. Let's watch. Oh, red light foul for Phil Oakley by 0.02 of a second. The tree's getting bright as the sun sets. Greg Gaskin gets away with a 008 reaction time. He'll take the win. 452. First to worst situation on a 455 dial. So Greg Gaskin's going to advance into round number 2. Our next pair up, Allie Crack. Jay Oakley's fiance backing up from the burnout there on the left side of the racetrack. Allie and Victor. Spitzer chassis car. Of course, she's got 632 cubic inches of Oakley horsepower. She was number 8 qualifier. Qualified number 8 with a 450 with an 8. She'll dial the car 450. She'll be taking on the opponent here on the Dodge SRT side. That's Tony Royer. Man out of Indianapolis. Number 25 qualifier, ran a 453. He'll dial her down to a 454. 67-year-old drag racer here on the Dodge SRT side. 0.4 seconds the difference. So Allie goes in, lights the top bulb. Here comes Tony, the tree's set. Let's watch, here they go. Well, I got to tell you, Allie had him tattooed on the starting line with a 008 reaction time. But the wind says Dodge SRT lane. So Jeremiah Hall and Tony Atchison, Sr. out of Greenville, Illinois. Tony's here on the Dodge SRT side. He's number 20 qualifier. Ran a 456 during qualifying. I'm sorry, 452 during qualifying. He'll run a 453. Jeremiah Hall was your number 3 qualifier at 450. It was like 3 of them in a row. So Jerry Hall, folks, firecracker performance. Just missed picking up their top qualifier award. stellar reaction time in each lane. 007 for Tony, 009 for Jeremiah Hall, but Jeremiah Hall was able to run closer to the number, able to take off the win line. That was a good, clean race. 009 to a 007, and 009 reaction time won the race. Jeremiah Hall advancing in round number 2. That's going to bring up Greg Rice and Danny Wood. Greg Rice, the man out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, Division 5 runner. Ford 615 cubic inch entry with Marcia Rice. He's dialed 464. Brings up Danny Wood's 451 here on the Dodge SRT side. Man out of Wabash, Indiana. Attention in the pits. We need pro first round winners to lane 17 and 18, please. Pro first round winners to the staging lanes 17 and 18. So it's a red light foul for Greg Rice. Danny Wood takes the win, runs at 9:26. He sees it. Save the motor for round number 2. That's going to bring up our next pair. Backing up from the burnout, left side of the racetrack out of Terre Haute, Indiana, comes Jake Smith, number 1 qualifier. Ran 450 with an O during qualifying. He'll dial the car, dead on 450. He'll be taking on Nick Eisenhower. 2015 American Chassis Dragster out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Nick, Roy, Devin and the crew. Nick came into the program, qualified number 17 with a 451 with a 9, so obviously he'll dial her up to 452. That's confidence, my man. That is real confidence. So we'll see, 450 to 452. Just about dead even off the starting line. We'll see how this goes. Jake Smith, Nick Eisenhower. Here we go. High gear charge down at the finish line. Wind light says Jake Smith runs 450. Dead on with 5 at 153 miles an hour. Advances into round number 2. Nick Eisenhower ran a 453. Pretty reputable run, but left a little bit back here at the starting line. Just about a half a second back here at the starting line. So that's going to cost him the race. Continue on here in competition in round 1 of the top JEG'S Performance Super Quick Shootout. Firecracker Performance Shootout. We got Chris Sullivan and Chris Carrico. You pick a winner. Chris Sullivan, left side of the racetrack. Danny Nelson Racecraft Chassis Dragsters. Oakley 632 horsepower. A lot of good parts and pieces on this car. Number 11 qualifier, qualified number 11 450 with a 9. He'll dial her down to a 452. Christopher Carrico, the man out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, here in the Dodge SRT lane. Tower side competitor, 453. Ran 455 best during qualifying. 453 to 452, just about heads up racing. Dustin Brenton, you're the eligible buy for Pro ET. Put you under the crosswalk, off to the side. Wind light says Chris Sullivan. 453 on a 452, stellar reaction time. 005 on the 3. Chris Sullivan will take it into round number 2 to 144 miles an hour. That's pretty neat. Brings up now Ken Simpson out of Cedar Springs, Michigan. Ken and Eric, number 26 qualifier. Ran 454, they'll dial 454. Alongside Devin Eisenhower. American Chassis Dragster for the runner out of Brownsburg. Number 9 qualifier. Devin qualified number 9 with a 450 with a 9. The last of the folks that were in 450 parties. 452, his chosen dial. Devin's being real safe. 452 to 454. Man, this is good, close competition. This is a good round of racing. Red light foul, Ken Simpson. Devin Eisenhower taking the win. Runs a 450 with a 9 on a 52. Car repeats what it did in qualifying. 154 miles an hour takes Devin into round number 2. That brings up Joe Swanson and Darren Douglas. Joe Swanson, a runner out of Trafalgar, Indiana. Joe, Afton Swanson, Number 14 qualifier with a 451. Dials are down to a 450. Opponent here on the Dodge SRT side, Darren Douglas. He was your number 31 qualifier. Ran a 455. Dials down to a 459. So 450 to 459, that sets the stage. Biomed technician behind the wheel, the dragster here on the Dodge SRT side, makes his home up in Greenfield. Or down in Greenfield, over in Greenfield. It's Joe Swanson, Darren Douglas. Here we go. Well, Douglas looking good early on, but at the stripe, it's going to be Joe Swanson for the win. Douglas breaks out 458 with a 9 by 1,000th of a second. Had the reaction time advantage, took too much stripe, and broke out. So Joe Swanson advances 451 at 155 miles an hour into round number 2 goes Joe. Dylan Stott, I'm going to take a look at the racing service now. His Ford Mustang, big cubic engine, holy horsepower. Ford billet block. A lot of steam under the hood of this thing. I can't remember what his last lap was. Was it anything? It wasn't like he was rotating the earth. The car looked good, short on. Let's see if he does a full pull. Makes it count this one. Last round was a 650. Thank you, Warren Evans, for being on top of that. Tire's pretty hard. It slapped the tires off the hit. See if you got her settled down. This thing ought to make some ET now. See what happens here. Well, that looked a lot better. 007 reaction time. Pretty proud leaving the starting line. 1 flat short time. Runs 60 foot in 1.004. Takes her out the back door. Runs an 8th mile at 4:03. 183 miles an hour. So that puts a period on first round of the Super Quick Series. It's going to be round number 2, Pro ET, as we advance through the night. Ron Ruggles, you want to take over from here and tell us a little bit about Pro ET? All righty, Ron Ruggles, ladies and gentlemen, the Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park announcer, taking over for Pro ET.
All right, Jason Wisman with that yellow Challenger, looking at an 874 dial, 649 Austin Day, leaving second in the Malibu. 8th mile racing at its finest, round 2 Pro class. Oh, baby. Looking at 2 green lights right on our screen. Let's give the win light to Austin Day. Austin behind on the tree, a little over 100th, but takes it on down, or taking the stripe by 200s for the win in the Malibu. 652 off the 649. He's 3 over. And Jason Wisman, the Challenger, falling off 6 over the dial. And Austin Day's Malibu will go to round number 3. All right, Brad Davis, the Z28 left side, 672 dial, Bob Aker, 621 in the Nova. That is a beautiful, eye-popping Show Street Nova. And Bob Aker, we'll get to see it again as Brad Davis goes red by 1 thou, the Z28, as he coasts across down her 787, 52 miles an hour. Bob Aker breaks out, probably holding 3. Bob had the win early on in that run via the red light by 1 thou by Brad Davis. Here comes Chet Gibbs. Chet in the death trap, 73 Colt 669. Don't have a name on the right side, maybe a wrong car number in on the right side. 741's the dial. They've got 1306 for the car number. Not sure that one's right. We'll roll with it. Oh, baby. Side by side down to the 8th mile. Chet Gibbs trying to catch up. Not gonna happen. 004 on the tree for the mystery car. 2 over the dial, taking the finish line by 15 thou. That's a winner. Chet Gibbs, 3 off the dial, gave up a little over 100.5 early on with the Dodge Colt. No good for Chet Gibbs. Another race machine, no name, right side. It's 667 dial on the right side. Greg Hillier, our first perfect light of the day. 702 dial in the Stang over there on the left side. So Pro ET round 2. Make sure you turn on those tail lights. The sun will be down below the horizon soon. And away we go. The race is on. Cody Knott in the red truck trying to catch up. Can he get it done? Not today. Greg Hillier's Mustang, that's a winner. Taking the stripe by 300, 4 over the dial, holding 400s. Greg Hillier, he was on the tree. Cody was not. 671 off the 667 dial for Cody's red truck. He'll park it the rest of the day, unless he's double entered. That's Joey Ships, 69 Nova, 704 left side. Dart and Dave Sodders, our national anthem vocalist, 691 for Dart and Dave Sodders, red Dart. And Dart and Dave's got a bulb to match the color of that red Dart, and that sends Joey Ship to round number 3. Ship 706 off the 704, 008 clean and green. Sodders' day is done with the red Dart. Here's Jeff Blanchard's 2013 Mustang, 671 dial right side. Will be chased by that truck, the S10 out of Terre Haute, Cody Allenbaugh. You know the white machine's going to win this one. Will it be Jeff or Cody? Stay tuned. And it's a red light start by Cody Allenbaugh by 13 thou, sends Jeff Blanchard's white Mustang into the next round. Blanchard 3 over the dial for the win. Cody 1 over the dial, missed the tree by 13 thou, and Blanchard goes to round 3. All right, attention in the pits. Super Pro buybacks only. Super Pro buybacks only to 13 and 14. Justin Dillman, before I could get his name out, painted it red, and Louis Weatherford's Biscayne in the right lane is a winner. 647 off the 645 for Louis, taking the win in the Biscayne. Dillman breaks out by 4 thou, missed the tree by 8 thou. Super Pro buybacks only. Super Pro buybacks only to lane 13 and 14 at this time. Jason Long steps in, 72 brown dart left side, 626 to chase Keith Long's Challenger with a 660 dial. Jason Long taking the win left side, 627 off the 626, taking the stripe by 200. Keith Long had the tree by 200ths, ran off the dial by 500ths, and Jason Long basically gets it done, driving around for the win. Randy Dobbs, 64 Nova hardtop, 637. Zach Gosnell, the 27 Model T, 548. And it's over for Randy Dobbs. 004 RED sends Zach to round 3. Gosnell breaks out by 3 thou. That's a winner. Clean and green at the hit. And Dobbs, 1 over, will park the Nova the rest of the evening. This is TJ Dobbs, his S10 truck, right side. 719 leaving first. Larry Walker, the long roof Good Times Racing wagon is the competition. Larry Walker's going to dial 653 in the Johnson Horsepower Garage, part of our racetrack. Super Pro buybacks only to 13 and 14. Super Pro buybacks only to 13 and 14 at this time. The tree drops, the power's applied, and Larry Walker puts his own stop sign up, 008 red for the long roof wagon, and TJ Dobbs will advance to the next round. 724 off the 719 for TJ's S10 in the win. Larry Walker, 300ths over, missed the tree by 8 thou. Here comes Sean Feast, 73 Nova. Jim Harness, 64 Chevy Deuce out of Kokomo, Indiana. Harness in the right lane, 668 leaving first. And Sean will wait with a quicker 602 dial. Neither driver in a hurry to leave the starting line, but we'll award the win light to Jim Harness over there. 670 off the 668 dial for the win. Crossing second. Sean Feast takes the stripe first and breaks out by 200ths, sending Jim Harness to round 3. Here comes Matt Dakins, 1964 Plymouth Valiant, 639 dial. Will chase Ben Harold's orange 72 Camaro. Harold will dial 706. And again, racers, as that sun sets completely, make sure you got operating taillights on. Oh my goodness, one of these drivers was ready. And that's your winner. Ben Harold's orange Camaro, 001 on the tree, 707, 1 hunt over the dial for the win. Matt Dakin would not win that one, gave up almost 400s, breaks out by 9 thou and just did not get there. Ray Boyer III, Dad's Toy Z28 right side, 634 dial to chase Jeff Russell's 66 Red Barracuda. The 664 dial for Russell out of Brookville, Indiana. And it's a red light start. This time Jeff Russell got into the wrong side of the tree and Ray Boyer goes to the next round. Boyer 006 clean and green. He was holding about 300ths at the finish line as Boyer will advance to round 3 with the Z28. 669 off the 664 and Jeff will be a spectator. Troy Galbraith, 74 Grand Am left side, 780 dial. And Kelly Pott Hall's 93 Cobra, will the Cobra strike? The yellow Cobra dialing 715 out of the tower lane. So again, Super Pro buybacks only should be in 13 and 14. So Kelly Pott Hall draws first blood out of the pre-stage bulb. Troy steps in. Now we're ready to race. There we go. Kelly Pott Hall doing the wheels up launch in the Cobra. But Troy Galbraith taking the win. 791 off the 786 dial for the win. Kelly Pott Hall just could not get that Cobra off the starting line. Cost him. Did a great job. 716 off the 715, but when the reaction time starts with a 1, unless your opponent red lights, you're pretty much at the mercy of your competition. This is Gage Brenton, 72 Nova, dial 654 left side. Walt Jones, the Camaro, 715 dial out of the Dodge SRT lane. Red light start for Walt, and Gage Brenton will advance. A free run down the left side. Gage plugged in a 654, goes 200ths over the dial, and Walt just pulls the power away as he gave it up at the start. Rick Covey, 71 Nova. We're having a Nova convention here this weekend. 625 dial, Z28, Gary Arola will truck it down the right side looking for a 659 and a great light. Your winner, Gary Arola, ambushes the tree, 008 up front, 3 over the dial, still took the stripe by 300 for the win. Rick Covey, 200ths over the dial, giving up 400ths up front, and that spelled doom for Rick Covey, and Gary Arola will swing it into round 3. Here comes Layla Dillman, Chad Eaton. Chad Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, the silver Monte Carlo, 739 left side, will be chased by the 2011 Camaro, Layla Dillman. 690 for Layla in the Dodge lane. Well, that just proved Chad Eaton's got a rear view mirror in that Monte Carlo. He was 018 on the tree and Layla was not. Chad pulls back down there, 742 off the 739 Dillman, 2 over the dial, gave up too much up front. Chad Eaton will advance. Here comes 2 more. James Gibbs, right lane, the 66 Dart with a 683 dial, and Joel Leischer out of Decatur, Illinois, 68 Bird, 627 dial. Joel will chase out of the Johnson Horsepower Garage lane. Just waiting on Joel to stick it in there. There it is. Let's go racing. Oh, and it's a red light start for Leischer by 19 thou, sending James Gibbs on. Gibbs dead 5 for a .020 package, and Joel Iser will park the race car. The battle of the S10s, pick your favorite. It's Josh Rogers in the left lane, and Bree Brewer will step into the right lane. 628 dial for Josh, chasing the 696 dial S10 of Bree Brewer. So it's Josh on the left, Bree on the right. We know an S10's going to win. We know an Indiana racer's going to win this round. Will it be Josh or Bree? Well, they're going to make us wait. And I'll tell you what, neither driver in a hurry to leave the start line. Bree Brewer takes the finish line by 15 thou and breaks out by 500, sending Josh Rogers to round 3. Rogers follows across second, 300ths over the 628 dial for the win for Josh. Mike Covey and Tracy Tapin up next. Tracy, 67 Red Nova, left side, 746. Mike Covey, 72 Nova, right side, sticking a 635 down there on our Dodge SRT scoreboard. Well, one of these drivers is imitating James Bond. We'll see if that's a winner, and it is. 007 Mike Covey, 300ths over the dial. Tracy over the dial by about 500ths. Reaction time starts with a 1, and Dennis, you know you're having a bad day. Dave Mundy, Josh Pickett up next, the Precision Balancing sponsored S10 out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 636 on the left side. Dave Mundy, 67 Dart, looking for a 603 after they mow the tree down. Green lights a pair, finish line, here they come. That's a winner for Dave Mundy, taking the finish line and the win by 18 thou. He's dead 9. Josh Pickett is 1 over, only about 100th and a half advantage for Dave Mundy, and he just about used every bit of it for his margin of victory. So the 67 Dart will dance another round. Jeff Castle, 68 Camaro right side, 680. Brent Davis put 3 6s out there on the Johnson Horsepower Garage scoreboard, and they're off. Battle of the muscle cars from the 60s, and your winner, Brent Davis, left side. He's 4 over the dial. Jeff Castle, 7 over the dial. As actually the race was pretty cool down there. 13 thousandths of a second margin of victory on the left side for Brent Davis. This is Brad Paddock's ride. 645 right side, John Borsick's the Bitter Lime 70 GTX. He's had that car since day one. 614 dial for the GTX over there on the left side for John. And Brad Paddock could not wait. And John Borsick says, that's okay, I'll go to round 3. Brad will not, as he goes red by 200ths. John goes 1 hun over his dial, 021 up front, and that's a winner for John. Here comes Brad Moore and Nathan Jones. So as the smoke clears, we'll see that 68 Camaro up here for Brad Moore on the right side, 597 to chase Nathan Jones, his S10 with a 612 dial. And I believe Dennis was right. We say S10 more than any other production car on the property. Maybe Dragster, we say it more. A lot of S10s in the racing part of our weekend. And it's a red light start for the S10 on the left side for Nathan Jones. Brad Moore's 68 Camaro is a winner. 595 off the 597 win light for Brad Moore. Nathan breaks out by a thou, missing the tree by 200ths. Hey, pick your favorite white car. This is John Armanoff's Daytona on the right side, or Wes Butler's 91 Mustang on the left side. Wes Butler has had a perfect light today in that Mustang. He'll put in a 764. He'll leave first, and then the Daytona of John Armanoff chasing, dialing 644. Well, I'll tell you, everybody's going to enjoy this. That's Wes Butler's second perfect light today, and that's a winner. Wes Butler, 200ths over the dial with air to spare down at the finish line. Armanoff goes dead 6, and he says, what does it take to turn on a win light? Dead 6, gave up 400ths up front. Wes Butler basically slays the tree, and that's a winner for Wes Butler. That is his second perfect light today. Mike Toole, Scott Smalls step in. Mike Toole, 613 left side. Scott Smalls, he's going to the 711 over there on the right side with a duster. Here we go. Watch this one. Finish line will grab them both. Win light's going to shine for Mike Toole. Dead 9 for a 23 pack, taking the stripe by 300ths. Scott Small, 300ths over the dial. Gave up just a smidgen up front, but Mike Toole steps through for the win. Don't have a car number on the right side. Is that the Crusher? That's Joey Moore on the left side in that Camaro, 627 dial. It's getting dark. It's hard to see who's out there. That is the Crusher. That's Mr. Booth in the right lane in the Mustang 804 dial. We'll see the Mustang move first, and then the Camaro will chase. That's Travis Booth. There goes Travis. Here comes Joey Moore. Watch this one. Joey's got a hill to climb. Can he get it done? And Travis Booth by 11th thou, that's a winner, taking the stripe first. Travis dead on the dial with an 8. That's a 33 pack. And Joey Moore runs 628 off the 627 dial, crossing second in the Camaro, but Travis Booth, his Mustang, will advance to round 3. All right, Joe Tillman, Wesley Wells. This will be good. 2 track champions in different categories. And Wesley, uncharacteristically on that Hayabusa, turns it red, and Joe Tillman is your winner. All right, listen up. Listen up. Super Pro first round winners to 15 and 16. Super Pro first round winners to 15 and 16. Bill Kasner, my eligible buy. Bill, you're the eligible buy. Park it under the crossover bridge off to the side, please. All right, no name over there on the right side, but that is Dan Gary's 73 Duster 607 dial. 683 dial, that's a Dodge Charger 1968 with a black hardtop. We just have not had that name all day. And that's a winner for the Charger. Dan Gary's 011 red, 684 off the 683 dial. That's Pat Thomas is who that is. Had to go through the cobwebs of my brain. That's Patrick Thomas is the winner over there on the right side. Here's Frank Valencia and Greg Dillman. Greg, our track champion. 67 Chevy Deuce, 636 for Greg Dillman on the left side. Frank Valencia's 618 dial over here on the right side of the racetrack. Super Pro first round winners. Super Pro first round winners to 15 and 16. Bill Kasner, you're my eligible buy. You can park it under the crossover bridge off to the side. Oh baby, watch this one. Frank Valencia, 003 on the tree. That's a winner, taking the finish line and the win by 3/100ths of a second. He's 200ths over the dial. Greg Dillman, 300ths over the dial. 025 for Dillman, but Frank Valencia, that's a winner. All right, we know we got Scott Stillings over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and I believe that's the Rector Racing team over there on the left side. Scott Stillings going to dial a 564 in that beautiful 98 Grand Am. 684 for the Rector Racing team over there on the left side. Scott's already pulled into the pre-stage area waiting for Rector's race car. Now it's moving forward. It looks like we've got a pair and then a single and Super Pro at the ready line. Well, let's see what Scott Stillings does with this run. That's a winner for Stillings. And Scott Stillings basically 576 off the 564. If you see the reaction times up here, you can see why Scott kind of pulled the power away. That's a winner. And a breakout up here on the left side, and I'm going to leave that one right there. Here's the bye run, Dustin Brenton. This will close out round 2 of the Pro Class. The Pro Class brought to you by Indy Beach Properties. Dustin will throw 636 out there with his 69 Nova, and Super Pro is right behind him in the water box. Dustin puts an 022 on the reaction time. Will he put a 636 down there? How about a 635 on the breakout route? And that'll wrap that up. All right, Dennis Switzer is at the mic doing Super Pro. Have fun.
Yes, sir, Bob. We got round number 2, Super Pro coming right at you. Brandon Bowden, John Pollock, getting set and ready to do battle. Brandon, the man here on the left side of the racetrack, comes out of Paducah, Illinois. A young man with a Cheryl chassis dragster. Father Don overseeing the operation as well as Andy. It's down to 459. Dragster, man. Here on the Dodge SRT side, down to 489. Delta reaction time. Win. Braden Bowden takes the win. Pollock had a 009 to Braden's 013. Braden runs closer to the dial. 460 on a 459. Braden Bowden goes into round number 3. Going to bring up Corey Brenton now and Dan Richardson. Corey Brenton on the JHG side. 597 his chosen dial to a 598 for Dan Richardson, 66 deuce. Richardson coming to our starting line out of Galveston, Indiana. Good looking little 66 Chevy 2. It's 597, 598, just about heads up. Here comes the tree. And it's game on. Pair of greens, on down the track they'll go. Dan Richardson with a little bit of advantage off the starting line, but couldn't hold off Corey Brent. Corey goes 598 on the 97 for the win at 110 miles an hour. Good side-by-side race. Next pair up, here comes Dominic. Dominic Bowden and Matt Means. Dominic backing up from his burnout out on the left side of the racetrack from Paducah, Illinois. Max Sherrill Chassis Dragster out of Texas. He likes these cars. He's had a lot of luck with them. Got a lot of help from Max Sherrill down there in Texas getting his car set up to win races. Matt Means here on the Dodge SRT side, local hero out of Indianapolis. So it's a 499 dial for Matt, 450 the dial in for Dominic. That sets up the stage. Guys, very careful to stage. Matt just flickers the bottom bulb. Here comes the tree. I think it affected him a little bit on the launch because it was a 765 back here at the starting line. Dominic Bowden's got to look over his shoulder. Runs his 458 safe pass at 132 miles an hour. Dominic's down at the stripe, looking. Want to know where Matt's at. He left 765 back here at the starting line. Shuts it off to a 521. So Dominic Bowden goes into round number 3. Brings up a pair of competitors now. It's going to be Greg Rice and Bob Pros. Greg Rice there on the left side of the racetrack. Division 5 runner out of Maryland Heights, Missouri. 465 will be his chosen dial. It's a 494 dial in for Bob Pros. Body shop owner out of Terre Haute, Indiana. So 465, 494. Here we go. A little bit of a reaction time advantage for Bob Pros, and that'll parlay into a round win. He'll run 496 on a 494, low 15 reaction time. Shuts her down at 142 miles an hour. Greg Rice left 032 back here. Ran the number with a 7. Reaction time advantage for Bob Pros. Ready the round win for him. Nick Estrada, Andrew Harmless getting ready to do battle. Nick Estrada, left side of the racetrack in the dragster out of Peatone, Illinois. 21 Miller chassis dragster. APD making a horsepower, 655 cubic inch entry for Nick. He's down 441. Andrew Harmless, Geneva, Indiana based 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. He's down 703, so 2.5 seconds the difference. Nick's going to have to show his patience. Let's watch and see how that works out. 441 to a 703 in the door slam.
Nicole's the race. Do you want to watch? You want me to pick you up so you can see her? That's her wing. No, not that one. She's in the water box about to do her burnout.
Well, just out about dead even out of the gate. Here comes Mick trying to wheel him in. Not enough. Andrew Harmless holds a 703. A little bit better reaction time for Nick Mastrada. Andrew Harmless was able to fend him off at the top end of the track. He'll take the round win at 95 miles an hour. Down there on the brakes like he's trying to stop a horse from falling off a cliff. Nicole Medices, the left side of the racetrack, shows her address out of Palmetto, Florida. Another Mack Cheryl chassis dragster. I-65 big block Chevrolet for inspiration. She'll dial 488. Cody Wiggins. Here on the tower side, his El Camino out of Kevel, Kentucky. Dials in at 632. 488 to a 632. That sets the stage. Both cars are set and ready to go. Here comes the tree. Cody's away, and here comes Nicole. She's going to try and catch him there to half, 8th mile. She does it in fine fashion. 489 on a 488, 136 miles an hour and better reaction time. She'll parlay that into a win, and into round number 2 goes Nicole. Brings up Tabitha Carmen now and Don Stewart. Tabitha Carmen, Hardinsburg, Kentucky-based 96 S10 pickup truck. Little 353 small block Chevrolet for power. She's dialed 673. Alongside of Don Stewart's Lebanon, Indiana-based 63 Chevy 2. 560 will be his chosen dial. So 560 on the tower side, 763 or 673 on the left side of the racetrack. So Tabitha Carmen out in front. Here comes Don Stewart trying to reel her in. I don't think there's enough drag strip down there. There's not. Don left 1.1 back here at the starting line. Big snooze job. Tabitha Carmen marches on. Runs 682 on a 673. A good safe pass. She shuts her down to 92 miles an hour. Brings up our next pair. It's going to be Craig Allender and Nathan Probst. Craig Allender, runner out of Poland, Indiana. Andy Nelson Racecraft chassis dragster, 582 cubic inch entry, in at 479. Alongside of Nathan Probst, Terre Haute based Miller chassis car, 452 will be Nathan's chosen dial. And the win light says with a 007 reaction time, Craig takes the win. Craig Allender goes 480 on a 479, 007 reaction time. Pretty good lap. Do the math, comes down to about 8 thou. 8 thou package for Allender. Zach Lewis now and Bob Stacy. Zach Lewis, the gorgeous yellow 68 Camaro, small block Chevrolet 434 out of Knoxville, Illinois. He's dialed 644 alongside of Bob Stacy's dragster, the New Carlisle, Ohio-based American chassis car. Rob dials in at 509. 1.5 seconds the difference here. Our car's going to make the first move. Bob Stacy trying to track him down. There goes Zach, and here comes Rob, and at the finish line, it's going to be Rob with the 004 reaction time. He runs 5:11 on a 5:09 at 131 miles an hour for the win. Rob Stacy. Nate Kelly coming up against Michael Smith. Pate's in the dragster, backing up from his burnout on the left side. Comes out of Manteno, Illinois. 2019 Boss chassis car, APD horsepower. He's down 498. Michael Smith. Door car, Chevrolet Nova. Here on the tower side, going to dial 566. Half a second difference between the two. Oh, red light foul for Nate Kelly gives Michael Smith the win. Little 21 reaction time, good enough. He'll run 569 on 66 at 121 miles an hour. So coming out of the water box first on the burnouts, Ryan Wallace, tower side runner out of Edinburgh, Indiana. 2022 Diamond chassis dragster. 462 will be the dial in on the dragster. Roger Baker out in the left lane out of Medora, Indiana. 91 Mustang. Fox body Mustangs dialed in 652. Just about 2 seconds the difference, a little over 2 second difference. Roger Baker just going to see the end of the taillights on the Mustang. Ryan Wallace is just going to see the faint taillights on the Mustang before he's able to let go of the button. Roger Baker's going to lead first on a 652. Let's watch. Well, it's a stellar job by Ryan Wallace. He was able to show his patience on the starting line, got away with an 012 reaction time, and he takes the win. He runs the number with a 4 at 152 miles an hour. So Ryan Wallace, Edinburgh-based dragster, moves into round number 3. And that brings up Bailey Cromwell and Joe Leisha. Bailey Cromwell out of Evansville, Indiana, the undercover chassis dragster on the left side of the racetrack. He'll dial in at 450. Taking on Joe's Decatur-based 68 Pontiac 400 Firebird. 628 will be his chosen dial. 450 to a 628. That sets up the stage. Let's watch. Pretty much dead even off the starting line. Bailey Cromwell, Joel, and the win light says Bailey. Dragster takes the win, 451 on a 450 dial, 148 miles an hour. Joe Leisha just a little tick quicker off the starting line, but they were pretty even. Bailey running close to the number as Joe Leisha breaks out and gives up the win light. Randy Inman now coming out of the water box on the left side of the racetrack, the Westfield, Indiana-based 1980 Chevrolet Monza. He'll be taking on Wesley Will, Race Gilman, 2000 dragster out of Greenwood, Indiana. Wesley's dialed in at 508. Randy Inman, 558. So 0.5 of a second is the difference. So 508 for Wesley Wills is the dial. He'll run her out to a 512 for the win at 127 miles an hour. Randy Inman leaves 3 numbers back here at the starting line, and that's what cost him the round. Racers, I'll remind you, as we turn our lights on, we'd like to see your tail lights as well. Make sure you got a tail light on the car so we can see them. Noticed a couple cars going down the track without any lights on. Brings up a pair of door cars. Tom Small taking on Mark Long. Duster versus a Camaro. 551 to dial in for Tom Small. 629 to dial in for Mark Long. At the finish line, it's all bow tied. Tom Small takes the win. 551 on a 551 at 125 miles an hour. Good, consistent race car. Not a bad reaction time. Cody Knott, Brian Castle coming up. Cody Knott, the S10 pickup truck out of Greencastle, Indiana, left side of the racetrack, 665, his chosen dial, taking on Brian Casson's dragster. 453, his chosen dial. So it's a 665 to a 453. Bottom of the scoreboard, you see the dial is. Somebody's out there shooting ducks. I believe Brian Katz, and a little popping and banging, and cars giving him fits. He slows down to a 651, hands the wind light over to Cody Knott. Cody runs a 676 on a 665. Good, safe pass. 91 miles an hour. Cody Knott going into round number 3. Let's take a look now at Justin Dillman, David Wall. Justin out the left side of the racetrack is 85 Camaro out of Indy. David Wallen, the Fillmore, Indiana-based runner, the 27 Ford Roadster. 665, the dial in for Justin. 648, the dial in for David Wallen. Side by side, they'll go down towards the finish line. At the stripe, it says Justin Dillman. Going into round number 3 is 666 on a 65, 96 miles an hour. Backing up to the burnout. On the left side of the racetrack is going to be Joe Swanson. Trafalgar, Indiana-based rear-engine dragster. 450 the dial, alongside of Rick Covey. Covey comes out of Bedford, Indiana, with 71 Nova. 626 will be his chosen. 450 for the dragster, 626 for the door car. Ricky's ready to go racing. He's already got the top bulb lit, waiting on Joe Swanson to roll in. Here we go, both cars pre-staged. Here comes the tree, and away we go. Side by side at the stripe, breakout pass for Rick Covey. Had him covered on the starting line, but on the top end by 2. Joe Swanson on a stellar pass runs 450 with a 2 on a 450. Left 046 back here at the starting line, but hey, was able to parlay that into a win at 155 miles an hour, so Joe Swanson goes into round number 3. Brings up now Sean Feast and James Gibbs. Sean Feast out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 73 Nova. 597 on the dial. James Gibbs, Mooresville, Indiana, based 66 Dodge Dart. 683 will be his chosen. I think the Dodge Dart has original slant 6 in it anymore. Top end of the racetrack, Gibbs takes the win. The Mopar goes 683 on an 83 with an 8. 99 miles an hour for the win. Sean Feast turns on the red bulb, slows her down to a 601. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need sportsman buybacks to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman buybacks to lanes 17 and 18. Thank you. So Josh Rogers, Joey Ship, getting set and ready to go. Joey here on the Dodge SRT side. He's dialed 509, his 81 Ray Skillman Cutlass. Alongside of Josh Rogers' S10 pickup truck. 627 will be his chosen dial. Tell you, Joey had his hands full for a minute with Josh Rogers as Josh got away with a 009 reaction time. Joey was able to track him down and run the number. Got a 509 with a 6 on a 509 at 134 miles an hour. Joey Ship advancing into round number 3. Next pair up is going to be Kyle Darr and Joe Pickett. Kyle Darr, the dragster, 485 his dial. Joe Pickett here at the Tower Side Roadster. Pickett Racing entry out of Indy. Wide and small block. Look, 406 cubic inch entry here on the Tower side. He'll dial 555. Well, Kyle Dar, all he has to do is look over his shoulder and shut it off early because Joe Pickett leaves a second and a half back here at the starting line. Kyle gets away with an 017 reaction time, slows her down to a 490 on an 85 dial at 130 miles an hour. Kyle Dar going in around number 3. Brings up a pair of dragsters. Tony Virgilio and Colby Cheney sizing each other up now. The dragster on the left side of the racetrack comes out of Cloverdale, Indiana, with Tony behind the wheel of his 1920 Miller chassis car. He's dialed 493. So Cheney here, runner out of Decatur, Illinois. 2002 undercover chassis dragster, big block Chevrolet for power. He'll dial 513. So 493 to a 513. Here we go. At the stripe, it's all Tony. 007 reaction time. He runs a 494 on a 493 at 135 miles an hour. Puts together a foul package into round number 3. Goes Tony Virgilio. The next pair up, Jeremiah Hall and Roger Cheney. Jeremiah, the Evansville-based runner, the 2017 American Chassis Dragster. Good folks from Firecracker Performance. Jeremiah and Jerry Hall staging up 450, their chosen dial. And Roger Cheney comes out of Decatur, Illinois, the 07 S&W Chassis Dragster, big block Chevrolet, and a perennial runner in Lucas Oil North Central NHRA division events here. So Roger Cheney, Jeremiah Hall, 0.9 of a second difference, 0.09 of a second differences. Real close on reaction time. It's going to be a finish line win for Jeremiah Hall. 475 to 117 miles an hour. Better reaction time. Roger Cheney falls off by a ton, runs 520 on a 459. So Jeremiah Hall advances in round number 3. We'll take a look now at Ty Davis and Dalton Devendabal. Ty Davis, Mooresville, Indiana, based 32 Bantam out there to the left side of the racetrack. He's dialed 486. He'll go alongside a double D. Dalton Devendabal out of Lebanon, Indiana. His gorgeous 69 Nova. Dialed in at 573. 486 to a 573. Here we go. Wind light says Ty Davis. He runs a 489 on an 86 at 139 miles an hour. Brings up now Josh Pickett. Runner out of Indianapolis, 94 S10 pickup truck. A small block entry with 406. Taking on Scott Deffenbaugh. Scott, the 66 Deuce out of Lebanon, Indiana. 557 the dial to a 636 for Josh Pickett. Red light foul for Josh Pickett. Scotty Deffenbaugh gets the instant win. 025 reaction time. He'll run 557 and some change on a 557 at 124 miles an hour for the win. Scotty Deffenbaugh going in around number 3 here tonight. So it brings up now Nathan Jones and Derek Brock. Nathan on the left side of the racetrack, the S10 pickup truck out of Wheatland, Indiana. He's dialed 613. Derek Brock, the 75 Firebird, comes out of Rowan, Indiana with that entry. He's dialed 630. 0.2 the difference. So Nathan Jones takes the win. He'll run 621 on a 613. As Derek Brock leaves 3 numbers back here to the starting line, Nathan Jones goes into round number 3 at 105 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Brian Harris and Steve Hedger Jr. Ryan Harris, the runner out of Indianapolis, 21 Diamond Chassis Dragster, 540 cubic inch big block Chevrolet power. 492, his chosen dial. Alongside of the undercover car out of Independence, Kentucky, Steve Hedger Jr., he's dialed in at 455. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need sportsman winners to lanes 13 and 14, please. Sportsman winners, lanes 13 and 14. Bubba Mahiran, if you can hear me, you have the potential buy. Bubba Mahiran, you have the potential buy. You know what to do. Pull it on up under the crosswalk, off to the side there, and we'll get you on down the racetrack. Wind light, top end of the racetrack, says Steve Hedger now. Takes the win. Dialed 455. He runs 457. Goes through the traps at 152 miles an hour. Gage Brenton coming up out of Rosedale, Indiana on the left side of the racetrack in his 72 Nova. He's dialed 655 alongside of Nick Eisenhower. Nick, the local hero out of Brownsburg, Indiana, his 15 American Race chassis car. It's dialed 451. So, top end of the racetrack, we're seeing flashing lights out there. We'll shut the track down. We're going to go cold for a little bit. We're going to take a look. Top end of the racetrack. Once again, I'll put a call out for the sportsman winners. Sportsman winners to the staging lanes, lanes 13 and 14, please, and thank you.
So again, a little break in the action as we check out our racing surface, and we'll get right back to it as soon as we can. Again, sportsmen, first round winners, you should be in 13 and 14. And Bubba Mahiran under the crossover bridge off to the side. You know, you deserve it, almost running a perfect run there last round. So Bubba, off to the crossover bridge, underneath of it, off to the side, as you'll earn that spot. A little bit of activity out here. We'll get it wrapped up, and let's get back to racing. What do you say?
Once again, racers, if you're in a sportsman competition, you're in the buyback category, we're missing a few of you buyback guys. If you want to make your way to the staging lanes, we'll make sure you get down the track. Once again, we are missing a couple of buyback cars in sportsman category. So we're getting thumbs up sign from all of our race officials. Put things clean up at the top end of the racetrack. We're going to back them back into the water box and let Gage Brenton and Nick Eisenhower redo the burnouts. Gage Benton, the runner in the Nova door car out of Rosedale, Indiana. 1972 Chevy Nova. 655 will be his dial. Nick Eisenhower puts the dial in on the scoreboard at 451. There goes Gage, and here comes Nick. They're just about side by side off the starting line. Gage Brenton going to pull out the win. Margin of victory is 8/10,000ths of a second. 6:58 on a 6:55 for Gage Benton for the round win. Into round number 3, he'll go. Brings up our next pair. It'll be Zach Osno here in the Dodge SRT side out of Lebanon, Indiana, the 27 model. Cody Allenbaugh station up there in Terre Haute, Indiana. Just come up on my screen here. A 662 dial into a 535. Zach's chasing him down at the stripe. Not enough for Zach. It's going to be Cody for the win. 638 on a 662. 100 miles an hour. Jake Smith backing out from his long burnout. Puts the dial in up on the scoreboard at 450, bringing up Dustin Smith. As Dustin comes out, the 94 Limited, Terre Haute-based runner with a 559 dial. It's just about 1 second difference. Jake Smith, Dustin Smith. Smith for the win. Jake goes 453 and a 450 dial at 146 miles an hour. A little bit better reaction time for Jake gives him the win. Logan Jameson backing up from the burnout out of Boonville, Indiana. Left side of the racetrack with a Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis dragster, big block Chevrolet. Alongside of Hunter Patton, Lloyd's Knob, Indiana-based runner. Miller chassis car, 455 will be his chosen dial. So it's 450 to 455. This ought to be a pretty good one. Logan Jameson and Hunter Patton, the young guns battling it out here. Wow, just about dead even out of the gate. Logan and Hunter. Top end of the track, it's Logan. 451 on a 450. Got a 014 reaction time to Hunter's 013. Pretty good round there. It's 451 for the win as Logan Jameson takes a 147 mile an hour lap into round number 3. That's going to bring up Greg Dillman. Greg Dillman and his little workhorse Nova. 636 to dial in on the deuce alongside of Amber Agins. Speedway, Indiana based dragster. She's dialed 486. So 486 to a 636. Let's watch Greg Dillman go to work. If Amber leaves on time to track him down. Red light foul for Greg Dillman. First to worst. Amber A gets to take the win, 486 out of 486 at 140 miles an hour. A little bit of change to spare. Puts her into round number 3. Allie Crack coming up against Doug Foley Jr. now. Allie Crack out of Philp, Kentucky. Jay Oakley's fiance, 632 cubic inch Oakley horsepower dragster. She's dialed 450 alongside the teacher, Doug Foley. 466 will be his chosen dial. Attention in the pits. JEG'S super quick to the staging lanes, please. JEG'S super quick to the staging lanes. All right, Allie Crack and Doug Foley Jr. at it. Top of the racetrack says the teacher. Doug Foley Jr. takes the win, 466 up 66 at 145 miles an hour. That's going to bring up our next pair. Justin Toole and Allison Probst now. Justin on the left side of the racetrack out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, in his 87 Monte Carlo, staging up alongside of the lovely and talented young Allison Probst. Body shop manager out of Terre Haute, Indiana, the 69 Camaro, 615 cubic inch entry for Allie. She's dialed 570 alongside of Austin's 613 dial. So let's watch. Here we go. Red light foul for Austin Toole. Allison Probst moves into round number 3. 426 reaction time. She'll run a 576 on a 570 at 122 miles an hour. Brings up now Joey Moore and Ray Boyer. Ray Boyer the third. Joey Moore is dialed in at 628. 633, the chosen dial on the Logansport base 79 C28 Camaro here on the tower side. So Ray Boyer, Joey Moore. Getting set and ready to do battle here. Red light foul for Joey Moore. Ray Boyer taking a round win with an 015 reaction time. They'll take it through the drafts at a 635 at 107 miles an hour. Dialed the car in, 633, so he's off by 2. Sets him up for the next round.
Yep. All right, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, buybacks to the front beside lane 11. Buybacks for the bikes to the front beside lane 11. First round winners behind them in the bike class. And my eligible buy and bike is Tyler Fisher. You're the carryover. So again, motorcycles beside lane 11. Buybacks to the front, please.
All right, right now the starting line, Zach Gosnell taking on Kevin Redenbow. Redenbow with the 6:07 reaction times giving chase. Runs him on down to the finish line, and Kevin Redenbow takes the win. Runs a 6:10 on a 6:07 with a 003 reaction time. Reaction time made the difference. Puts him into round number 3 at 112 miles an hour. Next pair up, Dustin Brenton, TJ Dobbs. Justin, left side of the racetrack out of Rosedale, Indiana. 1969 Camaro, he's dialed 636 alongside of TJ Dobbs, 85 S10 pickup truck. 723 will be his chosen dial. Red light foul from TJ Dobbs. Dustin Brent gets the instant win. Looking for a 636. He runs it out to a 636 with a 2 at 106 miles an hour. Nice, consistent race car in a 69 Nova. Cody Wiggins, Christy Gaskin. Cody Wiggins coming out of the water box now. It is So Cody Wiggins out of Kelvin, Kentucky, the El Camino. He's dialed at 626, taking on Christy Gaskin, Cicero, Indiana-based racecraft chassis car. So Christy Gaskin and Tracy Wiggins. Wheels up, launch for the El Camino. Here comes the dragster to give chase. At the finish line, it's going to be Cody Wiggins. I'm sorry, Tracy Wiggins. Tracy Wiggins, El Camino, 6:31 on a 6:26. A little bit better reaction time at 101 miles an hour. Tracy Wiggins goes into round number 3. Brings up now Phil Oakley and Jonathan Wagner. Phil Oakley out on the left side of the racetrack. His Miller chassis car, he's dialed 436. Here, side. Handler, Indiana. 452 will be his chosen dial. Jonathan Wagner welded together at the starting line. Wagner pulls out the win, 453 on a 52. Just a little bit quicker reaction time. Wagner had an 013 bulb to Phil Oakley's 014. So it's a 453 laps time at 151 miles an hour. It's put Jonathan Wagner into round number 3. Darren Douglas coming up on the left side of the racetrack, the Greenwood, Indiana-based runner. He's dialed 459 alongside of Michael Turner's Avon-based Fiero Roadster. 521 to dial in on the Roadster, 459 to dial in on the Dragster. Dead even out of the gate. Darren Douglas, Michael Turner, battle finish line battle, 5:22 and a 5:21, 131 miles an hour with an 0:21 reaction time makes Michael Turner winner into round number 3. Jason Bullard coming out of the water box here on the left side of the racetrack. Cadoga, Indiana-based Sormento chassis dragster, Bullard's Garage Special. 5:09 his chosen dial, and he's taking on Ashley Cole. Lovely and talented young lady out of Avon, her 63 Corvette Roadster. Ashley's dialed in at 5:30, so it's 5:30 for Ashley, 5:09 Jason Bullard. Here we go. Tension in the pits. Pro bikes to the staging lanes. Pro bikes beside lane 11. Wind light says Ashley Cole. She'll run 5:31 on a 5:30 at 131 miles an hour for the win. A little bit better reaction time puts Ashley Cole in round number 3.
All right, again, buybacks, motorcycles. We need you beside lane 11 to the front. First round winners for the bikes behind the buybacks beside lane 11. My eligible buy for bikes is Tyler Fisher, a carryover. All right, again, we also need junior minors to lane 12. I need my buybacks to the front. Junior minors to lane 12 with buybacks to the front. Eligible buy is Levi Rooksbury. Junior majors.
Jason Dorsett, huge wheel stand off the starting line. He'll take the win. Little Dodge Cocos, 6:41. 106 miles an hour as Terry Miller breaks out by a foul.
All right, again, I need junior majors to lane 11 with buybacks to the front. Junior majors to lane 11. I need buybacks to the front. My junior major eligible buy will be Shelby Hall.
All right, we got all the staging lane business out of the way. A lot going on out there. Mr. Coyle out there taking care of our staging lane duties. Right now, here on the starting line, we got Scott Stillings and Anthony Smith getting set and ready to go. Anthony here, the dragster in a Dodge SRT lane out of Avon, Indiana. It's a brand new American chassis car. He's down 448 and taking on a super stock modified car, Scott Stillings. Listen now, this is the music of my people, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Stillings, that 98 Grand Am super stock modified machine. Working his way down the left side of the racetrack. He'll take the round win. Love the sound of the super stock modified cars. 564 on a 564 for Scott Stillings, and a little bit of change, and 123 miles an hour puts him in round number 3. All right, last competitor down the track here, round number 2, a super pro. Bill Kastner is going to get a bye run into round number 3. Bill Kastner, the 71 Plum Crazy 400 cubic inch Chrysler horse-powered car out of Kokomo, Indiana. Looking for a 578 up on the scoreboard. Let's sit back, let Bill Kastner go to work and see how close he can run to the number. Stellar reaction time on a solo pass, 008. He'd probably want to save that for another round. He'll run 578 with a 6 at 119 miles an hour, leaving nothing to the imagination. He goes into round number 3 in a great solo pass. And that puts a period on round number 2, a super pro. Ron Ruggless is going to step in here and tell us a little bit about Sportsman.
Well, I want to try to get caught up with trying to keep the lanes full. JEG'S super quick, 15 and 16. They should be in place out there. My motorcycle buybacks beside lane 11, buybacks to the front. First round winners right behind them. My eligible buy for the bike class this round is a carryover Tyler Fisher. Junior minors, buybacks to the front of lane 12. First round winners behind them in lane 12. My minor eligible buy, Levi Rooksbury. Junior major, buybacks to the front in lane 11. Junior major, buybacks to the front of lane 11. First round winners behind them. My eligible buy for junior majors is Shelby Hall, and I think that'll get us lined out and get us through round 2. All right, here we go. Round number 2, Sportsman. No more buyback help as Brandy Eaton's 99 Camaro steps in. We'll put the finish line down to the quarter mile. 1378 for Eaton in the right lane. Adam Sobiek, 1329 in the Dakota truck. Clean and green. They're going to make us wait to the finish line. Brandy Eaton out front, still out front. Out front at the 1,000-foot, Adam closing fast. And Adam Sobiek goes around for the win. How about that margin of victory? .00005. Adam sneaks one from Brandy Eaton at the finish line for the win. Great drag race. Angelo Taylor, the Matchbox 84 Horizon, 1639 in the right lane. Double J, Jeff Jennings, the Town and Country Chrysler-powered wagon, dials 1962. That's a 1981 Town and Country wagon. Green light number 1. Angelo Taylor is away with that Horizon. Angelo trying to see the door handles instead of the bumper of Jeff Jennings' ride. Here comes Angelo trucking on down the right side. Wind light shines. Angelo Taylor keeping it on the high side of the dial. 1666 for the win. Off the 1639 dial, Jennings taking the finish line first, breaking out by 400ths, and Angelo goes to round 3. Here comes Bree Brewer and Ron Bird. Ron Bird's 2005 Blazer out of Avon, Indiana, 1206 left side, chasing the 2008 Mustang Bree Brewer at the wheel. 1558 for Brewer. All right, again, hopefully my motorcycles are beside lane 11, buybacks to the front. Junior minors, buybacks to the front of lane 12, first round winners right behind them. Junior majors, buybacks to the front of lane 11 with my first round winners behind them in the same lane. Down at the finish line, Ron Bird gets it done. He's 6 over the dial. Bree Brewer goes down there, runs 8 over the dial as Ron Bird's Blazer will take the win. Here comes Tyler Dillman, Coy Benge, the 67 Belvedere left side, 1180's the dial. We'll chase that Tyler Dillman's G6, dialing an 1877, plugging in the right lane. Tyler rolls her in deep, is away in fine shape, and Coy waits and waits and waits for the tree to be activated on the left side, and Coy is away on the green side of the Christmas tree. Coy Benge hauling the mail over there on the left side. Tyler still out front. Winner is Tyler Dillman by 200ths, taking the stripe by the same number, 1885 off the 1877 dial for Tyler Dillman in the win. It's Tyler holding about 600ths up front. Coy was tighter on the dial, 400ths over, but Tyler won that race at the start line and then drove the finish line in fine shape for the win. Here comes Jeffrey Ramey, the Dodge Ram with a 1489 dial right side, 1279. It's the Crusher, Travis Booth's 86 Mustang, dialing 1279. Well, Travis Booth, being the veteran racer that he is assessing that race as he goes down to the 1,000-foot mark, and he takes the win. Travis Booth dials 1279, runs 1290 for the win. Who got the light? It was Travis Booth's Crusher machine. Dave Brumley steps in to run Joe Tillman. It's the Hemi-powered Super Bee out of Thorntown, Indiana. Dave Brumley, 1255 right side. Joe Tillman's Mustang, 1174, will be chasing. It's like our sportsman class parade heading back the return road. Algar Performance Parts sportsman class, by the way. Somebody's in trouble. And Joe Tillman on the brakes down there, 1194 off the 1174 dial for the win. Brumley, reaction time starts with a 1, and that's no good for Brumley. Joe Tillman goes to round 3. Here comes Steve Nickley, 81 Camaro, 1260 dial, a pair. Gabby Brewer's dialed in the same. They'll leave as 1 off of the Christmas tree. 2 Camaros, 3rd generation and a 4th generation on the line. All right, who's going to stomp on the pedal? Gabby did it too quick by 11 thou, sending Steve to the next round with the 81 Camaro. Steve gets a free run looking for a 1260 off of the right-hand lane. And Steve's 1264 off the 1260 for the win. Bree Brewer, 16 flat off the 1592 after pulling the red light off of the tree. Troy Galbraith, 1256 dial left side. Caden Fields running in a 1248 on the S10 truck. Troy slips out ahead off of Caden Fields as they go down track, 1,000 foot. They've just about passed it and have. Boy, they are 5 thou apart at the 1,000 foot wind light. Troy Galbraith getting it done, taking the finish line and the win by 900ths. 1261 off of the 1256 dial for Troy as Caden was 600ths behind on the reaction time numbers. 1256 off the 1248. Troy Galbraith will take the win. Trent and Kim. That's Kim Deffenbaugh's 2018 Mustang for Deffy Racing, 1183 left side, running the Coyote 5.0 liter. It's a great engine that Ford has put in production. Trent, 75 Omega, dials 1219. And I'm sure Trent is either watching in the rearview mirror over his left shoulder, and you watch Trent drop it off down here. 1225 for the win off the 1219 dial. Trent taking the Omega into round 3. Kim Deffenbaugh, 1197 off the 1183 dial, and Kim will be watching from the grandstands the rest of the night. Chad Eaton, Jerry Gray are up next. Chad over here on the tower side with a Monte Carlo, 1166 dial, and Jerry Gray will slide down the left side, 1527. with a dart. So it's Dodge versus Chevrolet. Pick your favorite. And Chad Eaton uncharacteristically lights the red lamp over here on the right side by 6 thou. Jerry Gray will journey into round number 3. He's 025 clean and green, looking for a 1527, and basically just idles it across the finish line down there. He had the race won. 1607, Chad Eaton, 200ths over the dial, missed the tree by 006. Daner Maurer, 22 Challenger, 1220 is the dial right side. Jeff Stillebauer's Explorer, looking for a 1797. And there's Jeff. Daner's going to have a little bit of time to think about this tree-crushing journey. Sometimes you have a little bit too much time, Dennis, to think about that tree. See how Jeff drives the finish line down there with that Explorer. 1801 off the 1797. That's a win for Jeff Stillebauer. Daner Maurer breaks out by 200ths. Tried to make up for the deficit off of the start, and it just wasn't going to happen. Jeff Stillebauer taking the win. Mike Wallen and Daisy Pickett are our next pair to run down the racetrack. The battle of the GM cars, the 80 Malibu for Mike Wallen, 1174 left side, 1235 for 67 Camaro, Daisy Pickett. Waiting for another set of bulbs. We're ready. Eighth mile done. Mike still ahead. 1,000-foot Mike still out front. Daisy Pickett closing the gap, but Mike Wallen takes the win down there. 12:15 off the 1174 dial. Daisy Pickett's car off the dial, looking for a 12:35, runs 13:37. Chris Walker, 67 Camaro right side, 1175. Corey Aschenfelter, 1596, the Wrangler. Chris Walker patiently waiting and is away in fine shape. Corey way down track. Chris Walker, you got to be patient. Trust the race car that it's going to get there. Finish line closing in on both of them. And Chris Walker getting it done, 1183 off the 1175 dial as Corey ran dead forward. Did a great job down at the finish line running the number. Unfortunately, the reaction time that starts with a 1 negates all the efforts for Corey, and Chris Walker will take it on. Bubba Mahiran missing a perfect run just by a smidgen. He's got the bye run. 67 Ford Galaxy 500, 1310 dial for Bubba. Rolling down the highway, Bubba looking for that 1310. And breaks out by 2 thou. That's a good test run down the racetrack on a solo run, on the bye run. Motorcycles up next. Millennium Trailers Super Pro bike class coming at us here. We don't have too many of them left. There's at least 5 that I can see rolling up here. Robert Mallory's Murfreesboro, Tennessee Sportster, the V-Twin, 1032 dial right side. Will run Robert Author, Road King, out of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. 969. Juniors waiting patiently in the wings, and the JEG'S Super Quick Round 2 will be coming at us here shortly. So it's the Cheese State versus the Volunteer State up here on the line. Quarter of a mile, they'll take it down there and determine the winner. Somebody's holding about 800ths off the Christmas tree, and that's a winner for Robert Author. 977 off the 969 dial, taking the finish line by 5 thou. Basically tightening up the noose down there. Robert, 1033 off the 1032 dial. Just gave up too much to Robert, and he stepped through for the win. Melody Alter, that's a 23 Street Glide out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, dialing 815 right lane. And Wesley Wells is Millennium Year Suzuki, 873 dial for Wesley Wells. Wesley pulling up over there on the left side. All right, my third round eligible buy and pro will be Ben Harold in the Camaro. Sit tight, don't come yet, but just throwing it out there. The third round eligible buy and pro class will be Ben Harold's orange Camaro. So sit tight, pro cars, we'll get to you. Well, Wesley Wells has got a hill to climb as that Suzuki is working hard down there. And Melody breaks out down here at the finish line, 1484 off the 15 flat dial, and Wesley Wells crossing second for the win. He's off the dial by 400ths, and Wesley will advance. And our buy run, this is Tyler Fisher's Benton Harbor, Michigan Hayabusa. He'll throw a 927 down there and get a free run with the buy run opportunity.